bien fait, mais pour des pays à soi, et où ben fait.
La nuit, tous les chats sont gris, en rouge sapé. Et voilà tu es Magadi, préféré.
Et bah,
Tu es ma chérie, préférée.
Soko.
Tu es Magadi, préféré. Ma chérie, préférée. Mon ami préféré.
I check my power.
Tu es Magadi, préféré. Tu es ma chérie, préférée.
Et bé.
Tu es Magadi, préféré. Ma chérie préférée. Mon ami préféré. Souhait.
Soko.
Hey guys, what's up? Hope you guys are all doing well. So today we're just going to just talk a little bit about history, mostly Guinea and Guinea's fight to independence, and also how this tied into Pan-Africanism at the time. I wanted to say first and foremost, thanks to everybody who's here. Appreciate you guys. Those who comment and those who don't comment, appreciate you guys. So today we're gonna have, it's gonna be a calmer stream, but whatever. Like, this is the thing, right? Like, people sometimes get angry at me. They say that I should do more information streams, but that's not what people want. Like, people don't want streams on information. They just want like streams on which country is better than the other. Well, at least that's what I'm seeing in this sector. And yeah, so I mean, I'll try to balance it more. I thought that my channel was already balanced, but apparently it's not. So I'll try to balance it a little bit more. But yeah, hope you guys are all doing well. Happy May, new month. Let me just get situated. My internet is acting a bit funny. So I'm just trying to get all my resources together. Give me one moment. Yeah, but if you're here in the comment section, let me know that you're here. Oh, I also wanted to give gratitude to certain viewers because they like, even though this is a YouTube community, like I know that they have my back and I've seen it like in other places too. So I really appreciate that. I want to give a special gratitude to Stoic One. Special gratitude to Rangalese. There was somebody else. I forgot who it was. Who was it? Think T Shields. And there was somebody else. MS Delta guy. And I know I'm missing somebody, but I wanted to give them a special gratitude. And they know the reason why I'm saying that. So in case it's not clear to anyone else, like they know the reason why I'm giving them a special gratitude. It's not that I don't appreciate everybody who's here, but there's a different level of like support that they've given me on the online community and in my real life. And I actually really appreciate that. I never really get the time to express that. So I wanted to just say that real quick. All right, so I guess we'll just get started. So the title today and the reason for this stream is we're just going to be talking about Guinea's independence, right? And I wanted to just quickly share my screen. Okay. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with this detergent, but this is Persil. It's really popular in the UK. And this is going to make sense as I go later into the stream. There was a whole operation called Operation Persil. And that was literally an operation that the French had against Guinea. Because, okay, this is the thing. I don't know. Let me try to explain it properly because I think I'm getting ahead of myself. Guinea is, I don't know if it's I think it's one of the only two countries in Francophone West Africa that actually stood up. Like they didn't do like an independence that France wanted. Like it wasn't like an amicable independence. Like they actually stood up for their rights and they went against France. So it kind of reminds me of what happened with Haiti. I would say it was less severe than what happened to Haiti, but it was still pretty bad. And Guinea Conakry obviously has not recovered from the retaliation that France has committed against it. So let me quickly share my screen. Hold on. I have a resource here open. So I'm gonna like read this a bit and then I'm actually gonna play the video that's gonna explain what I'm saying like in a more clear way. Oh, here it is. Okay. So this is it. In September 1958, a constitutional referendum was held in Guinea, then still a French colony, which, if passed, French colonies would become part of the new French community, and if rejected, the territory would be granted independence. During the referendum campaign, French President Charles de Gaulle visited Guinea, but was met with a lukewarm reaction. Guinea was one of the only two countries where the major political party campaigned for a no vote. So Guinea was one of the only two countries that decided not to go with France's deal. Okay, so France was like, okay, we're going to give you guys independence. You guys are still going to be able to use our currency. You guys are going to have access to a lot of the resources that we have, but we want your independence to fall on our terms. So to me, that's not even a deal. It's like you're telling me I can only get independence and you'll be cool with it if it's on your own terms. So it goes again to say that the country then became the only country to reject the offer and opt for immediate independence. So instead of waiting, instead of like letting France figure out what it wanted to do, it was like, you know what? We don't actually care about having these deals. We don't care about having these talks. Just we're doing our independence our own way. Like, just back off, right? Just back off. And then October 2nd, 1958, Guinea became the independent country under President Ahmed Sékou Toure. And Ahmed Sékou Toure, he doesn't get talked a lot about in these spaces. I'm not really too sure why, but I have him in my background, and he did a lot. He really did a lot for his nation. Ahmed Sékou Toure, a lot of people don't know, he was actually best friends with Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Yeah, he was best friends with Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, and he was like a really, really staunch, we need to get rid of independence, but we need to get it in a radical way, as opposed to, let's say, Nigeria's president, Ivory Coast president, some of these other presidents that were like, okay, you know what? let's just sell out our country kind of thing, right? So despite declared during the referendum campaign that Guinea prefers poverty in freedom to riches in slavery. So this is one of the statements that Guinea actually said to France. Like, one of the reasons why we don't really want to go with what you're saying is because we actually prefer to be poor and free than to be rich, but you guys have our shackles upon us. And to give context to the time period that this was in, like this was in the late 50s, early 60s. This was something that not a lot of countries actually had the gall to say to their oppressors, right? I'll paint you guys a perfect example. There are a couple of countries now that I would say are pseudo independent, but I'll be honest, the terms of their independence it's like their independence to me was kind of phony, and it was also kind of like not a real independence. Like, it wasn't a real fight. It was more like a defeatist, like, okay, this is what you want, okay, we'll provide it for you type of thing. It wasn't really met with a fight. The fights did happen, more so in the, I think, 19th century. Like, there were actual rebellions and there were actually fights. But the whole issue with this whole thing is that a lot of these fights, they were geared by tribes. They were not actually geared by the whole nation. So you'd realize that some tribes would be like completely against it, and then other tribes would kind of be willing to move forward and listen to what the colonizer said. So that's why a lot of these like independence movements were kind of weird, because you would have like some tribes that completely did not care, and then other tribes that were like, hey, we might as well just deal with them because we need to move forward type of thing. Anyways, Toure initially attempted to maintain relations with France, stating a desire to remain in the franc zone and assuring businesses in the Guinea of the continued international openness to Guinea's significant mineral, agriculture, and hydroelectric resources. However, the relations between independent Guinea and France almost immediately became strained. French colonialists in Guinea withdrew from the country as quickly as they could, destroying as much infrastructure as they could in retribution, right? And I'll give you guys a perfect example. It's actually news that when the French left Guinea, and I'm talking about Guinea Conakry, there's a difference between Guinea Bissau. People call that the Portuguese Guinea. Guinea Conakry is like, to me, it's like the original Guinea, and then you have Equatorial Guinea. So I'm talking about Guinea Conakry, just in case anyone's confused, but I'll clear that up a little bit later in the stream, right? A lot of people don't know this, but when France actually left Guinea, another form of retaliation that they used is that they would pour cement down these people's drain systems. So the same drain systems that they built, the same drain systems that were there, the sewage systems, they actually poured cement and blocked a lot of the infrastructure. That was one of the things that they did. And obviously, they never apologized for that, right? And the Washington Post reported that the reason why the French were so like mean in retaliation against Guinea was because it was a warning to other French-speaking countries. So, anyways, the French pulled out of Guinea over a 2-month period, taking everything they could with them. They unscrewed light bulbs, removed plans for sewage pipelines in Conakry, and even burned medicines rather than leave them for the Guineans. The French government additionally stopped paying the pensions of Guinean soldiers who had fought for France in World War II. Okay, so this ties into Operation Persil. And Persil was the detergent, like the detergent that I showed you guys before. So just to show how racist and like disgusting this is, they literally named the the um the attempt to destroy Guinea as Operation Persil. So basically they viewed Guineans or the Guinean um, ideology as dirt that they had to clean and disinfect. That's literally what it was called. In early 1960, after attempts to repair French-Guinea relations continued to be met with failure, especially in the issue of the currency, the Guinean government created its own central bank and launched an independent currency. Now, this is really, really important because there's been this like, well, I'm not gonna lie, when it comes to French speaking Africa, a lot of their currency is tied to the CFA, it's still tied to France. Um, a lot of the countries have their currency that is controlled in Senegal and France. So this is actually a really, really big deal because sorry, not Mali, Guinea, from the beginning, they kind of just said, you know what, we're going to do our own thing. And uh, to put things into context into today, the Guinean currency is pretty bad. I'm not going to sit here and lie, it's pretty low. But if you guys remember the statement that they said earlier, that they were talking about earlier, they'd rather be poor in freedom than to be rich in slavery. That's kind of the price that they had to pay. So this is how low the currency is. It's one of the lowest on the continent, to be honest. So let me give you guys another example. Let's say a thousand Guinean francs is not even a dollar. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Anyways, let me continue. Let me continue. In response, so we just left off where I was talking about Guinea actually created their own Guinea franc. And then it goes on to say, in response, Jacques Foucault, Charles de Gaulle's chief advisor for African matters and co-founder of the Service d'Action Civique militia, drew up plans to convert to destabilize Toure's government. The operation would base itself on two components, causing economic collapse and causing armed insurgencies against the Guinean government. And this has been something that it's really not a conspiracy. Like, I'm not going to sit here and make excuses for the failures of African people and of things that we need to work on and do better. But at the same time, there are so many reports, especially during the 1960s, 1970s, where we had CIA come into our countries, do coups d'etats, do insurgencies. Like, there's been a lot of, not everything that happens has been internal. There's been external factors as well that somehow seem to get into the way of certain things. So, anyways, as the French oh, okay. Let me see here. Okay, so basically what they did, right? One of the ways that the France decided to destabilize Guinea once more is they actually printed counterfeit bills. They printed counterfeit notes and they circulated into the Guinean economy, so that it would make their currency even lower, and so that they would have like this economic recession, so to speak. So I don't know how that's legal. I don't know how that's allowed. But France was so butthurt for whatever reason that they decided that they needed to print fake money and put it into their economy so that it would like destabilize their economy. As if destroying their infrastructure wasn't worse enough, you went and ahead and actually invested money into printing fake money to circulate their internal economy. Like that is so shady. I don't even understand how people do things like this. So anyways, yeah, the French caused significant economic instability. I'm gonna kind of skip a little bit over here, but some of these organizations also led to the civil war that happened in Guinea. This was to overthrow the government. So as soon as Guinea had independence, France also had some type of like insurgencies. They had some type of espionage services to literally try and get rid of the radical government because they wanted to actually place somebody else who was more willing to work with France in government. So there were so many attempts. There were attempts at taking the president's life. They were not that successful though. We've seen it before with Sankara. We've seen it before with Patrice Lumumba. Like, if they want you gone, they'll find Magafuli even. If they want you gone, they'll find a way to get rid of you. It's very, very interesting. Yeah, so there were like civil wars and the type of instability that happened right shortly after independence. This caused Guinea to look onto other people. Now, I know a lot of people think that, the Soviet Union, they think that Russia specifically is so evil. And the reason why I don't go so hard to Russia is because a lot of people don't understand that in the 1950s and the 1960s, 1970s even, this was Cold War era. So what do you think happened when a lot of these countries were trying to get away from their colonial masters? They obviously wanted to have deals with other nations. So the Soviet Union actually helped a lot of African countries. I don't know if people realize that, but the Soviet Union helped even some of these people that you call Pan-Africans, fathers of Africa, they had deals with the Soviet Union. So, anyways, Guinea, working with the Soviet Union, caused a lot of backlash in the international community because back in the day, you know what, like if you work with the Soviet Union, you're communist and you're the enemy of the West. So that was something that happened, and it was really detrimental as well. Let me just continue. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I know it's a lot of information, but I'm almost done. So, okay. So, how did Operation Persil that we were talking about here, the operation to clean Guinea, how did that end? Well, basically, it happened because of Senegal and some other countries who actually complained to France. Because Guinea complained to France that, hey, we know that you're trying to destabilize our economy. We know that you're trying to destabilize our market. We don't appreciate this. So can you stop? But France didn't care. So what caused them to finally back off in, let's say, the 70s was just the international backlash that they got from other countries speaking on behalf of Guinea. Okay. And then once again, the operation to overthrow the Guinean government proved a boost for Toure's dictatorial tendencies. So, this is something that I also wanted to quickly touch upon because a lot of people make fun of like Paul Kagame and they say that he's a bad leader. I'm indifferent towards Paul Kagame, meaning that I'm not completely in love with him, but I completely don't hate him either, because what Paul Kagame is doing right now is what a lot of African leaders in the past did. Not the looting part, okay, not the stealing from other countries part, but I mean in terms of being a dictator and in terms of like ruling with an iron fist. I feel like a lot of African nations actually need that. So that's why I kind of have a bit more of an indifference towards Kagame. Like I kind of see what he's trying to do and I understand. Um so anyways, why did Ahmed Toure become more paranoid? Why did he become more of a dictator? Why was he ruling so hard on his country? Is because A, he had assassination attempts. B, he knew there were French spies in his country. So clearly he was going to be more like brutal in his own country. But then again, that was another tie from the West to say that, oh, he's a bad guy. This is the reason why we need to get rid of him because he's being so like cruel to his own people. But it's like you're not going to talk about the cruelty that you actually inflicted on his people. Yeah, that's why the UN, when the UN and when these like organizations speak, I usually just don't care about anything that they have to say because they're so two-faced. A lot of them are two-faced. So anyways, yeah, they also use it as a propaganda to clamp down on opposition in Guinea and spread propaganda of secrets conspiracies aiming to undermine Guinea's independence. The operation also severely affected already strained relations between France and Guinea. From 1965 to 1975, Toure ended all his government relations with France, the former colonial power. So I know that was a lot, but I'm going to go ahead now and play a clip that kind of explained a little bit of what I just said.
On 2 October 1958, Guinea became the first of France's colonial territories in sub-Saharan Africa to declare its independence in an act of defiance against its former colonial master. Ahmed Sékou Toure, known as a charismatic and radical figure in Africa's post-colonial history, was the leader of the country at the time, and he was the driving force behind this rebellion by the former French colony. However, Guinea and Sékou Toure achieved this status of independence against the wishes of its former colonial master, France, and afterwards the nation faced an onslaught of administrative and diplomatic assault by the French, which seemed to have been designed to drive the country to its knees. The French colonial elite in Paris got so furious with Sékou Toure's defiance, such that in an act of fury, the French administration in Guinea destroyed everything in the country that represented what they called the benefits of French colonization. After this whole fiasco, Toure would go on to rule the country of Guinea for 26 years, and his time in power and legacy divides opinions. In this episode of African Biographics, we look at the life and legacy of Ahmed Sékou Toure, Guinea's first president who stood up to the French, and his time in power as the leader of that country. In the early years of the 20th century, the French held most of what would become their colonial territory in West Africa, including present-day Senegal, Mali, Burkina Faso, Benin, Guinea, Ivory Coast, and Niger. But by the close of the Second World War, the colonized people of what was known as French West Africa were making their dissatisfaction with the colonial system heard. French General Charles de Gaulle came to power in France in 1958, and he admitted that the time for colonies had passed and that a substitute system of association was required. This substitute system would come in the form of the proposed French community. Under the appearance of equality, the constitution of the French community restricted the sovereignty of the African states and reaffirmed the preeminence of France. So here is what the administration of Charles de Gaulle was suggesting. They said that any of his territories that wanted independence could take it immediately. Charles de Gaulle promised that France would not oppose it. For those countries that were going to vote for immediate independence, it would be up to France to decide whether to continue to support a newly independent territory depending upon the latter's degree of cooperation. In reality though, Charles de Gaulle wasn't expecting any form of resistance from any of the colonial territories when the time came to vote in referendums for the adoption of the French community. But he had another thing coming, and that was in the form of resistance from Guinea, led by Ahmed Sékou Toure. Affectionately known as the Elephant, Ahmed Sékou Toure was born.
Okay, so I'm just pausing that a little bit there to bring some context. So you guys saw the part where France was like, oh, okay, like if you guys want independence, don't worry, we're not gonna be in your way, like we're gonna support you. But then later on, they got so mad that they decided to retaliate against these people. Like, how dare you not be satisfied with what we give you? And if we look at the context of what some countries are doing nowadays, it kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense why some people are shucking and jiving. It makes sense why some people are cooning out and selling out, because it's like, for you to not coon out and sell out, it's like you're going to have such a much harder time than if you just comply with some of these people. So when people talk about, oh, you have to take things into your own hands, that could possibly mean that you have an economy that's without literal Pan-Africanism. There's no way that these economies are going to succeed because they're standing on their own, right? So it's like, this brings the question of, is it better to just comply, or is it better to actually fight and not have anything or not have much? I want to know what you guys think about
A
that.
trade union activist, and this was in 1940. In the following year, in 1941, he took an administrative assignment in the postal service where his interest in the labor movement started increasing. Toure formed close ties with senior labor leaders and organized 76 days of the first successful strike in French-controlled West Africa. Then in 1945, he became the Secretary General of the Post and Telecommunications Workers' Union and participated in the foundation of the Federation of Workers' Union of Guinea, which was linked to the World Federation of Trade Unions. He eventually became the Vice President of the union. Because of Sékou Toure's skills as an orator, he was elected to the French National Assembly in 1951 as the representative of Guinea. From a trade union base, he managed to build up his political party, known as the Parti Démocratique de Guinée, the PDG, into a powerful mass movement. In the 1957 elections in Guinea, the PDG won 56 out of a possible 60 seats, and Toure, at the age of 35, became Guinea's prime minister. Sékou Toure was also an admirer of Ghana's Kwame Nkrumah, and as such he was far more interested in ideas of Pan-African unity than in the French community, and he quickly made clear his dislike of de Gaulle's plan of the French community, which I alluded to earlier. This would explain why he campaigned against the plan and won. When Charles de Gaulle arrived in the capital city of Guinea, Conakry, on 25 August in 1959, at the end of an African tour to campaign for a yes vote for the new French community, he was greeted by crowds lining the streets from the airport, shouting independence slogans. Moments later, he was subjected to a brash speech from Ahmed Sékou Toure, attacking France's colonial record and demanding complete decolonization before Guinea joined the Franco-African community, also known as the French community. In the speech, Sékou Toure uttered one of his famous statements, which was, and I quote, The notion of a continuing French community would maintain our status of indignity and our status of subordination. We prefer poverty in liberty to riches in slavery. This statement was met with enthusiastic applause by the Guinean crowd present. Angry and slightly embarrassed by what had transpired, Charles de Gaulle rose in reply to defend France's record, and he repeated his offer, saying, "I say it here even louder than anywhere else. Independence is at Guinea's disposal. She can take it by saying no to the proposal which is made to her. And in that case, I guarantee that France will raise no obstacles." But unfortunately for de Gaulle at present, over 94.
Oh man, I lost the timestamp, but you guys just saw where the French representative was like, "Oh no, don't worry, just do independence. We'll be okay with it. You know, we're gonna be in support with you." But then, you know, when Guinea actually stood up and said, "You know what, we don't really like your terms, and we don't really want to come to the drawing board with you. Like, we don't want to talk to you guys again. Like, we just want to do our own thing. Just leave us alone." It's like, I don't understand why they couldn't just leave them alone. Like, I don't get it, you know?
Percent of eligible voters had followed the instruction of their local political leaders over the exhortations of their colonial masters. Guinea proclaimed its independence as a republic 4 days after the vote to reject the proposed constitution of France's Fifth Republic, and with it the offer of membership in the new French community. Not a single other territory in French West Africa or French Equatorial Africa registered a no vote, and in most of the territories, the margin of victory for France was nearly as high as the
Alright, so put that into context. Guinea literally did this by itself. I hope you guys understood that no other country, especially, well, we're talking about Francophone West Africa, so let's just be specific. No other country in Francophone West Africa said no. They all said, okay, oh, this is what France wants. Okay, let's go ahead and do it. Guinea was the only one that stood by itself, and this is the thanks and gratitude that it gets from its African brothers and sisters.
magnitude of its loss in Guinea. In the anti-colonial world at large, Sékou Toure was acclaimed a hero. Unfortunately for him and his country, this decision would have severe economic and political consequences for the newly independent nation. When Sékou Toure and Guinea decided in 1956 to get out of the French colonial empire and opted for the country's independence, the French colonial elite in Paris got so angry. Charles de Gaulle's reaction to Guinea's no vote was swift and vindictive. All French aid was terminated. French civil servants and army units, including army doctors largely responsible for providing health services to the civilian population in Guinea, were immediately withdrawn. In a mass exodus, some 3,000 French administrators, teachers, engineers, technicians, and businessmen left the country. They took with them any French government property they could carry, and in an act of sabotage, destroyed what had to be left behind. Government files and records were burnt. Offices were stripped of furniture and telephones, and even their electric light bulbs. And that was not all. Army doctors took away medical supplies.
By the way, like, I don't understand how you have to be so petty that, okay, they don't want you anymore, just leave the country. Why you gotta take their light bulbs? You gotta take their light bulbs? You got to throw their medicine down the toilet or throw it in the river? Like, this is just the gall of this. And this happened in the 1950s. So when people talk about it was so long ago, it wasn't that long ago. My father was born in the 1950s. It wasn't that long ago. But it's like, it's just the fact that they were able to do this and not ever be held accountable. It just makes my skin boil, you know what I mean?
And police officers smashed windows in their barracks. When Sékou Toure moved into the former governor's house, he found that the furniture and pictures had been removed and the crockery smashed. The purpose of this outrageous act was to send a clear message to all other colonies that the consequences for rejecting France would be very high. But well, Guinea was not done. The country went and ditched the CFA franc currency as the official currency, opting for a national Guinean franc in 1959. In an act of retaliation, the French resorted to counterfeiting the Guinean franc to destabilize the Guinean economy. It is alleged that French special forces printed the counterfeits which were distributed across the country. This whole operation left the Guinean economy in a bad state. The idea was to exert as much pressure as possible on the economy, force it to buckle, and depose Sékou Toure. Slowly, fear spread through the African elite, and none after the Guinea events ever found the courage to follow the example of Sékou Toure. Though the other colonies went and got independence in 1960, they were all still loyal to France. Brutally cut off from French economic support and subsequently refused aid by the United States, Ahmed Sékou Toure turned for outside aid to replace what France had been providing. Toure turned to his friend and ally Kwame Nkrumah from Ghana. The two leaders shared the ideals of Pan-Africanism, a doctrine that stressed the unity of all African nations above and beyond each nation's own self-interest. Ghana quickly loaned Guinea some $28 million.
Okay, now some people will be like, oh, you guys were never Pan-African. Let me tell you something. I don't know about your country, but Ghana gave a lot of money to a lot of countries for their independence. Ghana, let me just brag for 2 seconds, okay? Because Ghanaians don't talk about this because we're past this, but let's just remind some people who never knew in the first place, right? We gave Guinea $28 million in the 1960s. With inflation, I don't know how much that is, but that's a lot of money. We also gave money to Egypt. We gave money to a whole bunch of other countries, but I'm gonna stick to Guinea, right? We gave money to Guinea to help Guinea. It was no problem. Ahmed Sékou Toure and Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was actually best friends. And actually, when Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was exiled and when the Ghanaians wanted to actually murder him, when the Ghanaians wanted to murder Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, he actually went to Guinea. So to me, it's fair. Like, we're cool with Guinea, but some of these other countries that we gave money during independence, like, when are y'all gonna help Ghana back? I'm just asking. When are you guys gonna help Ghana back? Especially Egypt. Like, when are you gonna, show the actual Pan-African spirit? Never? Okay, cool. Got it.
Sékou Toure also turned to the then Soviet Union for assistance. By 1960, nearly half of Guinea's exports were going to the Eastern Bloc nations, and the Soviets had committed millions of dollars of aid to the African Republic. As a result of the Soviet influence, Guinea became a socialist country with a command economy, an entrenched communist single-party structure, the PDG, with political cells down to village and district level, as well as a system of informants.
And I think that this happened, well, I don't know about other regions of Africa, but I know in West Africa, this happened in a lot of West African countries where during this period, again, this was the Cold Era period, USSR period, a lot of these countries actually turned into communism and Marxism. And looking back now, this was something that a lot of Africans did not understand and they didn't like it. But looking back now, I feel like if a lot of these countries kept the communism and socialism, it would actually be more beneficial for these countries. Like, I made a video a while ago and I'll post the link in case you guys missed it, about Dr. Kwame Nkrumah and how he also was a dictator. He also was communist. He put himself as president for life. He didn't let other parties run in the country. He executed a lot of people. He had a lot of spies to report on people who were speaking bad about the country. So these were things that a lot of dictators did back in the day that now a lot of people are going to say, this is evil, this is horrible. But how else do you keep a nearly independent country in line? Like, how else do you do that without force? You know what I mean? So yeah, I have a soft spot for some of the dictators on the continent. I'll be honest with you guys.
However, Toure's exclusive association with the communists was short-lived. In 1961, he expelled the Russian ambassador for interfering in the internal affairs of his country, accusing the Soviets of plotting a Marxist revolution. Following this episode, the United States became a significant source of aid for Guinea. In 1963, Toure met with President John F. Kennedy, and the United States subsequently loaned Guinea $400 million to develop its bauxite industry. From bauxite is where we derive.
Okay, so of course they got way more money from the US than they did from their African brothers and sisters. But then again, this ties into the whole question of nowadays when people go like, well, stop working with the colonizers, stop dealing with them. It's like, okay, so which African country was there to give Guinea $400 million, right? Like, which one? Which one was it? People want to villainize some of these countries so bad, but where were their African brothers and sisters to give them $400 million? Nowhere. So now you're going to say, oh, they were sellouts for working with the US. Well, the US treated them a little bit better than France did. So I could kind of understand that perspective.
The metal, aluminium. As time went on, in the 1960s, Toure maintained a stance of positive neutrality with respect to the Cold War conflict between the superpowers, accepting aid from both the United States and the Soviet Union. Following the break from France, Sékou Touré imposed a socialist blueprint on Guinea's economy, but at the same time, he inhabited a world of conspiracy. As a result, he began plots and purges starting in 1960, only 2 years after Guinea had become independent. He spoke frequently of what he called a permanent plot to overthrow his regime, a vast conspiracy, so he claimed, organized by Western powers and other enemies of the Guinean Revolution. Some plots were undoubtedly real, some were deliberately created, but unfortunately, others were simply fictitious. For instance, in 1961, he announced the discovery of a teacher's plot after teachers had demanded equal pay for equal work and criticized government policies. Prominent teachers and intellectuals were detained, and the Soviet ambassador was summarily expelled, accused of meddling in Guinea's affairs and sponsoring this revolt. About 1/5 of Guinea's population immigrated to neighboring African countries, mostly to escape his harsh domestic policies. His regime became notorious for short trials, public executions, arbitrary imprisonment, and the use of torture. In 1965, after a group of traders tried to form an opposition party and nominated a candidate to stand in the presidential election against Sékou Touré, they were arrested and condemned to death. In 1972, a shortage of medicine was described by Sékou Touré as a plot by the physicians to discredit the revolution. He also interpreted news of a cholera epidemic in Guinea in 1973 as a counter-revolutionary plot. This constant barrage of permanent plots by the Sékou Touré regime instilled fear amongst the citizens and coerced them to comply with the government. But earlier on, I also said that some of the plots against Sékou Touré were real, and this led to him having an increase in paranoia. For instance, in June of 1970, Radio Conakry reported on an impending invasion of Guinea by forces that were...
Okay, so I don't know, like I'm also trying to put context of this and comparing it to the sphere in other, especially West African countries. This is the exact same thing that happened in Ghana. This is the exact same thing that happened in Burkina Faso with Thomas Sankara. As they realized that their regimes were not as strong as they wanted them to be, they actually started to become more radical and more like dictator authoritarian against their citizens, and that caused a lot of citizens to actually reach out to the West and be like, hey, this guy's so evil, like get rid of him. But it's like, hey, is he as evil as the outsiders? I'm not going to sit here and say that I approve of, like torturing. I don't. But yeah, I do approve of going to jail. Like, if you're speaking bad about the government and the government is doing the best it can to actually protect you, and you're so selfish, yeah, you need to go to jail. Like, your family needs to be gone. I actually approve. I wish that would come back. I really wish that would come back. But anyway, let me continue. Oh, and shout out to everybody who's here. I know this is a topic that, it's not gonna get a lot of shares. It's not gonna get a lot of likes. It's not gonna get a lot of all of that. But I still think this is very important to talk about. Nobody talks about Guinea Conakry. Nobody talks about Sekou Toure, but Sekou Toure really was an important leader, and I'm not sure why people don't talk about him as much.
Being trained in Portuguese Guinea, now known as Guinea-Bissau. A few months later, a group of mercenaries were arrested in the country. Toure had given support to the long anti-colonial struggle that was being waged in Guinea-Bissau. For generations, the Portuguese government had held the tiny African province in its grip. So Sekou Toure provided freedom fighters in Guinea-Bissau with base facilities and diplomatic support.
So I hate to be annoying, but I understand that not everybody knows this region. So this is kind of new to some of you guys. Basically what he's talking about in this video is that there was a bit of a tension between Guinea-Bissau, which is the Portuguese Guinea, versus Guinea-Conakry, which was the French Guinea. So those are two different Guineas, just to give a bit of context. Let me Okay, so if you guys can see, Guinea-Bissau is this one, and then Guinea-Conakry, this is the big one that I'm talking about. So there was kind of also a little bit of turmoil in between different ideological problems. Okay, like this was another political issue that was happening during the time, and it was a big deal.
Portugal countered by conducting a major propaganda campaign against Sekou Toure, characterizing his regime as a Marxist dictatorship. And in 1970, the Portuguese helped mount a mercenary invasion of Guinea. This invasion led Sekou Toure to believe that the conspiracy against his government was universal. As destructive as the mercenary plot was, the invasion failed to unseat Sekou Toure. Instead, it led to a reign of terror, suspicion, and violence in Guinea. Public figures suspected of holding opinions critical to Toure and his government were classified as subversives and were arrested. Secret mass trials and executions followed. The bodies of the condemned were later displayed in public places. The nation of Guinea was potentially a rich country with well-watered coastal plains and the extensive uplands offering huge agricultural potentials and vast deposits of bauxite and iron ore. But Toure's economic strategy proved very destructive. To free Guinea from its subordination to France and to prevent the rise of an elite entrepreneurial class in the country, he extended state control to every sector of the economy. Independent traders were denounced as bourgeoisie traitors to the revolution and were replaced by a huge state trading corporation. The result was a string of state corporations that were badly managed, heavily in debt, rife with corruption, and crippled by low production. Sekou Toure's policies and other grievances over the shortage of goods and rough treatment dealt by his regime led to protest demonstrations by market women which began in rural centers, then spread to provincial towns, and finally erupted in the capital. When market women in Conakry marched on the presidential palace, government troops were instructed to fire on them. What saved Guinea from complete ruin was the revenue derived from the country's bauxite mines, which Toure was careful to leave in the hands of the foreign companies. By the late 1970s and early 80s, after 20 years of enforced socialism, Toure began to retreat, permitting some private business and trading firms to operate and disbanding his economic police. He also
Okay, so basically, yeah, so basically, let's say 10 years after them, being independent and like closed off, they did start to open their economy more with more international people. US is one of them. Soviet Union, I believe they had some dealings with Asia, but I'm not too sure. And then they do have some deals currently now with France, but obviously those deals are more fair as opposed to if you check other West francophone countries. You could see that these deals are much worse than the deals that Guinea Conakry has. So shout outs to them for doing that. This was not easy if we're looking at the time frame of when this happened, because nowadays we could look back and we could say, oh, well, you should have done this, you should have done that. But this was literally right after independence. This wasn't simple.
began reaching out to Western investors. He would later explain that, quote, "For the first 20 years, we have concentrated on developing the mentality of our people. Now we are ready to do business with others." By 1976, diplomatic relations were re-established between Guinea and France. French business people were allowed to pursue trade and investment opportunities in Guinea. Guinea compensated
I also wanted to ask some of you guys in the comment section, do you guys think that this was a good move? Like, would you guys let the French work with you after they tried so hard to literally destabilize your country? Would you guys still give allowance? I guess in this case, it's not that easy to say, but maybe the economic advantages of working with France outweighed um, the previous sabotage that they tried to do against the country. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know.
nationalized French companies, while the French agreed to pay the pensions of 20,000 Guinean ex-servicemen. Guinea also released Europeans imprisoned in Conakry for allegedly plotting to overthrow the government. In 1982, he traveled to New York to appeal to Wall Street financiers for increased private investment in Guinea. Ahmed Sékou Touré died in 1984 while undergoing a heart operation in an American hospital. By the time of his death, he had ruled the country of Guinea for 26 years. In April of 1984, the army staged a coup and took over the country, filling the political void that had been left by the death of Sékou Touré. Despite his controversial domestic policies, Ahmed Sékou Touré is also remembered as a strong champion of African unity and Pan-Africanism who wasted no time in attempting to strengthen ties with neighboring and other African countries.
Again, going back to the whole Pan-African unity, Pan-African whatever, I would like to put this into context that many countries actually, especially during the 60s, right? 70s, they actually tried to come together and do these groups and do these organizations. But guess what? There were so many other countries that were not interested in doing it. So when some people go like, well, Pan African was a failure, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it was, because literally like five countries wanted to do it and everyone else was like, this is not that important. So it's like, how are you then going to do this again? Like, I believe it can happen again, but I don't know how it's going to happen again. I'll be honest. I don't know.
And thus lessen their collective dependence on former European colonizers. Others also see him as a dictator.
And also, in regards to what the guy mentioned in the video, do you guys think that Pan-Africanism can be possible when a lot of these nations still have deals with the West? Like, for instance, Like, for instance, if we're talking about Ghana, Ghana has really good relations with Ivory Coast because they have a lot of like cocoa, chocolate, like um deals together. Like they're trying to really help the chocolate business, and they have some land deals together. But it's like it's easy for Ghana and Ivory Coast to have those type of relationships because they're right beside each other, right? So it's like, how are these type of agreements going to happen with countries that don't have that much in common? Like, yeah, Ghana can do relations with Nigeria, Ivory Coast, Togo, Benin, but do I see Ghana going out of their way to do business deals with a country like Ethiopia? Not really, because what would be the trade off? Like, what would be the benefit? Of course, the overall benefit is Pan Africanism, but I think sometimes some people are very privileged and they don't understand that a lot of these countries need immediate help. Like, they need immediate relief, they need immediate resources. A lot of our countries need that. So it's like, if your neighbor cannot provide that for you, then is it that you don't have no choice but to work with someone who you don't want to work with? I'll let you guys ponder on that a little bit.
Let me know in the comment section below what your opinion is on the life and legacy of Ahmed Sékou Toure. Don't forget to like and share the video if you enjoyed it.
Okay, I'll add the video link in the comment section in a little bit. But all hail Ahmed Sékou Toure. He does not get talked about enough, but all hail to him. Now, I wanted to quickly just grab one more thing before I open up the show and read some of your comments. Um, Guinea Conakry, in this case, was part of the Casablanca group, and the Casablanca group was a group that was more radical towards their like Pan-African and like independent initiatives, right? So the Casablanca, for some reason I cannot say this word. The Casablanca group was Algeria, Egypt, Ghana, Guinea, Libya, Mali, and Morocco. Um, they basically shared a vision of the future of Africa and of Pan-Africanism in the early 1960s. The conflict and eventual compromise between Casablanca Group and Monrovia Group led to the establishment of the Organization of African Unity. So the Monrovia Group was the Monrovia Group at one point was in accordance, or they were in agreement with the Casablanca Group. But the Monrovia Group in this case was specifically, obviously, Monrovia we know is Liberia, but some other countries as well. I don't remember which ones in particular it was. But okay. I'm trying to see where it's okay. So its members that believed African independent states should cooperate and exist in harmony, but without political federation and deep integration as supported by the main rival, the so-called Casablanca Group. In 1963, the two groups united to establish a continent-wide organization, the Organization of African Unity. So who were part of the Monrovia group? It was obviously Liberia, Nigeria, and most of Francophone Africa. So I'm not throwing shades, I'm not throwing stones on Nigeria. But guys, a lot of people don't know this, but when certain African countries post independence wanted to do certain things. We wanted to work with a superpower like Nigeria because we knew that Nigeria had like a lot of resources, a lot of manpower, like a lot of, political standing. But Nigeria wasn't on the same accord as some of these other countries. Like it just didn't care at the time. I don't know about today, but at the time, Nigeria was pretty conservative and they didn't want to work with us in some of these dealings that we were trying to do. So it was Nigeria. Yeah, why do I keep saying Nigeria? Nigeria, Liberia, Senegal, and Cameroon were some of the key factors of the Monrovia group. So this group again was the opposite of the Casablanca group, who was with Guinea, Ghana, Libya, Morocco, Algeria. And this was an actual group, guys. I'm not just talking about this. Like there was an actual flag that we had to show our unity. I might show that a little bit later into the clip, although it's not necessary. So its leaders, in this case, the Monrovia group, stressed the importance of Africa's newly independent states retaining their autonomy and strengthening their own bureaucracies, militaries, and economies. They promoted nationalism, the creed that each nation of Africa should be self-governing over Pan-Africanism. So you guys could clearly state that here, that this group in particular wanted their own nationalism. They didn't think unity was as important. They wanted to stress their own self-governing nations over Pan-Africanism. So we could see that this happened in the 60s and it's happening again, and it's kind of unfortunate. The belief that the whole continent should seek ever closer union, integration of their polities, and so on. Um, so this later goes on to say that the Monrovia group is the reason why the African Union started. But then if we look at the success of the African Union, and I'm talking about the organization, I'm not talking about the term. What did that really accomplish? I'll let you guys think about that in the comment section. But anyways, I think I'm ready now. Thanks guys for being here. I know this was a different stream, but I really just, because we know about Haiti, like we know how Haiti stood up to France, but Guinea actually stood up to France too, and no one ever like acknowledges it. So I wanted to basically acknowledge that a little bit for today. And it is kind of sad again to see the state that Guinea is in. You guys know that that area of Africa, even though Guinea is not really the Sahel of Africa, I kind of view it as the Sahel region of Africa. Um, we know that there's a lot of turmoil going on, not turmoil, but there's a lot of like um political advancements that are going on specifically in that region. We've talked about Mali we talked about Niger before. Didn't really talk about Chad, but yeah, like this part of the region of Africa is very, very interesting. Because as you guys know, or as some of you guys do not know, when we're talking about West Africa is specifically 15 countries, and 9 out of those 15 countries are tied to France or their previous French colonies. So when we're talking about why is, you know, some parts of West Africa so different from other regions, 9 out of 15 countries are literally French colonies. So their ideologies tend to be a bit different from the Anglophone countries. Okay. And again, to put things into context, um, it's very unfortunate because, again, when Ghana wanted to work with Nigeria, because we knew, okay, well, Nigeria also speaks English, so it's going to be easy to work in Nigeria. Nigeria rejected. When Ghana wanted to work with Cote d'Ivoire at the time, Cote d'Ivoire didn't really care. So we had to go all the way to Guinea to try to get some things popping. Okay? So anyways, yeah, another aspect that I want you guys to think about. Look, Nigeria, English, Benin, French, Togo, French, Ghana, English, Cote d'Ivoire, French. So you guys can already see like how strategic this is. That even like the English speaking countries are really not that close to each other, and then the French speaking countries are like in the middle. It's a very interesting dynamic. Liberia English, Sierra Leone English, Guinea French, Guinea Bissau Portuguese, Gambia English, Senegal French, and then I believe there's the Western Sahara. I'm not sure what language they speak. Mali French, Chad French, Niger French. So it's just a very interesting dynamic. But again, I'm just going to see what some of you guys are saying. Thanks, King Genocide, for being here. Yeah. That song was lit. Okay, so you're saying Sekou Toure killed a lot of Guineans? See, this is the thing, right? So did Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, but he's deemed to be a good leader. Like, I know this sounds kind of like, I don't know if I'm sounding kind of like radical, but I don't think that you committing atrocities against your own people is that bad, so long as there's a legitimate reason as to why you're doing it. And to put things also into perspective once more, a lot of these leaders were paranoid. They really couldn't trust a lot of these people. Like, look at Thomas Sankara, look at Patrice Lumumba. You had actual, your best friend murder you so that he could become president and sell your country out. Like, this was happening during that time. So I'm not excusing the killings that Sekou Toure did, but at the same time, it's like, just take it into a different context. It could have. I don't think it could have been possible without the murders and killings. I'll be honest with you, because Africans in general, as soon as they got independence, they wanted to just go crazy and not have any structure. So I feel like you needed some of these radical, like paranoid dictators. Yeah, I know that may not make sense, but that's how I honestly think. Say Paul Kagame at least does not mess up the economy. But yeah, let me, I guess, open the line. If anyone has anything to add to this, which hopefully it would be nice, like any small words, we could go ahead. I wanted to kind of make this live stream short. Yeah, I agree. He most likely was mentally ill. I agree with you with that. Yeah, Mubarak, Ramadan is over. So what are you guys doing? Hi, Afroscope TV. Hi, Rady James. Puntine Princess, what's up? Sorry, guys, I know I'm kind of late. 9 to 5 Happy Lights is saying Guinea should have work like a block with other countries, not trying to work individually. Guinea did try to work with other African countries, but it didn't work. I don't really know the reason why. Like, I'm still trying to figure that out, but Guinea did attempt to work with other African countries, but a lot of these African countries not willing to work with Guinea. Like, I'm just being honest here. Like, they just weren't willing to, especially the ones that had a lot of resources. Like, everybody had their own problems, everybody had their own things that they were dealing with. I don't think they were really thinking about coming together and working together, unfortunately. And it's kind of sad because that's kind of the same context that you're seeing today, is that everyone's worried about their own problems, that they're not really trying to work together. It's really sad, but I mean, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful for the future. I'm hopeful that, a lot of these nations can wake up and get it together. But right now, it just seems like individual prosperity is more important than coming together for some reason. It's just the human complex, I guess. France like an angry girlfriend. She's taking all your exactly. Uh that's correct. And yes, flex up is completely correct. 9 to 5. It's not that Guinea like thought that they were so good to work with other African countries. Other African countries did not care to work with Guinea. Like they just didn't. Ghana wanted to work with Guinea, but then when Kwame Nkrumah was gone, Ghana like completely abandoned Guinea. So yeah, it's I don't know what to say, but that's just history, man. Are we learning from it? I don't know. I don't think so, but yes, flex up, flex up, flex up, flex up. You're speaking so many facts in the comment section. Thank you for being here. 100% agree with basically everything that you're saying. Christopher saying Ghana's the most Pan-African country. You know what, Christopher? Please stop. Please stop because I don't want to get arrogant. So please stop. But we did try Pan-Africanism. It just didn't work. I'm not sure why. Um Yeah, he had an Egyptian wife. Yeah, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah had an Egyptian wife. And to be honest, Ghanaians, you guys would think that Ghanaians were upset about this. They didn't care. They loved the Egyptian wife. Like they loved her. And I want to ask you guys a question because we've talked about this before on this channel, but I wanted to ask you guys a question again. Do you guys think it was wrong for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah to marry an Egyptian who was quote unquote not black? Because he was the one of the Pan-African leaders on the continent. So wouldn't that be a contradiction? Or, well, what some people said last time is, oh, it didn't matter because he was Pan-African, but he wasn't necessarily pro-black. But I thought Pan-African meant that you were pro-black. So I don't. Hey, maybe there's different intricacies that I don't completely understand, but yeah. Guinea prints its own money. Yeah, Guinea does. Why would you give money to Egypt? Pan-Africanism. I don't know. I'm Pan-Africanism. That's why we gave money to Egypt, which we probably shouldn't have done that, but anyways, whatever. Most francophone African nations are still colonized by France. Oh, Abby, man. Abby, click the link again. I'm gonna drop the link again, but you guys can click the link again. I just want to see what you guys are saying a little bit before I let people on. Okay. So Guinea was derailed because Sekou Toure did not have the skills to keep people together and inflamed ethnic tensions, and the other French African leaders did not want freedom and did not want to leave. Yeah, that's true. It's hard to blame the former colonial African rulers for being dictatorial because there were a lot of fifth column operatives working for the West in their countries. Exactly. That's why, like, I really think dictatorship is a good thing. Like, I know, some people who are in the West is like, how can you say dictatorship is a good thing? You mean limiting the freedom of people is good? That's so backwards. But I actually think that's what a lot of these countries need, to be honest. It's much better than what's happening now. They have democracy or quote unquote independence, but what is it doing for them? Like, absolutely nothing. Not much, at least. Thank you, Rwangalese. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Especially on a stream like this. Appreciate it. There's nothing wrong with sacrificing one generation. Nigeria had British colonialism. What is Pan African? You just read it. Can you ask me that question again? Thanks for shining a light on Guinea. The resistance within Francophone Africa doesn't get enough shine. Exactly. And this is why I have a lot of respect for Guinea. I have a lot of respect for Burkina Faso. I have respect for Mali. Because if you're looking especially at Francophone West Africa, they are the countries that don't get a lot of shine, but they're actually trying to do their own thing. I have nothing against Senegal, but Senegal has been known to be coons, okay? Senegal has been known to ride the D of France, okay? Same with Ivory Coast. They've been known to ride the D of France. So these other countries that sometimes we come on, we say, oh, they're ish holes, they have nothing to offer. Like, they're actually countries that stood up. Like, I don't understand. I don't get why people don't understand that. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm gonna talk for maybe 3 more minutes and then I'll add the people in the background. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't read any of the comments in the beginning, so I kind of wanted to just see what people are saying. Um, English is spoken across. Okay. Oh, you think that Thomas and Patrice were the best? It's weird that he chose Egyptian woman, but if it was for, yeah, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah said that he chose an Egyptian wife for political reasons. He did it because of Pan-Africanism. So you know what, like, whatever, you know what, whatever. I'll just leave it at that. But we're gonna go ahead and open the panel up. So thanks, Puntine Princess, Dark Raven, and Mo Solomon. Puntine Princess, you can go first.
Yeah, hey, good evening. How are you?
Good.
This was a very interesting topic. Yeah, I really did not know a lot of the things that you was talking about, and it's very interesting to hear new perspective, new stories. So the guy was, look, I was so glad when you said that Ghana actually helped them with money. The Pan-Africanist, even even back in the days, right, when Africa just came out of colonial, and they most of them were actually Pan-Africanist. You understand? Even back then, the help was not there. It's like crazy. Like the people who needed the help the most, like the most Pan-Africanist men who rallied for Pan-Africa, they literally died off. Nobody was helping them. Do you understand what I'm talking about? No country came up to their aid, like.
Yeah.
And yeah, and when you said one thing that Kwame Nkrumah, he married a Egyptian woman, and isn't Pan-African equal to and pro-black? This is new. This concept, Pan-African equal pro-black, is actually a new concept. If you look back then, Pan-Africanist Egyptians were very Pan-African. I don't know if you know the story about Jamal Abdel Nasser. He
Yeah.
was very Pan-Africanist. If you know about Gaddafi, he was Pan-African. Was all like together as Pan-Africanist. You understand? But now it's new generation that came up, and now it is like, okay, Pan-Africanist and pro-black, and now people are getting excluded. But back then, it was not like that.
Okay.
Those men were always like rallying for whole of Africa. That's how it used to be.
Okay.
You know.
It's interesting.
Only me. I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you said that. Mo Solomon as well. African millennial. My comment was, you just basically read what was defined as Pan-Africanism by these leaders when you researched that Wikipedia stuff, when you were reading, because you said it was an integration of policy and economy and something else. I couldn't really. If you could just bring that back, that's what was defined about policy, economy, trade. That's what these leaders wanted to establish back then. It's not about being black or loving each other or nothing like that. So people keep conflating Pan-Africanism with being, oh, we gotta love each other, we all gotta be one. But you can see what they defined it as, integrating policies for trade as well and economy. That's what they wanted to do. So it was not about being black. So you got people like Mo Solomon insisting that Pan-Africanism is Bantuism, Pan-Bantuism. Nobody said that. The leaders never defined that. Nobody ever said that. Even the Africa Free Trade Agreement is not saying Pan-Africanism is being pro-black. Nobody's saying that. Yes, you do have some overzealous Pan-Africanists that just think it's supposed to be black thing. There is black unity, and then there's the idea of Pan-Africanism. If you say Pan-Africanism, it has to encompass the whole continent. And these leaders, you can see it was not just a black thing. You have the North Africans and the West Africans and all over, even Southern Africans, all working together on an ideology. On an ideology to free the continent and liberate the continent. It was not about being black or being that. Like, I'm not saying it's right. Sometimes I feel some of the people that have a problem against Pan-Africanism is because that the blacks are the majority in this region. That's why they don't like the fact that they are part of an organization where the majority is actually black. So you have to watch some of those things. But you just read it there, African Millennial, what these leaders meant as what is Pan-Africanism. You just read it. I think, where is it again? I can't find it. Slogan was I can't find it. But it's somewhere there where you read it, in one of the last paragraphs you read. Can't see it.
Can I interject?
Yeah, but yes, I'll stop there with regarding to the definition of Pan-Africanism, and it's not Pan-Bantuism, Mo Solomon. It's not Pan-Bantuism. Nobody's preaching that. But I will talk again later to my assessment of the geopolitics later. But I just wanted to cover that little bit so that we can have a move on, and we can move on from the conversation instead of this back and forth.
Okay, so again, I've only got like 3 minutes till, I gotta break my fast, but for 3 minutes, I'm just gonna, explain why I think it's Pan-Bantuism. Even though the definition is not Pan-Bantuism, you get the sense that it is, because again, there's many different variables of why I came to that conclusion. But again, if we're looking at the conclusion number one, you can see the ideals of Pan-Africanism. It only suits certain people within Africa. You can see that when he excludes other Africans, and I'm not saying, because again the meaning's still there. No, I'm just saying again, the people that again, the new leaders of new gen Pan-Africanism, whatever, are again anti some people of Africa. Okay. And again, if we're going to look at the previous leaders of Pan-Africanism, like again Puntai mentioned, Kamal was a Egyptian, and he wasn't, again, if you want to refer to that word, he was an Arab. So was Gaddafi. But again, these guys were, again, one of the, if not the best Pan-Africanists. Okay. You're not going to find anybody that tops them. But again, a lot of people, see, again, I mentioned Gaddafi, but what happened is a lot of people came for my neck and they said, we don't want an Arab, we don't want an Arab. So this is, again, not just this, but many different variables concluded into, my final assessment of Pan-Africanism.
Why is every conversation going down to West Africans versus Arabs now?
No, it's not
literally every conversation.
No. I was just point. Yeah, you got a point, Abby. Every time I mentioned Gaddafi being, again, the greatest Pan-Africanist, a lot of people come for my neck. What do you think, Abby?
Hold on, no. Let's not go the conversation. But I just wanted to have this silo situation at the moment, just to separate, because over time I've been listening to the panels, and Mo Solomon is consistently reiterating these Pan-African.
It's opinions, Darth Raven. It's an opinion.
Hold on. That Pan-African is related to Pan-Bantuism. He's always insisting that. So I want to address this right now, Mo Solomon, because you say the Pan-Africanist leader.
Darth Raven, I'm going to eat, and I'm going to come back in about 15 minutes.
No problem.
Give me about 15 minutes. I'll be back.
Pan-Africanist leaders are pushing Pan-Bantuism and isolating everybody else. Which are these Pan-Africanist leaders?
No, I never said that. Let me reiterate what I've said.
Can I help you? Can I help you?
No,
not the leaders themselves. It's the people. Every time.
Yeah, of course. I was going to get
conversation.
He's going to go. Let him finish. He's just going anyways to eat. Let him finish his point so you can go to eat. Go ahead, Mo.
I was going to redirect what I said. And again, if you listen to what I've said, I said is, again, the new gen. I never said there was a specific leader for Pan-Africanism. I just said the people that, advocate Pan-Africanism of today exclude people. So that's what I meant by that.
Some overzealous Pan-Africanists who don't understand the true definition, which African Millennial just read. So there is a definition which crosses between race. North Africans were working with it. So Pan-Africanism is not about Pan-Bantuism. So if you can take that, Mo Solomon, And if you understand that, then you can understand that there's a difference between, people who always hold the most extreme viewpoints are always the ones that know the least about a certain topic. You understand what I mean? So they hold such extreme viewpoints. So knowing that Mo Solomon, you should know, that's an overzealous Pan-Africanist that don't even know what it really means. So you should be above that. And
Again, okay, look, I'm just gonna say what I think of Pan-Africanist, and I'll be back in 15 minutes. I'm just gonna eat quickly, but you're gonna hear my full thoughts on this.
Oh, okay. Go have your food. But anybody else can go. I will see my topic on the geopolitics.
Yeah, Darth Raven. I think why someone like Mo Solomon might be put off by the idea of Pan-Africanism these days is every time the conversation rises of like Pan-Africanism, and there's a Horner in the conversation, or there's an Arab, the first thing some people will say is, "You're not even African." Am I lying?
Yeah,
that is true. I think everyone
some
can.
Crazy people. Yeah, you do have some crazy people.
And the problem, it's not just the fact that they are crazy people. It's the fact that other Bantus will not tell that person that he's wrong. So others will keep quiet. So the Horner will probably find himself arguing with this person, and everyone watching on the sidelines.
Yeah.
So you see, if someone says something crazy, it's up to the person within that group to shut that person down.
Yeah,
so that's the problem.
I understand this because I felt this when I first was coming to the panels. I said to somebody, can we go to North Africa as well and do some videos in North Africa to promote Africa and all that stuff? And the whole panel was crazy, and they said, oh, forget about North Africa, they're not black. So there is such situations like this. And I say, some of the people that hold extreme views are the least that know about the topic, and the least that understand it. The leaders don't talk this Pan-Bantuism, they don't talk it. They are actually implementing realistic stuff like a trade, like the whole situation that happened. I'm gonna stop there because I'm just gonna keep going on a tangent. So somebody else will say I'm gonna contribute as we go.
Yeah. So we're gonna let King City go ahead. Thanks for calling in. You're muted.
King City, are you dead, bro?
Okay, he's probably driving. He'll come back later. Yeah.
Let me ask this. Let me ask this question.
We can't hear you though.
You sound like you're from another dimension.
For real, or under the water. Yeah, we can't hear you.
All right, hello.
Yeah, now. Go.
Yeah, let me ask this question. Why do let me
I hope the question is genuine and not condescending as well. Come up with a genuine question if you can.
What did you say? I did not. Again, because we cannot hear you.
No one can hear. Let's skip.
Yeah, so you can come back in when you're ready. We're gonna let
goddamn.
Abby go ahead.
Oh, so I just wanted to say, I think when people say Pan-Africanism failed, I would say it never even got started because a lot of the Pan-African leaders, they either got cooled, killed. So Abdul Nasser, I think, got shot or killed, right? Same with Gaddafi. I mean, the moment he started getting something together, he was also cooled. I mean, he was cooled, killed, same thing. So a lot of these guys, the reason why Pan-Africanism needs everyone to almost be in lockstep, or at least a significant portion of the countries to be in lockstep. And let's be honest, a lot of our leaders are coons, man. They will sell out their country for an apartment in France or Britain or anywhere in a split second. And unfortunately, that is the mentality of a lot of these people. And I see a lot of people say our first post-colonial leaders were all not educated enough to run a country or they didn't understand the economy. Can someone mute King City, man? I would say that's true of almost every post-colonial leader everywhere. So if you look at China. Mao Zedong didn't know shit about the economy. That guy almost ran China into the ground. But the reason he came to power was because he was a great general. Like the amount of feats that guy accomplished to get to power. I mean, he's probably one of the greatest generals on earth, if we had to talk about it. And that is true of most of our leaders, our first post-colonial leaders. What Africa needed after that was someone like Deng Xiaoping, someone who understood the economy and could take this newfound independence and use that to move the countries forward. But unfortunately, the people that were supposed to be the Deng Xiaopings ended up being sellouts, and they ended up being extremely corrupt and selling out every resource in their country for a bit of penny and some apartments and suites in France, Britain, and etc. And that's why we find ourselves in this situation. So I kind of think it's up to our generation now to pretty much kick these old niggas away from power and start doing it from the get-go. And just like China, people. The reason why I wouldn't say I'm a Pan-Africanist is because I find a lot of Pan-Africanists to be like naive and delusional in how the world works. So I don't mind making deals with, let's say, the West, because China, in order to become a powerful country, pretty much sold out a lot of its rural urban migrants into the meat grinder that was industrialization. Like a lot of those people were working inhumane hours, but they pretty much sold out that generation. But this new generation is living a better life and has better living standards and so on. So I wouldn't mind doing that for this generation of rural urban migrants and going through some radical industrialization in order to build up industrial base in Africa across maybe like, let's say, in the West, Ghana and Nigeria could spearhead that industrialization. In the North, maybe Egypt has the population and the manpower to do so. In the East, Egypt and Ethiopia and Kenya could spearhead that, and in the South, South Africa could spearhead it. And if you guys want to read more about that, I think there's an economist called Dr. Howard Nicholas who talks about that. So yeah.
The reason I came today was because I was listening to the panel had on Dr. Kezo's channel yesterday. I fell asleep, so I caught up with it this morning as well. And tonight, Lee Giasu, you did share a lot of knowledge as well. I think not to justify the reason, you can see why the reason some countries ended up the way they are. For instance, France. After the war, France was completely decimated. All the industries destroyed. And Britain was less decimated than France as well. So the way in which France saw a way to rebuild fast and gain money and gain finance was to actually hold these countries beholden still to them. You understand what I mean? So France saw that they may speak the words of we will give them independence and all that, but we will not de-integrate them from the French economy, because if we do, we will never recover. So that is one of the reasons that France will want to keep those countries. And then with the United States and the Cold War happening between the United States and Russia, it was just sometimes the leaders are on this side, sometimes they're on that side. As to which one was much beneficial, obviously, I have my own opinion on that as well. But there's a reason why France wanted that. And for Britain, Kwame Nkrumah was just a different type of person for Ghana. He completely stood. But for Britain and Nigeria, you can see right away how such British companies hold such strength within Nigeria as well in terms of the oil resources and all that kind of stuff. So Nigeria was just not at that position to be Pan-Africanist enough as well. And the North African countries, they were some of the most ardent Pan-Africanists as well. Algeria had a war to free themselves. So that automatically will put them in juxtaposition with the West. Abdul Nasser as well. So these countries really wanted freedom. But some West African countries or some African countries, Senegal distributes the CFA franc. The CFA franc comes from France, and Senegal distributes it throughout the region. So Senegal is like the capital city of Franc Afrique. So Senegal was not going to do that. So Ivory Coast as well was like a resource, and they really wanted Guinea-Conakry. Guinea-Conakry was having deals with Russia with the bauxite for a long time. And Guinea-Bissau as well at that time was looking to free itself from the Portuguese And you had some of these Pan-African leaders, they were helping each other out. But there were some leaders that were just as religious to say they didn't want freedom, and they just wanted that to be associated with what is France and all that kind of stuff. But that's my reason as why France kept full control into those countries. But anyways.
Oh, so you said the reason why France was easily able to keep full influence in these countries was the disunity that.
Yeah, something like that. Like the reason why France wanted to maintain control of these regions of the former colonies is because France was decimated, completely destroyed. And the only way they can keep growing or adding money into the economy for them to rebuild was by maintaining these countries. And obviously, you can tell why France will want to, why the West will prefer nationalist governments. You understand what I mean? Because look at the way these nation states are built. You understand what I mean? How are you expecting an economy to grow and function and the region to function? Look at Gambia, it's inside Senegal. You understand what I mean? How do you expect something
Thank you, Niger. Thank you.
So they supported the nationalists as well. Instead of the integrationists, they supported the nationalist people because they wanted Africa to remain in these contraptions, in these borders.
Fact.
Bro, Niger, where were you? Who just made that statement right now?
That's Daf.
Bro, you should have been there in Kazo Stream, man. When I was saying the exact same thing yesterday, people were telling me I'm crazy and stuff like that. A lot of these countries don't make geographic sense in the way they were drawn. You will never come out of poverty in some of these countries. It is impossible. Burundi, Rwanda, all of these countries are never touching middle income nation at all. Even Ethiopia, it will never touch middle income nation at all with the way it's constructed right now.
No.
Like, I actually don't even mind Ethiopia breaking up into like 3 different pieces. The north going to the Habasha zone and joining with Eritrea, the south joining the Ogaden region just joining Somalia, and then the Oromos joining whoever the hell they want. Because the way,
I was just gonna say you are completely on point. Like I said, I was listening to you for these past 2 days, and you've made some good points. And we're gonna let Tunija talk as well. Hold on tight, Tunija. What I see right now happening is the leaders have realized that in order to have this integration, you can't just like build a complete railroad from Ghana to Somalia. That's impossible. You can't just build infrastructure crisscrossing because it takes time as well. So they realize that it's best to work with your closest neighbor and have good relations with them as well. If you work with them and have good relations, and like Ethiopia, Somalia, Djibouti, and these countries to work together to improve the infrastructure there to facilitate the trade, and then it could connect to another regions, Gambia, Senegal, Guinea, Conakry, and like that, Nigeria and Benin and the rest of its neighboring to work on ideas such as infrastructure, security, because it's going to take this collaboration to build infrastructure of scale. Because if you don't,
you're right.
You can't expect Gambia alone to build its entire railroad. They don't even have the money to do that as well. So it takes this type of collaboration. So they are splitting it that way. Work with your
you're right. And you know what's crazy? You know the project that they call the Cape to Cairo project, right?
Yeah.
The one that Cecil Road came up with a long time ago, and they're trying to revive now.
Yes.
That is the dumbest infrastructure idea I've ever heard of. First of all, you realize how big that infrastructure, how long it's going to be. You could probably fit like 3 Americas across the road from Cairo to Cape Town. That infrastructure project doesn't make
form of implementation, or
it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Egypt should be focusing on
like
in any way whatsoever. It doesn't make sense. There's no point in Africa trying to build that kind of project right now in our developmental stage. Egypt should be focusing on building infrastructure maybe along the Nile, like maybe with Ethiopia, Sudan, and so on, and Eritrea all the way to Somalia. They shouldn't be focusing on building some useless railroad or road all the way to Cape Town. Like, it's a stupid idea. The only reason Cecil Road wanted that was because he thought the British will control all the way from Cape Town to Egypt for all time, and he wanted resource extraction. That's the only reason.
I hear you. But I say, like, if you look at it like that way, right? Yeah, in implementation, it's very difficult. So but at least there should be roads or avenues or ways in which infrastructure that interconnects this. Look, let's say Cape to Cairo, Egypt works with Sudan to build some form of infrastructure there that enables trade between them. Ethiopia works with Kenya and the rest of it. I don't know about that, but they build infrastructure. And then they link up these infrastructures together. If they work that way, then you can possibly have something that leads.
Yes, you're right, exactly. But have you seen the Cape to Cairo project? That's just a straight road.
Yeah.
It makes no sense at all.
There's actually progress on that. You see all the colonial roads that they were building. There is still a movement. There's still a way. They're still building them, but it's taking. I think they've bypassed that and they're going another way. But anyways, I'm gonna stop there and let somebody else.
Yeah. So Tunaja can go ahead. Thanks for Wangalis.
We can't hear you, Tunaja.
That's rare. Tunaja has nothing to say. That's like impossible. Okay, so we're gonna wait for him to come back. We have Comrade Shay. Thanks for calling in.
That Nigerian internet is doing a madness today.
Yeah, hello guys. Thanks for having me. I wanted to even join hours earlier. I got back from church, overslept, but I don't know. I just joined. I don't know where you guys are up in the discussion, but I just wanted to share my thoughts about the title of the discussion. Yeah, like you said, the French definitely did not were not ready to see African leaders or African countries attain sovereignty back during decolonization. I don't think that's particularly changed. I don't think Francophone African countries are actually any different now than they were under French colonialism. The only difference is that at least now you have Black people running these countries on the surface, but economically, things are still the same as it was 50 years ago. I read that even their currency is not even like, for instance, in Ghana, I'm from Ghana, our currency is held by the Bank of Ghana. That's what a sovereign nation's economic standing should be. But for these Francophone countries, Guinea, Senegal, Mali, Burkina Faso, all of them, their currencies are banked by the French National Bank. How the hell are you a sovereign nation when you can't even control your own a fundamental facet of your own economy? This is what a lot of us say, that they're not still free. And another thing is that, I don't know if someone touched upon it, the creation of some of these Francophone countries, it doesn't make any sense. Like, for instance, Burkina Faso should not be a country on its own. Burkina Faso was meant to be part of Ivory Coast, but during independence, the Ivory Coast president, Houphouët Boigny, he declined to include Burkina Faso. So Burkina Faso was literally left as a country which couldn't survive. Burkina Faso has zero natural resources, nothing. The main export of Burkina Faso is literally uneducated laborers who had to go to Cote d'Ivoire to work. That was the reason why when Thomas Sankara came in the 1980s, it caused a lot of friction between Ivory Coast and Burkina Faso, because even though Burkina Faso was technically a sovereign nation, most of its, about 40% of the population, still had to go to Cote d'Ivoire to work. And that was, of all the colonial powers
Did you say Burkina Faso doesn't have any resources?
No, the resources it has are minimal. It's not even minimal. It doesn't have any. So it doesn't have any like resources like precious metals. It doesn't have any resources like oil, and it's landlocked. Burkina Faso is basically like a desert. It's no any different from like Japan. Japan has no natural resources. But unlike Burkina Faso, Japan is actually able to. It's historically has had trade carrying. Burkina Faso has nothing. It has nothing valuable. There's nothing valuable in Burkina
And Japan
Faso.
is an island, so it has access to sea.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Burkina Faso, picture Niger. Niger, that's how Burkina Faso is. And there's no surprise, if you've seen a map, Niger and Burkina Faso, they're right towards the Sahara. African countries that are towards the Sahara are very depleted in natural resources. But then, of course, there's exception. You have these North African countries that are entirely in the Sahara, but they're very wealthy. But then again, The calculus there's the same that explains Japan. Japan is also deprived of natural resources, but historically it has always been the center of international trade.
You just said that the North African countries don't have resources, but they're able to come together. So what would be the difference between them and the Sahel countries?
No, I don't mean I
That's
don't mean
not.
they come together. Geez,
No,
they
no,
don't come
no. That's
together.
not actually
Algerians
true.
and Egyptians hate each other. No, I didn't mean they come together. What I mean is that their placements historically it has been favorable for them. You know, during the time of all those great Islamic empires, the Umayyad, the Abbasids, all that trade, you know, in history, if you're close to trade, you tend to prosper. That's why some Western European countries that shouldn't be stable or quote unquote wealthy to that they are, because they're always closer to the French, the Portuguese, the Spanish. They have all the money and all of that. So that's what benefited the North African countries. They have nothing, they have no resources. Then you add Egypt having the Nile, sure, that helps. But unlike Burkina Faso, Niger, you're landlocked in the middle of nowhere in Africa. If you have no resources, you're screwed. But yeah, France never went. France is still there today. France never like. Oh, that reminds me. Back in 2018 or something like that. Macron he visited Burkina Faso. That was when Kabore was voted a new president of Burkina Faso. So he visited Burkina Faso, and then Macron and Kabore they visited one of the universities in Burkina Faso, and it was like a informal question and answer session with the students there. And a couple of the students stood up and were asking Macron, "Why is it that the university doesn't have electricity?" And then Macron was bewildered and was like, "Why are you asking me? You should ask your president when he comes back on the platform. Ask him why he don't have electricity." That basically like reinforces this whole thing that, you know, these African leaders, neo-colonialism, sure, you're the president, but you're still taking orders from France. France has a bigger say in your economy, your way of life than even you do. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on France and Francophone Africa.
But let me ask you a question before St. James goes ahead. Do you think that some of these countries though that are not doing as well, do you think that it's because they weren't, not in all cases, but do you think that it's better to just agree with France or England than to like go your own way and have to work from the ground up? Because most of these countries did not get independence. Like they didn't get independence by fighting back. It was like an actual agreement. Like they were completely okay with it.
Yeah.
Was it better to
African
allow?
millennial, can I ask you a question? Who was
Can I
okay
answer
with
her
it?
first?
The
Can I
ruling
answer
class in
first?
those countries or the actual people?
Who's the what? What was the question?
Oh, I just wanted to ask when you said when they were okay with just being like a neo colony to France. I was gonna ask who was okay with that agreement?
Yeah,
The actual people of the country or just the ruling elite within? Yeah, but the ruling elite are handpicked by France, so that doesn't make any difference.
Okay, I see what you mean.
African Milena, what's your question again?
Was it better to just sell out? Like, do you think it was more beneficial to do that?
In terms of the sovereignty of those countries, like, are you asking me if it was better for them to be at least normally the French colonies and them being quasi sovereign states right now?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I believe that every man has dignity, you know, and I don't think any particular race of people have any inherent superiority over others. You know, I think that in the 21st century, Black people should run Black countries because that's how it's supposed to be. I don't
Can
think
I just say something?
white countries should still govern Black countries because Black people are inherently incompetent and incapable of handling our own affairs. I do not want to subscribe by that logic because there's so many white countries that are also exceptions to this rule. Moldova is a fantastically poor country. No one talks about them. Ukraine before the war. Ukraine is not that impressive. But because they're white, there's this mirage, this facade that, oh, Ukraine is, you know, a white country, so they're developed, but they're not. They're
There's
very
only one
poor.
person pushing that idea, and that's Dr. Keizo. He's the one you relating it to being stupidity or something like that. Like
Yeah,
you said, like
there are a lot of poor white countries, a lot of poor
people,
Asian countries, but people are stuck on this notion that, you know, Africans readily poor, readily. And the funny thing is that we got independence like 50, 60 years ago. South America got independence about almost 200 years ago. European countries have existed for almost 500 years ago. We are still relatively young. People should always remember that. We will have mistakes, we figure it out. That's no. I rather have leaders.
African millennial, can I answer? I just want to answer. I just want to respond to statement being made about my country, and I will leave the professional panelists continue the discussion. I just want to make some statement about the person that's been saying that Burkina Faso doesn't have any resources. I would suggest that you do your studies. You understand? First, do your studies before you come on panel and say Burkina Faso doesn't have any resources. The last time I checked, we got oil, we got bauxite, we got gold, we got what we got again? We got cotton, we got a lot of things. And for you to say that we should be what you said, Ivory Coast should claim us. The last time I checked, the first president of Ivory Coast, which is Houphouët-Boigny, was even scared of Sankara. And part of Ivory Coast belonged to Burkina Faso. Do your study again, my brother, so you understand. The only reason Sankara got killed was because of the fact that somebody called Houphouët-Boigny was scared of us. That's why he got killed, because he was claiming Bouake, which is part of us. So do your study before you come on the panel and talk about Burkina Faso, okay? And again, no. Listen. You don't know anything. You don't listen. The Burkina Faso is not the only country that is landlocked. And from the 80s, let me finish. From the 80s until Sankara took power, from the 80s until he got killed, we didn't take no loan from the IMF. We didn't take no loan from nobody, and we were doing so well that some people from your country had to come to Burkina Faso. Okay, so do your study. No. Do your study. Do your study before you come on a panel and say we are landlocked.
Okay.
Even for us being landlocked. Listen. Even for us being landlocked. We're not doing that bad. With all the situation that is going through in this country, the fact that we've been landlocked and we are part of the Sahel region, we stood strong. Okay. We don't beg nobody. We don't come to anybody's country to beg for money for anything. We stood strong with all the situation we've got. You guys are good in Ghana. You got all your seas and you got access to the port and you're doing fine. That's fine. But this is the situation we're going through in Burkina Faso. No. Listen. For you to say that we don't have no resources, I don't know where you get that from, my brother. I don't know where you get that from. We don't have no resources. What do you mean? Where did you study, my brother? Where did you study? Where did you study?
What?
We got even. Do you know why the people are fighting in the Sahel regions? It's because of resources and tap resources. And tap resources in the Sahel region.
St. James, can I please ask you a question?
But
Guys,
the critical point.
St. James, can I just ask you a question?
No. Let me respond. It's only if I respond. Okay, I didn't. Okay, let me break it down. Can I respond to him? When I state that Burkina Faso does not have any natural resources, what I mean is that they don't have any resources that can help their economy. Yeah. What you're saying, like
so when Sankara took power, like I told you, we did not ask any help for any foreign nation. What did we rely on? Our natural resources. Can
I finish my thoughts here?
Okay, you're not making any sense, though. You're not making any sense.
After that, you can talk. Please be civilized here. Come on, man.
And civilized, some human being I never met. You came on the panel. You said we don't have no resources. You did not back that up, right? Dude, next time when you come, back your statement up.
Here, be respectful of others. I was respectful to you. I listened to you to speak. Let me do the same.
You can't come on the panel and talk bad about someone else's country. You don't have.
You cannot do that. You have to back up your statement. Back up your statement with evidence.
What's wrong with you guys?
Back up your statement with evidence. That propaganda about my country is not going to work, man. The subject matter today is about Guinea. It's about Guinea. It's not about Burkina Faso, my brother.
ST James, he gets your point. Let him reply.
Thank you. You said Burkina Faso. I said, and I'm going to repeat what I said, Burkina Faso does not have any natural resources to power their economy. And that's a fact. You mentioned bauxite. Google, take your
And
phone.
I'm giving you the evidence, but you are not listening.
And what the
have you
hell
done?
is wrong with
Okay,
you?
I don't know. Maybe you done.
Argument.
Okay. Let me know when you're done.
BS.
Yes, thank you. You said bauxite. Take your phone, Google the top. You know,
You're using Google for your own reference.
Do you see what I'm talking about? Guys, do you see what I'm talking about?
Finish my argument.
Take him out.
Okay, this is getting useless now because none of you are gonna acknowledge that somebody's look, hold on a second.
No, he's being honest here. I'll sit here, listen to you talk. I'm trying to make my argument, and you keep on cutting me in.
Argument. Let these guys squash it out in the few minutes. Come, please.
What I'm saying is that every single thing I said, I'm not taking this out of thin air. You asked me, I went to school. I went to school at the University of Connecticut. I finished with 2 degrees, one in biology, one in history, both in honors.
From a white man, right? From a white teacher.
During my undergraduate studies, I did a project. I did a project.
Well, I'll be back. I'm busy.
I did a project on the policies of Thomas Sankara, and inadvertently, I had to do background study on Burkina Faso. I read so many books about the economy, about the politics and the society of Burkina Faso. I read Ernest Hank's book. You can go on Amazon. Ernest Hanks, he wrote a formidable study of Burkina Faso's politics all the way back from the 1600s when it was under the Mosi Confederation. I read about all of this, and one consistent theme is that Burkina Faso is drastically devoid of any natural resources tangible to the progress and development of a nation, and that's a fact. You mentioned bauxite. There's literally trace amount of bauxite. The amount of bauxite there cannot even for the local economy of Ouagadougou to even talk of Bobo Diasalo. So that's a non-factor. You mentioned gold. Burkina Faso is not even on the top 25, top 30, top producers of gold in Africa because, again, you misconstrue a trace amount with actual resources. Before 2009, Ghana technically had oil, but we didn't have oil because we had trace amounts of the shores of Cape Coast. It was until 2009 that we actually found hidden oil wells when we started exporting oil. But if you go read Kwame Nkrumah's speeches from 1960, he told you that Ghana has oil. That wasn't true. That's because Ghana had trace amounts. Having trace amounts of a precious commodity does not mean you have it. That's not how it works.
Have you done? Can I respond?
No, I'm not done yet.
Okay, you hogging the mic. You kind of hogging the mic for us.
You spoke longer than me and you kept on interrupting me. It's only fair. Let me finish and I will sit there and listen to whatever you have to say. At least do the due diligence for me now.
I am a Burkinabe. I don't have to study my own country. I'm a Burkinabe. Everything that you said. Listen.
Bro, can you please be respectful?
Because you're being too long.
Dude, shut up. Let me finish.
Man, you shut the fuck up, man.
St. James. All right.
Let that dude go. Keep talking. Right. Just keep talking. Keep talking.
Yeah, comrade.
West Africa's a bit emotional, huh?
No. It's not about emotional. No, this guy studied my country, and he's making false statement. He's making false statement, and he's talking about part of Burkina Faso belong to Ivory Coast. Bring the Ivorians here. African millennial. I'm not gonna debate this guy. Because he's a clown. Bring the Ivorians, bring some Ivorians here, and tell them that Burkina Faso. Okay, listen. I'm gonna make it simple.
Look. Just all I'm gonna say 1 point. I understand where you're coming from, as it is your country, but I also understand where he's coming from a factual point of view. So
it's not factual, bro. I don't know what you mean factual. It's not factual.
There's no factual.
It's not factual. It's based on opinion.
He's not coming from any factual point. This guy is
coming from any factual point. This guy is from opinion.
African millennial. You can Google and share the page. You go to Google, type Burkina Faso gold production. Just type that.
Thank you.
You guys want to talk? Let's talk about facts.
Let's talk about facts.
Type
and African millennial.
Gold production.
African millennial.
So this guy
bring some Ivorian bring some Ivorian on the panel and tell them that part of Burkina Faso belong to Ivory Coast, and you will see what they will tell you. No. You said you study in the United States, right? I'm in the United States like you. I never studied such things. Part of Bouaké.
Conversation. We want to hear your opinions, but we want to hear your opinions.
Can I ask the question?
Say it soundly.
Africa Millennial. It's very simple. It's very simple. Please, next time when someone makes, ask people. Please ask people to show the facts. When someone says something, that person should be able to share a link. That's all I'm asking. Providing the information.
Oh,
so this guy,
I can give you
this guy who is saying that Burkina Faso doesn't have any resources is a liar. You should be at the church.
Hey, St. James, we already heard you, man. Stop shouting 24/7.
All right, one second. We're gonna
I'm gonna give you links.
Wait, one second.
We're
gonna let Dr. R go ahead. There's other people on the panel, and Tunija, if you're there, did you want to say something? But yeah, Dr.
What's up, Dr. R? What's good, Wala?
Nobody how are you, bro? I've got a question for St. James. How come a lot of people from Burkina Faso go to Ivory Coast to work in the cocoa fields?
Because we have a shared history. Because back in the day in the 60s, I don't remember back in the day, because my daddy used to tell me, because we're from the Sahel regions. So our people from the rural areas had to go to Ivory Coast in order to work the soil to earn a living. That's why so many people moved from Burkina Faso to Ivory Coast. And when they got to Ivory Coast, nowadays, if you look at it, they own most of the land in Ivory Coast. And you can bring some Ivorian here. The Burkinabe are a driving factor of the economy for Ivory Coast. That's not me saying it. You can bring the Ivorian to say that. They own most of the land that they worked on since the 60s, you know. And Bouaké, when Sankara came to power, he was doing some study about the territory, and he found out some of the territory belonged to Burkina Faso, but that's up for a debate. So Sankara brought it to the first president of Ivory Coast, which was Houphouët-Boigny. He said, listen, I've done my work, and based on what my results, Bouaké belonged to us. So he began the conversation with the Ivorian in order to claim some of our territory. What happened? Everybody know what happened next. So when this guy came on the panel and said part of Burkina Faso belong to Ivory Coast, my brother, do your research. Do your research before you come here, because the reason why I was can I finish, please?
I said that Burkina Faso,
he's the one cutting me off now.
Had the option.
So you cutting me off now. You cutting me off now.
It doesn't mean what you're saying. It's
okay, you cutting me off now. Did he say that part of Burkina Faso belongs to?
Speaking straight for like 10 minutes, man. Can we just move on?
At least have the decency to ask me to clarify what I meant. If you
okay, no. Can I finish? Sure. You're the one who cutting me off. You're the one who cutting me off now.
We want to move on.
Will you moving on? Let me finish. 1 minute. The topic.
For like 10
oh my God!
1 minute.
Sam James,
1 minute.
James,
1 minute.
Brother,
1 minute. The topic of the day doesn't mention Burkina Faso. It was Guinea. Until this guy came and started mentioning Burkina Faso in all kind of way. That's what I call. The topic is not Burkina Faso.
No,
I did not mean
it's
to.
you.
No.
Acting like a teenage girl.
Okay. I gave you the information.
Facts I listed.
And this guy said, Google it.
Acting like you're devoid of emotional intelligence.
Comrade. Okay, listen.
Are you 40? Yet you act
I'm 62. I am 62.
You're 62. It's an embarrassment for you. You could have grandkids who act more maturely in public than you.
Yeah.
Listen.
Can I say something?
Listen. You are a clown. You are a clown. Your schooling, your university don't mean anything.
1 second.
Don't mean anything.
Can I say something?
You understand?
Matter, but you know what
your
matters.
schooling doesn't mean anything.
How to act civil in public.
Okay, you act like a faggot. You are a faggot.
Like you're 12.
Yo. Relax. Yo, can I say something? Can I say something seriously, Son James?
Fucking Ghana.
Hello, can I say something?
Yo, African millennial, can you just kick this guy off, man?
Abby, wait a minute, please. Please wait a minute. The thing here is, the brother said something. He did not curse your country. He did not say anything bad. He said they don't have resources. You could just come in and debunk him. But the problem here is, you are very, very sensitive, and you came and be angry and all that. I don't understand, really.
I have seen you guys do the same thing about Somali. So don't sit here and lecture me, please. Don't do that, because we have videos of you guys being all emotional all over the place when somebody talk about Somali. So my Somalian sister, leave me alone. This has no. This doesn't have anything to do. This doesn't have anything to do with you. You can move on. You can move on like you said. You can move on. But if you're gonna bring it back to me, I have a lot of information that I have for you. I've seen you being emotional about Somali. Don't lecture me. Don't lecture me. Don't do that, sister. You can move on. You have the mic. You can move on.
Okay,
move on. Okay.
Let's move on from the Burkina Faso topic. Even
let me say one last thing. Here's what's happening, right? In these panels, St. James, even me, I'm on your side because I know you're right. You understand what I mean? So when you debunk someone, that's it. Leave it to people to judge at the end of the day. Did
he take the information I was providing? I got pissed off because I'm from the country. This guy is here talking about he's studying my country, and I'm telling him I'm trying to tell you next time when you come and throw those statements, make sure you study. That's all I'm saying. And he resort to insulting. Look, listen, I did not insult him. I did not insult him. He's the one who started insulting. He's the one who started insulting.
Why you come with this energy when you can keep you won the battle? You don't need to go.
I didn't win anything. I'm not meaning to win anything. I have a problem with certain people from Ghana. I know what they're doing. I know what they're doing. That's why I'm telling you, I know this guy. But the fact that he picked Burkina Faso is not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence.
You are proving him wrong. So
and he resort to disrespecting, right? He resort to do what? What did you guys do? He resort to disrespecting, right? I did not disrespect him. Maybe my voice was louder.
No one disrespected.
Okay, maybe my voice was louder. And okay, listen, he lived in America, right? He lives in America.
Please.
Discrimination against age is against the law. He did that here on the panel.
ST James, I understand where you're going with this conversation. I can already tell the angle you're coming from. But all I'm going to say is we understand your side of the argument, and so do I also. But personally, me, I'm not saying everybody else. I understand where comrades coming from. Let's move this subject forward because it's not very intuitive at all. We're stuck at one position and we're going in circles. So again, let's continue. And whoever's going to speak after, go ahead. Who wants to speak right now?
Yes, can I just say, St. James, you said you're 60-something years old, and you're acting like this. This is why Africa is stagnated, bro. Your generation is
Do you really think I'm 60? Do you really think I'm 60?
You
Do you really think I'm 60?
What is
Why did my sister listen?
Disgrace,
I told you once, I told you twice. You want to move on, sister from Somalia, you move on. Don't talk about me anymore.
Yeah, you
I've
move on.
seen you. Listen, don't make it about me and you.
Disgusting.
Listen, I have seen you on panel be all emotional about Somalia.
Yeah, I never called
again
anybody
and again. I don't care. That's my word. He's a faggot. He's a faggot. I'm saying it again. Do you think I'm scared? Do you think I'm scared? Do you think I'm scared?
Okay.
Do you think I'm scared? Did you hear what he said?
Can we
guys, please look,
please kick this guy off, man.
Guys, listen.
Like, this
ST
is just
James,
childish at this point.
Please be quiet, ST James. And everybody else, please be quiet. Let's move on from this subject. It's just going to go in circles. I can already see this. Let's move on. Who wants to go next and talk about something different? So please go ahead, whoever wants to speak. But let's not go in circles.
Yeah,
Dr. R was talking, right?
Yeah, I got a question for St. James since you are next door to.
Dr.
R. No, it's Ivory.
Hey, bro, Dr. R, man, please, man,
No, we're talking about Francophone countries in Guinea. I want to know why some countries like Ivory Coast are better than the other Francophone countries. That's the only country in the whole of Africa that's doing better.
Your mic kind of muted, Dr. R.
I said, why is Ivory Coast doing better than the other Francophone countries in terms of development?
Good question.
Can I answer that?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, because it's similar to the Spanish colonization of the Americas. Usually when a foreign country takes over a large territory, they always have nexus where they start their operation or where they concentrate their operation. Like when you look into South America, the two nexuses they had were like Mexico, or what later became Mexico, and the other one was, I think, in Peru. So if you look at it historically, those were the two parts of the whole Spanish colonization of Latin America that was prosperous. And for the French, their two nexus was Ivory Coast and Senegal. And I think, I don't know about Senegal, I don't know about the GDPs, but if you look at the GDP of Ivory Coast and Senegal, will probably be one of the two highest in Francophone Africa. That's what they typically do. You always have two places where you concentrate your efforts, which is why.
Let's not forget the Central African Francophone countries as well. What do you have to say about them too?
Yeah, I'm just answering his question based why Ivory Coast. I'm saying that historically the French concentrated most of their colonial apparatus from Ivory Coast and Senegal. That's what at least I know. As for Cameroon, I have no idea.
But why? But why? For example, what resources does Senegal? The only resource I can think of Ivory Coast having is cocoa, but these other countries, they've got more resources than Senegal and Ivory Coast put together.
Senegal was the administrative region of Francophone Africa. So mainly where the French were based, they were based in Senegal. In fact, the approach to developing Senegal was more of a cultural thing. They exported a lot of their culture to Senegal. Even today, when the ECO money is printed, it's sent to Senegal and Senegal distributes it to the rest of the. So Senegal is where Senegal is where the bank for the West African franc is at. Is where it is at. A lot of these Francophone countries, they come to Senegal to study as well. So Senegal and France are very, very well tied together. As for Ivory Coast, it's like that darling nation for France. It's like how Ghana is to the British for West Africa. Ivory Coast is like that darling nation. But for Mali and all these other ones, they were rebellious. They were rebellious from the beginning. Mali, Guinea-Conakry, Burkina Faso, these were rebellious nations as well. So the French they don't have a very, very good relationship. So when the relationship is not that sweet,
but isn't that a good thing? Like you look at Senegal and Ivory Coast, they're pretty much sellouts. But compared to the other countries that didn't want to give it to France, they're struggling. So
Bro, Dr. R, your mic is selling out on you, man.
Countries that are struggling, like Mali, that's fighting against French imperialism, they're doing poorly because how it is, because they don't want to sell out.
It's an interesting question you pose. Really, to be honest, it's a really interesting one.
Yeah, but isn't that a defeatist mentality? Like when you're fighting someone, of course you're not going to be doing as well as someone who's laying down. That's obvious. But the point is, if you do fight and you win, then you will have even far greater opportunity than the person who's still a colony.
But Dr. R did raise a good question. Dr. R did raise a good
just to
question.
say, Senegal and Ivory Coast were the house Negroes, while the rest of the Francophone nations were the field Negroes. That's the difference. That's the only thing.
Yeah, that's good. But Dr. R did raise a good
For example, I can make a similar analogy to, let's say, Iran and Saudi Arabia. A lot of people would say that Saudi Arabia is doing better than Iran, but Iran I consider it to be an independent country, even though they've been in sanctions for 50 years or so. If you look at Iran,
yes, and if you look at Saudi Arabia,
they produce their own vaccines, they make their own cars, they make their own steel. They've a lot of thousands of people, including women. A lot of women in Iran are graduating from university. I'd say the country is more prosperous, but Western propaganda is saying that Iran is backwards, like Afghanistan, but it's Saudi Arabia that's backwards.
We're comparing Saudi to Iran.
No, but I'm just telling you,
You're
Saudi
comparing
Arabia.
Saudi to Iran.
No, but I'm just telling you, they both got oil. But if you look at it in terms of being independent, Iran is a self-sufficient country. Saudi Arabia, everything is done for it, turnkey style. New airport, that's done for it from the outside. Everything is done for Saudi Arabia. But Saudi Arabia, if they were left on their own, it would be one of the most poorest countries, even though it's got oil.
Even the
what
students
do you think,
from
Dr.
Iran,
R? What do you think?
the students from
Yeah,
Iran
but what I'm
make
trying to say
are
to
the
you is
best
that countries
students.
in Africa need to be independent, like Iran, like produce their own medicine, their products.
Dr.
Like they
R,
should get rid of the French and these foreigners that are exploiting Africa.
yeah,
Dr.
Dr. R. Dr.
But
R.
in reality,
Yeah. Iran will
no
make.
country
Do you
on
hear,
earth. Can I
Dr.
finish?
R?
I just
Okay.
want to finish off here. No country on earth is independent. I don't want to go into conspiracy theory. If you're a country like Syria or Iran, you are an enemy to the world, because if you're not going to let your resources or currency or whatever be controlled, you are an enemy to the international community. And this applies to Africa as well. Look at Zimbabwe, for example.
That's true. Even the European nations themselves are not entirely free because they beholden to the United States. They can, right now, you have the French president and the German president. They want to build a European military. But the problem is they can't, because you have NATO there to represent that. So you have a situation where Germany and France want to build a military to bring Europe's might back as well, and because you have Russia there, and Europe don't want to be dependent on the United States, because the relationship with the United States can turn any side away, because United States value capitalism at any cost as well. So the Europe don't feel comfortable with that. For Britain, it's like Britain likes this Anglo world sphere as well, so they want to remain in that situation. So Europe is not free, Britain is not free, no country is free. It's just every country have a different type of relationship with the United States as well. It's just some have a different degree of the relationship, which is detrimental to them than others as well. But no country, Dr. R, you're right, no country is truly free except those countries that really liberated themselves with nuclear weapons and all that stuff. For instance, you say India, North Korea, China, and what's his name, and Russia. These countries, and Pakistan today, these countries that have their own foot as well are the ones that are free today. But the rest, for Europe, the relationship works, but right now they want to shake themselves up and bring out their full potential because they feel like the United States is capping them. But you're right on that assessment.
Yeah, I agree as well. Iran has done so well with all the sanctions. Like, if Iran did not have sanctions, I think that they're definitely going to have a higher GDP than even the Karate states. Like, the fact that these guys have sanctions and are out here making nuclear weapons, that's like impressive. But I do agree, you know, this is the nature of this Western hegemony. Countries can't really be free unless you toe the line of the Western world. You have to do what the Americans, you have to do what the British, you have to do what the Europeans want. If not,
but comrade,
can that be applied to Africa?
I want to ask you a question, Dr. R. Comrade, you see what you just said now is good, right? So is it better to be a house slave where you can get all the benefits and wealth and be developed like Senegal and Ivory Coast and Ghana? Dr. R, which one is better, to be a house slave or a field slave?
I'm going to be very honest with you, my brother. My country's, well, I only can speak for my own country, Somalia. We've got oil and gas and resources worth trillions of dollars. We could easily have a GDP of like what? Similar to Ethiopia or to Saudi Arabia. Yeah. But since this,
you can have Somalia, a GDP far greater than us.
No, but let me finish here. I'd rather let Somalia be in this current situation than sell out and be a slave or a house mover.
That answers your own question there. Go on.
No, but why? Why do I want to be controlled? It doesn't matter, right here. So what? So let's compare, for example, Equatorial Guinea. Like, Equatorial Guinea has got highest GDP per capita in Africa, but most of its people live in poverty. But let's compare my country and Equatorial Guinea. It's a small little country, but most people live in slums. My country doesn't even have slums. What does that tell you? Even though that someone probably in Equatorial Guinea have a better life than someone in Somalia.
What are you trying to insinuate? What are you trying to insinuate when you say Equatorial Guinea? Because Equatorial Guinea is not really getting along with the West and all that stuff. Because the West wants part of its.
No, but I'm talking about the standard of living, like, because Equatorial Guinea is a dictatorship.
It's oil-rich country. Equatorial Guinea is oil-rich country, and it has a very small population. It could become a second Kuwait, but what's happening is only one family are literally taking this wealth, and the people live in destitute and poverty. This is what's happening in Equatorial Guinea, and it is very sad, because I've watched a documentary. Brother, let me finish. I watched a documentary where the president and his family, how they're managing our money, and I think it was his son, he was going to Europe and buying same suit in different colors, like for thousands of dollars. It was disgusting to watch it.
That was a 60-minute documentary, right?
That was disgusting.
It's a 60-minute documentary. I've seen it.
And the people live, and the people, kids, they go under the street lights to make homework because there's no light in their home. You understand?
So it's abhorrent. It's definitely abhorrent, and we don't like that situation. But pertaining to the topic, because that's like a separate thing, because we're going into why do African leaders do this kind of thing. But the topic is addressing why have African leaders and Pan-Africanism and have they still beholden to the French as well. But Dr. R, that's a good point. I think St. James has calmed down. St. James, what have you got to say about the Francophone situation?
It's pretty simple.
Can I just say one thing before St. James starts insulting us all?
Listen. Hey, Dot, who spoke after you?
It's Lydias, he's new as well.
You see how he's antagonizing? Do you see how he's antagonizing?
I see. He's new. St. James, what have you got to say about this?
It's pretty simple. Like for the Francophone countries in West Africa, we have only two major countries in there. Like you have Ivory Coast and you got Senegal. Those are the main countries that are preventing the Francophone country to join the ECO, because economically, Ivory Coast and Senegal are the most advanced country in the regions. So for countries like Burkina, Mali, Chad, and the rest, not too well, but we still want to join our people like for the ECO. But Alassane Ouattara is the major factor preventing that to happen. So it's not even Alassane Ouattara. It's any president that's going to come out of that country, right? Because the French has a strong influence in Ivory Coast. So any president that's going to come out of that is not going to join our unity. Is going to still go with the French. So so it's up to the Ivorian to really decide what they want to do. So it's not easy.
There's a split between them. It's a
split. It's a split. They prefer themselves, but at the same time, when it comes to the unity, they don't know what they want, right? Because if you see the former president Awi got ousted from power, they needed the French help to get him out of there. Was it a Pan-African? Because even when he was there, a lot of Ivorians are saying that he was a Pan-African, right? But the story is a little tempting when it comes to Burkina Faso, because our former president also did some things in that country, that didn't go too well. So that's why he's living there right now. So I don't know how we're gonna fix it, because us going to the ECO, we have to deal with Senegal and Ivory Coast. And even if you look at the Mali situation, right? The Mali situation, the two countries that are putting pressure on Mali to come up with an election date are Ivory Coast and Senegal. Think about it. Why these two countries? So somebody's behind that. Even the sanction imposed on Mali, right? The sanctions were already pronounced by the French president before ECOWAS decided to do so. So which is very bad on the African part. And I also, I feel disappointed about the president of Ghana, because he was part of the movement that imposed the sanction on Mali. So I don't know. He's coming from an Anglophone country, but he doesn't seem to understand our issues.
Tonight, I might have something to say against that later on, but never mind. When he comes, he can say that. But I agree with you, St. James. From the looks of it, like the former prime minister of Mali seemed to not even love the relationship he had with France. He didn't actually love it. He was complaining about how the French were mistreating him, and they were treating him as he's an insignificant kind of guy. So it makes me wonder if he really let the coup happen, because he seemed to just slide out of the picture, and then he died. You will find a lot of these leaders that recently got killed. There's been a lot of deaths lately. Of these leaders. They've been dying. So it makes me wonder.
Yeah, Dr. Rayburn, it's absolutely true. Like, what do you think of the two presidents of Panama and Equatorial Guinea that were killed by the CIA because they wanted independence for their country and resources? And it's interesting, they both died in a helicopter accident.
They are dying recently. It's like, it just shows that somehow France still has some form of espionage ability there, where whenever you have, I'm going to stop talking for now. Lydia has to say something.
Wait. Yeah, Daniel, did you want to say something?
Yeah, well, I want to say something. I'm sick. I can't believe what I'm listening right now. I can't believe this. Right up to this time in history, they are all saying bullshit. I can't believe this. Is this how Africa is going to go through?
Tell us.
After Camarade Patrice Emery Lumumba, the America, the Belgian, and the France government in collaboration with the UN had to kill him. Yeah. After Thomas Sankara had to die. After people like Steve Biko, Chris Ani, people like Robert Mangalisha Sebukwe had to die. After people like Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah had to be overthrown. Hey, listen, when I'm talking this, you have to be very quiet, okay? You don't even know most of you don't even know what you're saying. Listen carefully. It's a shame. It's a big disgrace for us to even think this kind of way. I can't understand. It's like most of you didn't even went to a single school. All the education you guys.
Say something. What?
Hey, listen. Let me.
He's trying to say that you even contemplating being a house Negro is a disgrace. Am I right?
Let me listen. Hold on. Let me finish. Most of you try to feel as if you know everything. Of which I listen to you. This is my first time to do some kind of live show. Like, you cannot put your face on the screen. That's right. Because most of our information is wrong. It's wrong. It's completely wrong. We don't even need to compare ourselves.
What was
wrong? Like Burkina Faso. We don't even need to compare ourselves like Burkina Faso, Mali, Ghana, because the same people that control us are the same people.
Yes, okay.
The British are the British and the French. Remember, in 1914 or 1939, they were those same people who fought against Germany, but they are still the same people that were fighting among themselves for who to control land resources all over the world. They call it First or Second World War. We have to keep that in our mind for real, bro. We are one and the same people. All we need is unity. There is no other way around it. Thomas Isidore Sankara said it. He said, a soldier without a political mindset is already a sellout in the making. I was born and raised in Cameroon. Look at what's happening in Cameroon right now. So-called Cameroon. Look at what is happening over there. Look at what is happening over there. We are killing ourselves over there. Some call themselves Anglophone. The others call themselves Francophone. It's a disgrace. We don't need all of this kind of division aspect. All we need is for us to come together. Despite the level of colonial so-called language we speak. English is not our language. I cannot tell the sister from Somali for her to speak English to me that I can feel that's her language. That's a dialect. Yeah, or the brother from Burkina Faso to speak French to me, or from Ivoirian, as they call it, Ivory Coast, to speak French to me, because that's not my language. That's not our language.
We hear you, brother. We hear you. Let somebody else go. Lij Yasu, what I was going to say, I was posing the person back to Dr. R, because it was not a contemplation. I was just posing it back to Dr. R to hear what he really thinks, because I know where he's coming from. But anyway,
yeah, bro. I'm sorry, man.
Please,
I rather my country. Okay, sorry. Go.
Brother, we got a lot of enemy. All we need is for us to come together. As simple as that.
Yeah, we agree.
Put your slave and colonial language aside. Put your your slave so-called education aside. Let's come together. As simple as that. We don't have time. We don't have time. We don't have time.
My brother, coming together needs a plan, right? And like this, the topic says, I was watching the topic, right? I know about everything in Guinea. So is the first president, when the goal was having that conversation with Francophone Africa, Guinea, Sékou Toure was the first. He stood up and he said, I don't need French. I'm going to do it on my own. And like the subject matter says, they sabotage his country, and the country is in a situation, like never before. So he had the courage to confront his masters. He had the courage. For us African countries, if you don't have the courage, I look at every president in Africa. Before the nice speeches and all the hoopla, I have to see your courage. I have to see how you talk in front of these white people when you go to Europe. So if you don't express that courage, you're a sellout already. So someone like Sékou Toure, if you look at Sankara was trying to continue the work of Sékou Toure somehow, and he got stopped. Like I said, some countries in Africa are gonna be an obstacle for others. So if we don't address those issues, Africa, like for the most part, Francophone Africa will remain the way it is.
Because James, I want to ask you a question. James, what do you think of?
Go ahead. I like the interaction. That's fine.
What do you think of the new leader of Guinea-Conakry? He's married to a white woman, but he's speaking Pan-Africanism. And he's
hold on. Let me speak. Brother, can I speak about that? I did a deep research about it. Can I speak about that? I did a deep research about it.
Go ahead.
That America. Hold on.
Sorry,
this
bro.
land called America. I'm in America right now. Yeah, I'm in Texas. I have to get myself prepared to go to Monrovia. I'm an IT engineer, but there's no problem. So America is a devilish land. It's a devil land for real. America is a devil land for real. Just like the whole of Europe. Trust what I'm saying. All of this, you see, all of this coup d'etat that occur in Mali, in Chad, in Burkina Faso, as Thomas Isidore, I love Thomas Isidore.
Yeah, go.
All this all of these dudes, they were trained over here in America, in Georgia. All of them, they were trained over here in America, in Georgia. It's a regime change which worked perfectly to this devil to White House. Yeah, in America, they are working in favor of this American. That's why they get married. Mamadou Doumbouya get married to a white woman.
My friend, calm down. Why would the United States choose to work against French interests? Because France likes the leaders they have there. So why is the United States trying to disturb France's situation?
That's a very beautiful question. That's a very beautiful question.
My
brother. Yeah. Let me answer it, please. Let me answer. That's a beautiful question. Politics. Remember, when it comes to politics, right? These people, this is what they do. When it comes to politics, if you, je suis Cameroon, so-called Cameroonais, I'm so-called Cameroonian. When it comes to politics, in the sense that if whatever you need as my ally, then I need that same thing. Then another country have it. We go into it. We have to sponsor what they call divide and conquer. Yes. Whosoever have it, I can benefit behind that side doing it. This same kind of program, it lead to them. Remember, Yufe Bouani was the one who. Hold on, my brother, please let me. I want to give an example. Maybe you understand my example. Yufe Bouani had to support Biafra from Nigeria. Odumegu Chukwuemeka Ojukwu from Nigeria had to fight against Gowon. Yeah, in 1968 to 1969, they had to fight that war for 2 years. Yufe Bouani had to support Ojukwu in order to take Biafra because the girl from France had to support Ojukwu. Then Britain had to support Gowon, despite the fact they just came out for the so-called Second World War. That's not a world war. The white man should not tell that, we fought World War. World War has never won.
You're being too emotional. Get to your point, for God's sake.
What I'm trying to say is, these people, they support one another. They don't care who receive the benefit. They can also receive that same benefit at the back of their ally. If both of us, we want certain things, the same thing, if you go to that same thing, I go to that same thing, all we need to do is to support two different groups for them to fight. Whosoever win, if you win against me, right, I'll go behind you and extract that same product. Because when you win, what is going to happen is you will have the product because you support the person you put in power.
You're putting things in place. What I simply asked, right? Why?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just answer your question. I got the answer. But
go ahead.
So historically, we have to go back to understand that situation. Do you guys remember the war that France and Egypt had with France and Britain for the Suez Canal?
Okay, go on ahead. Yes.
Does anyone remember that? So just a brief rundown. So Abdel Nasser, when he first came to power, decided to nationalize the Suez Canal. But the Suez Canal was a very strategic of very strategic importance for Britain and France at the time, and they waged war on Abdel Nasser's Egypt, and they were actually for a short time winning that war. But at that same time, America went against Britain and France. Why did they do that? Because at the time, wait, let me finish. Let me finish, bro. Goddamn. Okay, why did they do that?
Just confirm what
because at the time. Let me finish. At the time, America was still trying to gain allies during the Cold War because the Soviet Union immediately, when France and Britain attacked, showed allyship with Egypt. And America was scared that if they didn't show face and show that they supported Egypt over France and Britain, the whole of the Arab world was going to turn against America. And that meant the whole of the Arab world was going to turn to the Soviet Union. And they could not afford to do that because that's where the oil comes from. So they turned against France and Britain, and they sanctioned them. They actually sanctioned them. and Britain's economy was tanking. I think the British stock market fell by like 50% in like one day, and Britain and France had to retreat. Even though they were winning on the ground, they had to retreat. So
what does that have to do
yes,
with the topic we're
90
discussing?
Yo, let me finish, man. 90%
No,
of
I'm
the
just
time,
asking a simple
America.
question. What does that have to do with the topic we're discussing? You taking us somewhere else?
I'm answering.
West
I'm answering
Africans,
the
man.
question
Let
of
the
the
brother
guy.
finish.
Yeah,
Man,
I'm
who's
answering the question.
asking you?
God, shut the fuck up, man.
Man, you need to.
Yo,
No, not you. The bomber cloud that's talking, man.
Ah, fuck it up.
Who said
yes,
brother?
You asked.
Brother, sister, can I say something?
So
Can I say
No,
something?
but you don't know what you're
yo,
talking
let me
about.
just finish.
Let him
God.
finish.
Bro, I was quiet the whole time. Can I just finish? Shit. So you asked like, why would America try and coup someone who is an ally of France?
Yes.
My answer is 90% of the times, these Western powers, their goals align, but there are certain times
They're all
that
the
show
same.
10% where their goals do not align, and when their goals do not align, they go their own way.
That's what I'm saying.
That's my answer.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I
So
made
they
the
are willing to.
analogy.
And for your other answer, yes, I can't trust a black dude with a European chick talking about Pan-Africanism. That's some bullshit, bro. Maybe 5 generations down the line,
you are a
once
white loving man,
neocolonialism is
dude.
not.
The way you
What?
speak, you love white women. Don't sit here and pretend you don't love white women, man.
Wait,
So
wait,
no, you fake as hell. So
Listen. I gotta interject.
That's a
Listen,
personal attack,
SD,
What
SD,
is
I
wrong
gotta
with you?
interject.
Do you have
Let me
like
say
a mental
something.
illness or something?
SD,
Like,
let me interject.
You don't even know me. And on
So
top of
you
that,
cannot trust
I
a
think
man with a white woman. What does that mean?
Because you can't be talking about Pan-Africanism.
An African leader with.
Let's go back.
I'm sorry, this is not
African
just an
millennial, can I
average man.
speak?
This is a leader of a country that is being that is under neo-colonial control by the country of the same woman he's sleeping with. Are you mad?
Wait,
Do you think we would have
I don't see
allowed
the
Haile Selassie to
correlation.
come
I
back?
don't see the
No.
correlation, but
Okay.
I understand your
Okay.
point. But I
Of
don't
course you don't see the correlation,
Do you
man.
think?
That is nuts.
Yeah, because
That
you
is
probably
nuts.
have a white wife.
Do you think we would have allowed Haile
when you
Selassie back
allow,
if he
like
came
as a
with an
country, when
Italian
you
woman? Are
allowed
you dumb?
everybody, when you allow everybody to come inside your country, including Chinese and everybody, you are opening your citizen to date anybody. So don't sit here.
But not your
No.
leader. Do you understand the difference between your leader?
If he can't marry a white woman, so you have to close your country to everybody because that's what it is. That's what it is.
There's an example of that. There's an example of that where you have.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard anyone say.
Okay, because you are not smart enough to understand my point. So when you
'Cause you want
welcome
a white woman,
again,
Your leader of the
when
country,
you
the leader
welcome
of the
people
country.
in your country, the citizens
Moderator,
are
mean your leader has
dating
to
each other.
Wait, one
Cut
second.
that
Why
out,
are you guys
please.
on each other's necks, bro? Why are you guys
African
on each
millennial,
other's
can I speak? I've been waiting. You see, listen to this, right? I'm hearing hella excuses from that ST guy. I mean, he's looking for any excuse to differentiate why he should, date white women. I mean, if it's your personal choice, go ahead, bro. If you dig into white chicks, go ahead, man. Do your thing.
I am
No one's gonna stop you. But
well slated because of my position
listen,
to not even date white women because I come from a situation where I don't even have to bring that. But for you Africans being fake on these panels, I'm just addressing you. That you guys live in the West.
I'm being fake.
No. If you come to a situation where you have to marry a woman who is white and rich, you will do it. Don't be fake.
No.
So no.
Yeah, but
Don't
I
be
wouldn't be a
fake.
leader of a
That's all I'm
country
saying.
of Pan-Africanism.
That's all I'm
Okay.
saying.
SD, can I speak before you? Look at SD, you're butting in. Let me finish my point. Let me land before you, interject like you usually do. I'm a sellout.
Most of you guys are sellout.
And you're speaking.
Wait.
My friend, you're
African millennial. We know the doers, right?
Listen.
The people who are going to do it. The people who are going to do it are the people who are not going to talk about it.
Okay,
The people who are talking about it.
Everybody has been talking. Can I just say something?
To Niger, you are everywhere. To Niger,
my friend, go to sleep. You're too tired. Go to sleep for now.
From Pan-Africanism strike back to search of the wood. To Niger, I've listened to
Tells me now. I
I've listened to my brother.
You don't want me to talk or what? See,
No, you're supposed to speak. Let Odumegu Chukwemeka Ojuku let him speak.
Go to sleep, man.
see, come on. You guys are very hurtful. I don't know why you guys.
Look, can I speak first, United? I'm going to talk many times.
See, now this guy wants to jump on me again. See, Mo, you need to chill out,
I'm from
okay?
Cameroon. Tinaja is my brother.
No, Abu, let him talk. He just came in.
No, I got interrupted too
Mo
many
in
times.
check.
And let me
You need to
finish my
keep Mo in
point.
check. Mo is out of control.
No,
Keep him in check.
I was speaking and then all of you decided
Can
to
I say
interrupt me.
something, please? You have been saying something. Let me just.
No,
I've not even said one
I got
word.
interrupted. I've got
You just
interrupted like
stopped
4
me
different
after
times.
the host said I should speak. Let me just say something. See, some of all this stuff that you guys are going on about whether somebody, if it's associated with someone foreign, then they will not qualify to do anything good for Africans or be Pan-African is crazy, because if I'm not mistaken, Rollins of Ghana was mixed. It was half and half, really. Not even like going out with somebody like him, 100% going out with. He was half and half.
Yeah.
And he himself was probably the reason why Ghana never had a civil war. So let's not try to associate people, judge them just based on that. Judge them on what they do. Look at our leaders that are 100% black and they are doing us in every day.
Yeah,
I sell out all.
that's true.
So you have to judge people by what they do. Yeah.
So there's something of a pattern.
King Niger, can I just ask you a question?
Hold on. When you look at the Ivory Coast leader and his behavior, there seems to be a kind of pattern. So he kind of begs, the question must be asked. We're not saying if it's true, but the question must be asked, because you can see the pattern of these type of leaders. When you talk about Kwame Nkrumah, he married somebody that's African. So you can understand that a little bit. Rollins was raised in Ghana and all that. So there's a specific leader. But when you see the French leaders, when they do this kind of situation, there seems to be a pattern, and it makes you a bit more trepidatious about it. What do you say about it?
I think there is some truth in that, but it's not a clear-cut thing, because the so-called 100% black leaders also school overseas, and that is something you have to understand. They all attend elite institutions, especially in the military and stuff like that. So you have to look at what they are doing. It's what they are doing. That's how it tells you, because some of all those leaders that turned on them that they had to do away with, like Lumumba and all the rest, they were also part of the same club until they turned. And so you have to look at what they are doing. And if this, let's say the Guinean leader was, making moves that like the Malian leader, then are you going to say, oh, because he's married to a white woman, then the moves are not genuine? It will be genuine. He might even give him an insight that another person will not have, because if you are going out with a white person, you have an insight that some other person will not see. I don't know who is saying that. Who is that?
Never mind who's saying that tonight.
So I don't see. It's a fact of life. You can't pretend as if because you just have 100% genes that makes you more qualified than others that may be associated with other people. You have to associate with other people that way.
That's why I was talking about the fixtures, man. The African fixtures that come on panels and talk about white women all day, every day. But if given a chance,
you West Africans are willing to.
If given a chance,
just say you West Africans are willing to have your leader sleeping with.
If given a chance, they will do way worse than Kwame Nkrumah,
from a country that's oppressing you.
They will do it. I mean,
he married an Egyptian woman. There's a difference, bro. They both.
I'm sorry.
What are you? He married an Egyptian.
The reason you should judge
Kwame Nkrumah married an Egyptian.
is what they are doing for you.
Yes, I know that.
Who they are marrying to, really. I don't know why you're worried about who they're married to. It's what they are doing to you. Because all the ones that are marrying your people, what have they done to you? I don't know.
This guy will bring
so-called black women every day, black and black. As a matter of fact, they have several side chicks on top of it. What are they doing for you?
Nothing.
So you are worried about that. You should be worried about what they are doing.
Nothing.
Tunaja, I was in Hyde Park. Let me just explain something. I was in Hyde Park in London, where it's called like basically where all the people come into that park to debate, right, in London. And what happened is there was this Caribbean who tried to educate, or Rastafarian tried to educate me on Pan-Africanism. 2 minutes later, his white wife came to give him his food. I couldn't take the man serious. The end.
Of course, you're not going to take him serious. And when a West African right winger like Kifaru says crazy stuff like that, you'll be like, "Oh, he's coming across talking about all this," because you are saying this. You are being very, very kind of absolutist. Like it has to be this way, or there's no way it's going to work. You are going to miss a lot of things, because when other people
Niger, can I just ask you a
They
question?
have to defeat
Niger, can I ask you a
You are
question?
busy dismissing potential this in allies.
Niger,
Go
can I
ahead.
just ask you a question, bro?
Please, can we speak something?
Name me one.
Can
No,
we
no, no,
speak
no, 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 no.
something
Name me
reasonable,
one
please?
major European leader that is
Please.
married to a black
Cut
woman.
all of this. Can we speak something reasonably?
Do you know some European
Okay,
that dated that dated African women? You don't know that when these colonial masters they came to Africa, they were dating black women. You don't know that?
They were raping
Some of them
women.
married and
Stop
got
acting like they were
kids.
dating them, bro. There's a big
No,
difference.
dating and making them the second wife without the public knowing. You don't know that? You don't know that?
Yeah, that's not the same as having her next to you. As
I don't know why we are
being
even
the
talking
first
about that.
No,
lady.
because they're bringing
First
things
lady of
that
the
don't make no
country.
sense.
It's done yet. It's done. We've heard. It's done. That's
Nobody
okay.
cares about
Let me
these
just say this, bro.
side chick.
All
If
these
Abiy
people who
Ahmed
talk
had
about
a
white
white wife,
women, they can get
I
with
cannot.
white women. Believe me, believe me. Given a chance, they will do it. They will do it. The people that talk about it will most likely do it. The one that don't talk, I don't talk about white women because I don't care. The
Oh
one
my
that talk
God.
about it, trust me, they will. They will.
Hey,
Literally,
can
the
we speak
question
something
was,
reasonably?
can a leader of a Pan-African country have a white wife? The answer I gave was no.
What
He
is
cannot.
Pan-Africanism?
He can have a side piece.
What is
He can have side
Pan-Africanism, my
pieces
brother?
Can I answer that?
It depends on your definition of Pan-Africanism. That's why I'm
Can I
telling
answer
Do you
you,
consider Boers Africans?
Pan-Africanism
Do you
is not
consider Boers
across the
Africans?
board. It's not across the board. You guys are making it in one single
Okay, let me give you one
thing.
good example.
It's not.
Like the
Abby,
Zionists now.
there's no
Like the
point in educating them,
Zionists.
Abby. They
When
clearly want a West
Zionists,
Africa. They clearly
hold
want
on.
a white woman. There's no point.
Hold on. When
My
the
man,
Zionists,
I live in
like,
Colorado, and some of the Somalians are dating white men. Okay, you know that?
Are they trying to tell me that the Zionists, all of them got married to white women?
Don't sit on
All
the
of them got
panel
married
and
to
act
Jewish
tough,
women.
man.
There's no Somali president with white women. Just
Okay, but Somalians are dating white men in Colorado. So don't act like they don't.
Bunny crisis, man.
Okay, let's go back.
Dating is not as marrying. If your first
Somalians love white
wife is
women.
white
Ethiopian love white women in my states. So don't get it twisted. We have the facts.
Mo is making judgment about Pan-Africanism. I don't know why he's. See, can one person talk at a time?
You're capping harder for white women than you cap for Cambia, bro. You should be ashamed of yourself. Your
He has
body
to
crisis
hold on.
is showing,
He has to.
What is going on over here? To Niger, please. Let them
Folks, let me say something reasonably. Let me say something
Yes, let's
reasonably.
speak
Right?
something reasonably. Forget about to Niger. Don't argue with them, please. Let's speak something for them.
For this guy, go on.
I can't take this Madoba guy's accent serious. I'm sorry.
Brian, go on. Say something.
Hey, people, check this out. Let me just start off with this, right?
You can do what?
Oh, madam, hold on.
He's texting a bitch. I'm sorry, he's texting a girl. Somebody else.
So I thought we have already resolved that you judge people by what they do, not worrying about this thing, whom they associate themselves with. You have people associating themselves with even enemies to defeat another enemy. You don't say, oh, because of that, I'm not going to believe in this leader anymore. I don't. This whole thing is a very, very bottom barrel argument. I don't know if you get it.
Hold on, Bodi, hold on. Tonight, I hear you. Another thing is, hold on. Because, my friend, hold up. Because I raised the question, I'm satisfied with the answer to Niger that yes, let's withhold judgment and judge based on what they're doing on the ground. But I'm still fair enough to keep a side eye on the guy. So I will keep a side eye on him. But I am satisfied with the answer that we will withhold judgment and judge him based on what he's doing. But our side eye is definitely legitimate. You understand?
Yes, of course. Definitely. You definitely need to watch him
Darth
closely.
Raven, can I just say? Okay, Niger and Darth Raven, can I just say this? If you West Africans are okay with that, us East Africans are not okay with that. So this is a place where we have to
Okay,
agree to
when you
disagree.
say us,
We have to go
who do
different
you
ways.
mean? Can you give me the name of the countries?
My
Us
brother Mo
East
Solomon,
Africans.
me.
Us East Africans.
I'm
Which
just talking
country?
about people from this panel.
See, you people have always
I'm
been
just
going
talking
your
about
own
people
different
from this
ways.
panel.
So nobody
I'm sorry,
needs to
but
encourage you to do
Tunaja.
that.
Okay, let's talk about the whole. Let's talk about the whole. You're correct.
Tunaja.
Hold on. He's talking. Hold on. Please, let me say something. He talk of East Africa and West Africa. Who is East or West Africa? Africa is African. Simple as that. Africa is African. There's not like East or West. When you talk of East and West, you speak like the same white man that enslaved and colonized us. There's not like East, or they call it Middle East. Middle East. What the hell is East African
My
and West
brother,
African?
my brother,
We are African, as simple as that.
most of the African women that marry white guys are East Africans. Go
Bro,
look at
stop
the
that.
hair.
That's what they're West Africans.
We
Bro,
are
you literally just
talking
Google
about
this
the
and find out.
leaders of Africa.
Where are you getting your information from?
We are talking about the leaders of
East
Africa
Africans
marrying
alone.
I
It
white
go
doesn't
women.
by,
matter.
We're not
I
talking
go
about
by
the
what I
normal
see
John
here.
Doe.
I go by
Nobody
what I see
cares
here.
about.
I don't care about a
Nobody
West
cares.
African. I don't
We
care
are
about a
talking
West
about the
Only
African
leaders. If
dating.
you want to
anecdotal
Listen,
have your first
I don't
lady, a
care
white
about a
woman.
West African women dating a white guy. I don't give a
Oh
damn. But the
my God!
fixers,
Nobody's talking
like
How
you
about
about that.
guys,
there's a Kenyan
the
here?
Same thing.
fixers
There's
like
Can I
you guys
talk?
coming
it's only
here
Somalis
Same
and
thing. Can I
Eritreans.
pretending
Yo,
Naja
can I
and
talk?
pretending they don't love white men.
African
When the
millennial,
white
can I
man
talk?
came with their
They've been talking all night long. Really?
no,
Can I
they're
talk?
fixers. When America
Gentlemen, can
told
I
you they need
talk?
to
Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you. Can I say something? You guys have been speaking all night long. Can I say something, sis, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My head is aching.
Yeah,
Listen,
same with me.
he's talking about average person dating. We're not talking about average person dating. We are talking about the leader of the country. If your first lady, the first wife of that country is a white woman, then we have a problem. I don't understand why he's yelling and screaming. Son James, please stop yelling. I have headphone on. A lot of people have headphones on. You're really making my head hurt. So now here's the thing. When you have a leader who's leading your country and he has the colonial master's daughter as his wife, I'm sorry, it doesn't look good. It just doesn't look good. So that's what we are talking about. Let's not talk about, a random guy who's dating a white woman. Nobody cares about that. We're talking about the leaders. That's all I wanted to say the whole night. Thank you so much, my sis. I give you a hug for this.
Thank you.
I hope you guys understood what I'm talking about.
Thank you, Puntai Princess. We like what you just said, but anyway.
Puntai, thank you for just summarizing everything we all wanted to say. Thank you.
Can I say something, please? Please.
Go on.
Yeah, please. If I don't care if it's a leader, because who knows? Maybe some of us want to become a leader. Someone like myself, I'm ready to run for a presidency in Cameroon very soon. I'm trying to grow my thoughts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
So,
good.
yeah. So for that reason, I don't give a damn if you are now running for a leadership or not. If you get married to a non-African man or woman, you are a seller to your race, and you are a disgrace to your ancestors. As simple as that. Because we got brothers and sisters over here in America, in the UK, in Jamaica, who have been fighting for the liberation and freedom of that continent. Some of them now are very angry with us in such a way that they don't understand what is going on. I know my history, and I know the history of some of the history in Africa, like Nigeria, for instance. I took Nigeria.
Brother, we heard your perspective.
Hold on, my bro. Let me land, please. Let me finish. I beg your pardon. Let me finish, please.
It's good to be concise, you know.
Let me just conclude. I don't care if you did out of your race. You are a seller to your race and a disgrace to your ancestors. That's it. I don't give a damn about it. Someone like myself, I would never do issues like that. Like Mamadou Doumbouya of Burkina Faso, what he did over there. He's a sellout.
Guinea Conakry, but we hear you. No problem.
Yeah,
go to someone else. Go to someone else.
Brian, did you have anything to add?
He's still texting someone. Never mind.
African millennial, can I respond 1 minute? Just 1 minute.
Go on.
Please, one after at a time.
I get your point. Like when you said the leader shouldn't be marrying outside his race and all that, I get it. Listen, like I said, I don't want to talk about that because I don't want to have this conversation with fixed people. So it's not about you, right? I've seen a lot of Africans go outside their route to date different people. So it's a different conversation. But when you talk about now dealing with the Western world, so why if your country is not doing well, right, and you send like half of your people in a different country, right, because you love their culture, you love everything about them, but you tell your citizens don't date them. So that's the conflicting part that I don't get. Like my Somali brother, when Somali didn't do well, you send your people everywhere, Canada, England, America. So that means you love something about those countries, but you get to those countries and you are like, oh yeah, we don't like you. I mean, explain that to me. That's the part I don't get, right?
All right, I'm gonna answer after
ahead.
you finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
Listen. First, you said about the situation. There was a civil war that happened
If there's a civil war and people are dying, you've got no choice but to leave. You're acting like it was an option.
They
That we
couldn't
had
leave
a
to an
choice to leave.
African country.
No, I'm talking about, again, it doesn't matter if it's an African country or not.
Okay,
But
okay,
if
go
there's a
ahead.
situation in your country and there are people dying, and again, you're facing some grave consequences, you got no choice but to leave. It's
Okay,
common
so
sense.
okay, no, it's not. You know what? The West has something called enticing programs. You know, to get your people to their country. So when you guys took the bait and you went to a different country as a refugee, so I'm trying to listen. Do you guys understand those programs?
What are you talking about? Go ahead, clarify.
You went to the UK as what? On your own or as a refugee?
Not on my own. My parents came here before me.
Okay,
But
did
yeah.
they tell you what program they put in place for you to be able to get to England?
No, I never really
Okay,
asked. Go
okay.
ahead.
Ask your parents before you come talk to me. You're not in tune about what I'm saying.
Go ahead then. You already made the point. You might as well finish it off.
Enticing programs.
So go ahead, clarify for me. Like I
They
said,
want you to love their culture. They want you to be part of them.
there's
That's
no
part of their
culture that I love.
program.
Okay, you're not understanding what I'm saying. There's
Okay,
no culture in England that I love.
First of all, you say if your country is in trouble, your people can leave. I understand that, but I'm asking you why they didn't go to an African country. You deflected from that, so they pick Europe.
What does going to an African country have to do with anything? I just said the situation in the country got bad.
Why did you pick Europe and America instead of an African
You're
country?
acting like I picked Europe.
That's what I
just
told you.
explained to you that
Ask
it was
your
my
parents about the enticing program that they accepted.
Yes, but I told you know I'm going in circles with this guy. Go ahead, you've made your point, right?
No, first and foremost, I'll say this, right? Shout out to you and the beautiful show that you be hosting every Sunday evening. You making our Sunday evenings out in Europe and Sunday afternoons out in
Brian,
Americas.
stop flirting. Let's get going. Stop flirting.
A flipping classic. No one's there. After calling to the show, and first off, lay flowers to the host, innit? So that don't even be trying to cut me off.
All right, go on.
I'm out here doing a due diligence that no one ever remembers to. However, I'm gonna go on and say this, right? In regards to the certain conversations that you're having right now as it stands, being able to be a Pan-Africanist voice or a figure without a non-African wife, I think it's a facade. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people out here trying to justify being a Pan-Africanist figure or a voice for the movement without having an African spouse. Now, when I say African, I mean throughout the whole continent. It's not necessarily just sub-Sahara or anything of such. Like the easiest route to this is this, right? Everyone doesn't necessarily have to be Pan-African. You get what I'm saying? Like even to have the interest of your people at heart doesn't necessarily mean that you are a Pan-Africanist. You get what I'm saying? Pan-Africanism is a very organized political ideologic movement. You get what I'm saying? It has to be organized at every level, even at individual levels as well. But the problem is that people are so infatuated with labels, especially when it's more of a social trend, or let's say it's a woke social trend, like pro-blackism, Pan-Africanism, and many other black isms of such that exist today. You don't necessarily have to be a Pan-Africanist to have the interest of your people at heart. If you look, I'm just gonna tell you straight up, you are not pro-black nor are you Pan-African if your spouse is not Pan-African. Sorry, it's not African or black. Now, I myself, I've been in all sorts of relationships with all sorts of women from different backgrounds in regards to race, culture, and flipping religion, and so on and so forth. However, I still have at any point, at any phase of my life, I've always had the political and economic interest of my people. And as at this point in time, I will call myself a Pan-Africanist. But in cases where, let me finish speaking first. In cases where I've had romantic partners that were not of African lineage, I would not necessarily have to refer to myself as Pan-Africanist, even though I had the interest of my people at heart. That's what people need to come to understand. Everyone doesn't have to be a Pan-African. Everyone doesn't have to be a pro-black person. You get what I'm saying? It's as simple as that.
So again, I'm hearing you saying, or trying to say that again. I have an intention in your own words. You said to marry my own people, but you said you wanted to marry a spouse from the continent. Doesn't really make sense. Is the continent your people, or are you talking about your people specifically?
I don't even get the premise of a question at all. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, but again, you said in your earlier statement, You said that when you're talking about the women that you've dated outside of Africa, and you said that again, my interests are within Africa, and you said that again in your own words that you wanted to marry a woman from your own people. So do you again that also counts to what you said earlier as well? You said that that you had intention that as long as you married a woman from all of Africa. That's again contradicting statement. What do you mean by that?
So long as you are married to a spouse from the continent, all 54 states of the continent, you can.
All right. Okay.
Let's face it. This is one of the problems that we have most times when we are conversing. Sometimes we lack the application of common sense and basics into conversation. I said Pan-African. There's a reason it's called Africa. Okay. There's a reason why the AU and none of us can pretty much turn the tables around. There's a reason why countries in the north and in the Horn of, okay, let's just say the north and the Sahara of the continent have access to the AU and organizations of the AU. It's because they are part of the continent. Do you understand? Whenever you see me on a panel or hear me on a panel, I'm speaking from the perspective of political and economic progression. I don't really care about lineages. I don't really care about bloodline. I don't care about tribes and clans in this context. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, like, let's, for example, Kwame Nkrumah, right, got married to an Egyptian woman, which by culture is partly Arabic. And a lot of people tend to, like, disqualify his Pan-African foundations.
Rightfully so.
There's a reason
establishment. But what I'm going to say is this.
There's a reason behind that, why he did it.
No, Kwame Nkrumah was everything he done was from a political perspective. It wasn't necessarily about lineage.
Okay, then let's scratch out the political perspective. I want to ask you from your ideal, from your own perspective.
Hold on, Mo.
I want to ask you, Tunaja, let me finish my question, please, Tunaja.
Come on.
Tunaja, for the love of God, let people finish. Tunaja, for the love of God,
I need to tame this guy.
Tunaja, good God.
Okay, so let me finish my point. I was going to say a few things.
Tunaja, please be quiet. My God, can you be quiet?
Why are these kids telling me to be quiet?
Okay, first of all, let me say this, right? Let me say this. Let's not sit here and act like the economic progression or integration of North African countries and Sub-Saharan African countries is not going to facilitate any development of our economic and political infrastructure across the continent. Those are our people as well in regards to nations. Do you understand?
Okay, but
we have something to offer. They have something to offer.
I want to ask you personally. Look, Tunaja, let me ask him this question, please.
No. I need to make this
statement. No. Can I ask him? See, every time I want to speak, Tunaja,
I want to make that.
Be respectful, Tunaja. When you were speaking, I muted my mic.
You just spoke to him. Let me talk.
Listen, Tunaja. I barely spoken. I was quiet for a long time. Let me speak.
I've got
one question.
Can you
mute this guy, man?
Can I speak, Tunaja?
Answer the question about his own family.
Tunaja, can I ask one question
about his own family? But he's speaking.
This guy, since African Millennial brought us in, he's the one that's been questioning him.
I'm gonna ask you one question.
The guy doesn't even know why he is in England. His parents made that decision for him. So let's not
let Mo ask his question.
I just want to make a very quick point.
No, because you're interrupting what I'm saying. Because everything they say. He finished his point. Look, the big guy finished his point. I'm gonna ask him a question on top of that. I was speaking and you just interrupted.
Let me make my point. The point I was making.
No, your point doesn't count until I give up. I give up with West Africans, bro. I give up. They don't let you speak.
Give up. You are not even Pan-African, and you are asking questions and disqualifying people for being Pan-African. That's what concerns me about this guy. He's not Pan-African. He doesn't like Bantu.
What does it matter if I ask questions about Pan-Africanism?
He's disqualifying people about Pan-African, and you are
why does it matter?
You should be the center of attention when you are talking about.
It doesn't matter if I ask questions. Why does it matter? I don't understand why.
You don't believe in it, so why are you bothering with the question?
So again, what does me asking a question have to do with my belief system?
But we can have discussion.
What the heck are you talking about,
Tunaja? You said you don't like the idea that it's a dead.
Again, you're not answering a question, Tunaja. I want to ask a question. No, Tunaja. I want to ask a question. What does that have to do with my belief system?
Let's let him.
Jeez, man. Tunaja, please be quiet and let me ask a question, then you can speak.
How can somebody not believe in something?
Oh
Can
my
I just speak? Just say what you have to say
at a
against
time,
Solomon.
please?
Mute
Can one
them.
person just speak?
How
My
can you?
concern is
How
that he
can
doesn't
you?
even believe in it.
Africa
What is
How
Millennium.
can you be able to ask question and you
Look,
can
I
even
literally,
answer
Africa
the
Millennium, you heard
questions?
this all. I wanted to ask
Let him
one simple
talk
question and they
though.
came at me.
No,
Can I
answer
ask
the
this question
question
and then
first
I'm going?
before you
you
Mo,
ask
asked
the
her
you
to say
just
question.
something.
you finish your point, Mo. Come
Mo,
Okay,
on,
then
let
look,
him
I'm gonna
answer the
ask you.
question before you ask question. That's the privilege we
My
all
God,
have here.
man. Oh man, bro.
Mo, go
Okay, look.
ahead.
See,
Say
B,
what
I'm
you
gonna
want
ask
to
you a
say,
question.
but they make you
I
look
wanna
like the
ask
victim.
you on your. I wanna ask you on your own belief system, B. Again, do you believe in you marrying your own people, or do you believe in that you want to marry outside of your own people, including the whole continent of Africa? What is your belief system, excluding the political side of it?
I believe we should keep it incontinent. Incontinent, really. That's pretty much it. And even if it's not incontinent, it should be someone who's a descendant of people of the continent. You get what I'm saying? Now, in some cases, a lot of people might not be able to afford that. To some people, it's more of a luxurious idea. Not if for whatsoever reason, in whatsoever shape or form, whatsoever, that you have to make a decision to marry outside of the continent or
So if
someone who's
somebody
descendant
marries a white
from.
Latino, are they still Pan-African?
No, you can't be. From my perspective, you just cannot be. And everyone, like I've said earlier on, does not have to be Pan-African in order to have the interest of their people. Once again, it's just my perspective on life in general. Like, I'm just an organized person, especially when it comes to politics and any political progression. I'm more organized. You get what I'm
My
saying?
perspective is
Everyone can chip in. Everyone can chip in their contributions here and there, but not everyone is necessarily going to be part of the court. You get what I'm saying? When I say court, like a clique, not necessarily like a cult, but you get what I'm saying. So just once again, to answer the question in precise manner,
You said I understood. You
I
said the
think we
basis
should
of the
keep
whole
it
continent.
incontinent.
But again, to me, that just sounds like excuses that you want to marry outside of your people or you don't want to marry your people. To me, my perspective.
Okay.
I mean, you can interpret whatever, however you want to interpret it. That it doesn't really change the price of weed in Dublin. You get what I'm saying? So I don't really care.
Can I do what you got to say?
It's just crazy. Some of this discussion people are having about this stuff is really, really like, how can you think in this world where you barely have any way of your fighting your way to the top, you see any advantage, you say, you know what, I will sniff my nose at it and go the other way. When your enemy is using every tool they have, including your own people, your mother, your children against you. And you just like, you know what, this one looks like it's a little bit too white for me. So yeah, there are white people that died in wars against this fighting on the side of this black people. It's not only black people that supported black people. Some white people supported black people too. As a matter of fact, there was a story about the invasion
James
of
Brown, America.
about the invasion of this in Egypt.
John Brown.
Before the French invaded Egypt once, the English will arrive there and told the Egyptians that these people are coming to come and invade you. Can you just tell me when they are coming so we'll fight them and take care of them for you? No, the Egyptians refused. They just ignored this in the English. Before you know it, the French came and completely conquered this in the country. Because they didn't. They saw a potential ally to help them forestall an invasion. They didn't use it. And so
I don't
you have
think
this
so.
is
They
how
just wanted
this
them.
is
They
how
just wanted
Europeans
British
see.
for themselves. The
It's
British
true.
just wanted them for
That
themselves.
is true,
Can we
but it
get back to
doesn't
the
mean.
topic,
Let me tell you
please?
something. When they first came to Africa, they were not that organized. They became organized when they had the Berlin Conference. They were fighting
That's
each
it.
other all over
Which
the
is true.
place.
Yeah,
They were
it is
fighting
true.
each other all over the place, competing for territory all the time. They just, you know what they discovered was like, why are we fighting each other when there is so much meat to share? Let's just organize ourselves and take what our shares, so everybody is happy. Then they stopped fighting each other. Guess what? They became stronger for it. In other words, taking advantage of every single thing they've got. But we sit here and say, oh, you know, this guy, if he does something good for me, just because he looks like he's looking at that white woman funny, that's the reason why I'm not going to use him. Yeah, good luck with that one. Your enemy
You know
is
what
not
Marcus
taking
Garvey
that
said?
chance.
Can I say something, please? You know what Marcus Garvey said? His Excellency, the Right Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, the first provisional African president. He said the greatest weapon used against the European, the greatest weapon used by the white man against the black man is disorganizement. Marcus Garvey said what? He said if black people are not careful, they will drink in all the poison of the Western civilization and die of its effect. That's exactly what I'm looking at right now. Because we cannot even come together and find a way in which we can get back our continent. All of those people you see over there, you understand one thing, they are not there for us. Yeah, they are not there for us. So when you want to speak, those of you who want to feel like, well, to get married out of your community or not, I'm an African. I'm a Bantu, an African. If I cannot get married to a black woman that look like my mom, it means I'm a disgrace to my ancestor. As simple as that. Yeah. Because Marcus Garvey went further and said what? He said, he said what? He said, if you become possessed of knowledge of yourself, you become the master of your environment, the captain of your own ship, the director of your own destiny, and the accomplisher of your own end. That is not a statement.
My brother, I got a question.
Let me say this here. Let
me land, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, please. What I'm trying to say is, we have to understand one thing. Marcus Garvey said what? Any race of people who depend on another race of people for their livelihood will soon disappear. We don't have time. The black women is getting out of our hand. We got to come together as black men and find a way to make sure. Why you guys are laughing?
Your concern is the black women.
My brother, I got I understand what you're saying, right? I understand what you're saying. But what is this so scary about a regular white person? Just expound on that. What is this so scary about a regular white person?
Exactly. There's scary about the white person. The problem is we have not expressed ourselves due to the knowledge of nature. Marcus Garvey said what? He said, black men, black women, what is wrong with you? Why can't you dig deep down and take the knowledge of the earth? Remember, anything that you have in front of you right now is made out of the earth. I am also made out of the earth, just like you and everybody. Anything that we see in front of us comes under the ground. It didn't fall from the sky. We got to express ourselves in order to use what's under our feet. Yeah,
I think
something good for what?
I think it boils down to varieties, right? Like sometimes man them could just get hooked on bunnies, you know what I mean? Man could just get hooked on snow bunnies, you know what I mean? Like I'm not gonna lie to you, like I said earlier on, I've had sexual experiences with women from all across many cultural backgrounds and racial backgrounds. Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you, black. When you're on bed with fucking snow girl them, yeah? And you slap the butt cheeks and that, you know them cheeks there, and start to blush. Like,
hey yo,
you imagine get hooked on. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay,
if you ever slap some white,
this big guy doesn't like his own women
before, bro. The ability for that skin to just blush right there on bed, yeah.
This is some going on over here.
The vibe I get from West African men is they hate themselves so much that they want to marry.
Sure, man, I was just joking.
Exactly. Thank you, Mo Solomon. I was going to say exactly that.
That's I'm going to say the truth. That's the vibe I'm getting. They hate the way they look, so they want to change it. Exactly.
East Africans are
Tunaja, like I said, I don't care about an West African woman dating a white guy, right? That's their issues. But what I'm more concerned about, the fakesters coming from East Africa talking about us while they're doing the same thing in Europe, in America. So let's not sit here and pretend this is coming.
I don't look at myself in the mirror with hate.
Your parents brought you to Europe.
You do because you're making excuses for white women. You want a white woman.
Europeans.
You want a white woman.
Europeans.
Don't lie. ST. You want a white woman.
James, look, let me back something up, yeah. Let me back something up.
Listen. Be
like
the
I said earlier on.
Sexual
Solomon, hang on. Like I said earlier on.
I'm not here discussing people's sexual preferences.
I think the idea for some people not marrying out their race in some cases, especially when it comes to us, like African people, like
West African.
I think in some cases it's a luxury to be able to not marry out. It's a luxury. Do you understand what I'm saying? And we have to understand what that means. I'm not going to explain it any further. And as with any other luxuries, it comes with a high level of affordability. You get me? So don't judge people easily. Don't judge people too quick. They could still have some substance to contribute to the economic progression of their people, and so therefore enhancing their political progression as well. You get what I'm saying?
Your private life on this podcast, talking about your desire for white women. You're the one that was discussing that you don't want, you want white women more than your own women. You're the one that was saying in your
That's
own
not me.
your own
What are you
words.
talking about? Like, are you just speaking out of rattle? These brothers,
Whatever sexual fantasies you're
donkey,
talking about.
I don't know what he's talking
What are you
about.
talking
Nobody said
about?
that.
Compared to West African country,
West African men hate themselves, and that's the truth.
East African
No,
country.
wait, first and foremost, James, hold on. First and foremost, you're talking about guys that doesn't even live on the continent. Why don't you live in your own mother country then?
Okay, why did you? That's why I was talking about enticing programs. East African,
we
for the most
understand.
part, took this enticing program to go to the West.
That's just correct.
Hold
So-
on,
That's just correct. And even if your parents took you,
so if you don't like the white culture, I still kind of struggle to understand why did you guys chose to why didn't you guys chose to remain
You're talking
on the
about white
continent
culture.
and
You
go
want a
into
white
Europe?
woman. There's a difference.
You can't let me finish.
look, let's be
finish.
clear. Like, let's say your parents took you even out of your own country to go live somewhere in the West. If you're grown up enough, like a lot of you sound on this panel, you can just move back in it. So don't give us that excuse either of, oh, it's not necessarily my choice, it wasn't my choice, this or that. Like, don't be
There's
quick
a
to
man that
judge
says,
someone
I
else
want
once you're
an
living in a
African
glass house.
woman,
You're
aka
throwing stones in it.
definitely not West African.
What are you talking about?
I literally asked you one simple question. Who do you put first? Your own women or the continent of Africa? You said the continent of Africa.
Bro, are you retarded or something? Do you want me to keep repeating that to you like your
But
kindergarten
I said, listen,
child?
do you not hear what I said
I've
earlier?
told you my own.
Putting your
I've told you
political
my
views
own.
aside. I
Jesus.
literally everybody heard this on the panel.
You're
I
just
said,
trying to
putting your
argue,
political,
Mo.
political
Let's do this.
views aside.
He just want to argue. It's like he just wants to argue with
Tunaja,
people.
Everybody heard it.
this is your fault. Tunaja, this is your fault, right? This is your fault about
African men put themselves in the middle with hate, and that's the truth. That is the truth.
How is it my fault?
That is the truth. You look at yourselves in the mirror with hate, and that's the truth.
Mo Solomon, you're making a very extreme statement, but never mind as well.
I did. I'm backing my statement. All of you here, most of you here are saying I want a white woman, like the ST guy or the B guy. I want an African woman. She has to be continental, meaning she doesn't have to be black.
Hold on a second, Mo Solomon. I said there's a pertinent thing that Yasu asked. I said, when we talk about Pan-Africanism and we talk about unity with other people, not even unity, just integration with other people. Of course, East Africans will raise an eye when they see a lot of West African leaders marrying white women. They'll say, how can we unify with these lot that are kind of like in bed with the enemy? You know, East Africans will be. What do you think about that tonight?
Seriously,
I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna ask you a question.
Hold on. Let Tunaja respond.
You asked Raven. You asked me the question, right? You asked me the question.
Let Tunaja respond.
Nobody asked me. Oh my God.
Darth Raven, did you ask me the question?
How can you qualify someone who didn't
Darth
even make
Raven, did you ask me the question, yes or no? And do you want me to answer
You
it?
didn't even make your own choices about where you want to live. You didn't even make that choice for yourself.
Yeah, that question was directed to Tunaja, so Tunaja could answer it.
Wow. I don't even remember the question. Mo is just going on like a freight train that it's crazy. This guy is out of his mind. I don't know why they let this guy
just saying that. Imagine that.
Come on, man. You are not letting people talk. You're shutting people down, and you are the only. We are about 9 people here.
Elijah, I took that out of your playbook. You were doing that earlier. I just took it out of your own playbook.
You are slow at answering. The guy that married African women got you guys all in Europe.
Tunaja,
you see what I'm saying? He wasn't married to a white woman, but he got you all out of here.
Hold on. There are only 3 people here who came
no.
from the
I'm talking about Somalian.
No, wait though.
I'm talking about Somalian.
We don't talk about nobody over here. Somalia. We don't talk about anybody over here.
And they reject
It's not like Somalia over here. We are African, okay?
But every one of
We
you
all
are
are
defending
Africans. It's not like
somehow
Somalia.
with the white woman.
Well, I hope they know that.
You don't
Yeah,
understand.
there's not like Somalia, Nigeria, Cameroon, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Ghana.
Wait, 1 second.
That's who made you the deputy moderator of the panel?
We're gonna try this again. We're gonna try this again. Nobody talk. Tunaja, the question was, do you think that it's valid for other people to make fun of certain presidents when they marry outside?
No, that was not
on
a
top
question.
of that, they call other people non-Africans, right? But they marry white women and their presidents.
The question
I'd like to
is,
respond after that.
Ligiasu asked and said, is it a good pattern to say we want to unify with the rest of Africa, or not even unify, but integrate and work well together? But you see a pattern of African leaders that are marrying what may be termed as the enemy. do you think East Africans will likely trust the union and say these people are united with us in one common cause, but at the same time there's a pattern of them marrying these, there's a pattern of their leaders marrying these people? Tunaja, what do you think about that? Do you think that is helping the situation?
I would like to respond after that.
Yeah, I think we don't have much to apologize for, because many of the East Africans we are talking about here, which are technically just honors technically, because they all have associations outside the continent too. So I'm one of those people that say we have to understand that too. You can't judge people too harshly about these things, because people have alliances, people have family members that might be mixed. So I just think that we have to be less judgmental and look at what people are doing. Because the one that is 100% is not doing us very well. Zambia right now is about to have another US base in there. And that's a 100% black African doing it. That is what we should be worrying about, and worrying about maybe the one that is married to a white woman but doing the right things.
What do you think about that, Ligiasu?
Can I answer that question?
Wait.
Guys, I've been quiet for like the last 10 minutes. Can I just answer once?
No.
Let me just add something about what he said, please.
Nobody talk, else I'm kicking everybody out. I'm serious. Thank you. All right, so we're gonna go in order. So I think it was Puntai Princess, then Daniel, then Abby.
Can I go next after?
Okay, it's my turn, right?
Really? No, it's not your turn. Wait, she said me. Oh my goodness. Okay. Look, we have I am and sister Pan and African Malay are the only woman here. Most of the men here, I've seen 2 men, actually 3 men, rejecting the fact that white woman, and I've seen many other men here actually supporting or defending this white woman bullshit, even the white woman with the red butt cheeks or whatever. You understand? This is sad, actually. That's all I wanted to say.
Don't dare call me out, fam.
Let her finish.
Don't let me.
What's wrong with this guy?
No.
Let her finish.
But that was funny, though. That was really, you have some sort of funny.
Why you man jealous? You man jealous? You don't have the ability to do that.
Yeah, self-hate, man.
Yeah.
He doesn't
Why
want his
girl
own.
you're moving like Carmelo?
Let's go to Ligiasu. Ligiasu, go on.
Let me finish, please. I have seen the guy, the brother there, Mbunda Daniel, and the other 2 Horn of Africans. They reject the white woman, but you guys, the rest really were like advocating for this. I don't know why you're so defensive about white women, and I have no idea why that is. Anyways, that's all I needed to say.
I'm the next to respond.
Hey, maintain the order. Yes, thank you.
I'm the next to respond.
Why girl you red like melon? Why girl are you moving like Carmelo?
Respect yourself, please.
Daniel, you have to
Yes, African millennial. Who's next?
Abby, you are next.
It's Daniel and then Abby.
Okay, Daniel, please.
What I was about to say is, Thomas Isidon Sankara from Burkina Faso said, "What a military soldier without a political mindset is already a sellout in the making." I will repeat it again. A military soldier without a political mindset is already a sellout in the making. You cannot tell me Mamadou Doumbouya get married to a white woman and you want to tell me he represents us in Africa. It doesn't make sense at all. Yeah. I am a Pan-Africanist to the core. I'm a Gambian, if you guys don't know. I'll show you my flag. That's my flag right there.
Yeah.
I'm a Gambian.
Nice flag.
Yeah, exactly. So for that reason, I know the implication of a black person to get married to out of their race. The currency that I'm making right now, just imagine, women live longer than men. Like my brother Ifa Tunde Tade Ogun here in America said, if a black man get married to out of their race, upon all the currency I'm making right now, if I die, my currency will go to that woman and to another community. Then black people are suffering. That's a treason to my race and a disgrace to my ancestors.
Amen.
I don't care whether, I don't give a damn.
Yeah.
I can't believe. Listen well.
You need to tell your brother if I told them to do that.
I'm not even finished. Trying to cut me out. I'm not
get rid of the white people. I can't believe.
I'm putting my face so that the so-called white man can look at me for real. I'm working for their corporation, where so I'll leave. I don't care if as a black man get married out of your
got
race,
two white
you are
broad
sell
on the
out your
side that you may
ancestors
not know
and a
about.
disgrace to
Yo,
your
Hey, but
race.
soon they need to build that school. They need to build that school up real quick, blood. It's been
Well,
20
he's
years
He
gonna,
wants
now.
it to
yeah,
be
yeah,
quick
we are
because
fighting for. He's gonna be.
Can you guys let him
he wants it
speak,
to be
man?
quick because
Let's
he's
have
talking
some
about his white
order.
women. You're hurting him.
Well, please. What I was trying to say is, we as African people, I was born in so-called Cameroon. It's a so-called Cameroon land. I'm an African or a Bantu first before anything. I see any black woman like myself first before anything. If you cannot see it that way, you are already a disgrace to your ancestor and a sellout to your race.
Calm down. Jesus.
You are a disgrace to your ancestor and a sellout to your race.
Buddha, is Brian a
You talk,
degenerate?
brother,
Do you
talk.
think Brian is a degenerate for dating outside and all that?
Dad,
Sorry, what did you say?
this man
Do
dumb.
you think Brian is a
Oi,
degenerate?
Dad, see what's why you spell my name? Hey, what are you going on about? What kind of question is that?
Can I ask my brother a question? Just one question, right?
Dad,
In
you're
your
violating.
conversation, you were talking about Dumbuya, right? I don't know the guy that well, right? I don't know what is up to. But when the former president ran for a third time, right? All these people with black women, they folded, right? So it took a black man with a white woman to have the gut to go after him. So I don't know. I mean, I understand where you're coming from with the black women, and I get your point. But I mean, it's like, okay,
Yeah. Hold on. Let me answer his question, please. I beg of you. Let me answer his question, please.
So
let me answer it.
So you mean to tell me this guy is a sellout?
Completely.
If you have the
brother.
evidence, share it with us. We're here to
brother.
learn, bro. We're here to learn.
Thank you. Brother, can I explain, please?
Okay, African millennial, can I just explain the situation? Okay,
hold on,
African millennial.
Let me answer his question. That's a beautiful question.
Let Abby speak. Go ahead, Abby, speak. You be speaking too much, ST. Let Abby speak.
I haven't spoken in like.
I want to answer his beautiful question.
Can I just say this?
But you have to wait,
Daniel, you can come after me
let
again.
him speak.
Okay.
Guys, what is Pan-Africanism? I think we first need to answer this question. And how did Pan-Africanism come to be? Pan-Africanism was a direct reaction to European domination and colonization of Africa. Who are Europeans right now? White people, right? So Pan-Africanism, no matter how you spin it and twist it, is anti-Europe. I do not care what you think. It is anti-Europe. And if Africa ever becomes industrialized and it ever develops, you can go look at every Pan-African economist out there. Europe's living standards today will drop drastically. So I just want to ask you, as a Pan-Africanist leader with a white wife, are you okay with your white wife's family members in Europe living standards dropping? Are you going? Because these are the
Before
questions
someone answer the question, where my brother live? Where do you live?
He just made a leap
I live in
from white men.
Okay, where do you live? To Naja. Before you answer the question, where does my brother live? Where does he live? I'm just asking a question.
I'm currently in Ethiopia, but I live in South Africa. I live in Swaziland. So it's a country of South. What?
Gotcha.
We are against the dominance. You said Pan-Africanism was founded based on the dominance of white people on the continent. Then you made a leap from there to say we should hate white people. It should be against white people.
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
But that's what you're saying. By saying that,
Niger, please listen.
Okay, let me rephrase it.
Let me finish my sentence then. Okay, let me finish my sentence and then you can rephrase. You can ask any Pan-African economist. You can even go look at European economists out there. They will tell you that if Africa ever industrializes, the living standards of Europe will sink, will drop drastically. All the pensions, all of these things that you are currently enjoying in Europe, those things will start to go quickly. And you can see even right now, as Africa is starting to rise slowly but surely, Europe's living standards are dropping. Europe, actually, since 2008, hasn't grown, if you guys have noticed. The annual GDP growth rate in the whole EU is like point-something% or stuff like that. And now with the Russian crisis, it's probably non-existent. Why do you think that is? Because they can no longer collect cheap resources for their industries from the third world as much as they used to in the past. And this is going to keep shrinking. Now, my question to you as a Pan-Africanist leader is, your wife's family, extended family, is probably still in Europe. How suited are you to letting her living standards drop her family's living standards drop? And is she committed to the Pan-Africanist project the same way you are? Because think about it. If she is committed to the Pan-Africanist project the same way you are, she's pretty much betraying her own family. That's what you're asking her to do. So as a leader, are you going to make that leap? Do you trust her to make that leap?
Oh my God! I think you are
Naja,
shuffling.
I can
He
answer that
shuffled a
question,
lot. He
but if
shuffled
you
a lot.
want to
No,
go,
no. He shuffled a lot. Let me deal with this because what he just said, he just shuffled from one point to another. First, you said Pan-Africanism was about the dominance of the continent. Then you move from there to say the Africans' association with Europeans is betrayal of the continent. You forget that the dominance is the issue, not necessarily anything else. The Americans dominated Japan. Oh, let me finish my point. Let me finish the point. Let me finish my point. Americans dominated Japan. Americans dominated the Indians, but they didn't. They are not enemies with them right now after the dominance ended. So you have to delineate between the dominance and the people themselves. We hear this all the time. I'm against what these people's government are doing.
Okay, can I
But
ask
I'm
you a
not against
question?
the people.
Niger. We are still currently in domination. We are still currently being dominated. Those
Then
people
deal with
became
that
friends
lady
once
could help
again,
you with
once the domination.
this lady could help you with the dominance
So
aspect.
you're sleeping with her so that you can end the domination. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm
What can one
looking at
lady
it
do?
from the point of view of that Guinean
Wait, bro. Like,
president.
guys,
That,
is this making any
hold
sense
on.
to you
I
guys?
think people
Like, am I
pretend
being
as
crazy?
if. See, the reason why,
Let me
because
ask
I
you a
see
question.
beyond race. I
Let
see
me
beyond
ask
race
you a
from that
question.
point of view. Because
Tunaja,
black
let me
men
ask you a
right
So
question.
now, and these not Africans
you're
talking
a
against fellow
colorblind Negro
Africans
now.
here. No, I'm
Tunaja, let me
telling
ask
you
you a
that
question.
the dominance is the issue. You deal with you have to be precise because if any tool is there for you to defeat your enemy, you use them. You know what the Russians call those type of tools? Useful idiots. Anybody that can help you defeat your enemy, you use them.
She can be your second wife.
Tunaja, then how do you know she's not a spy?
First and foremost,
How do you know this?
if you have
That
She can be
hold
your
tight,
spying on you?
your turn to speak has already passed, man.
Because what if she's reporting
So
that you're
Tunaja, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you this, right? Is your wife or your girlfriend, if you have any, is she not African?
Why should I answer you that?
No, to answer that, it's at your free will because someone just asked you a question that might actually not even apply to you. You know what I mean?
What
Like
question?
St.
the
James just
question
asked
that
me
the
where I
question
live,
the other
and I
brother
answered
asked you
it
just
freely
now.
without even hesitation.
Oh no, I never answered this personal question. You know that's something from the beginning.
No. Look, once again, like I just said earlier on, it's at your free will to answer it. You're free to answer or not to not answer it.
Give him a
But Abby,
hypothetical
look,
one.
this
Give
is
him a
what
hypothetical one.
those sort of questions can do to you, teenager, right? Someone just asked you a question that might not even necessarily relate to you. You have to understand that there are people watching this, and there are people that have had the people have actually made jokes of sorts towards you about
Let
this,
them
like
make the jokes. They can
you
see
being
people
married
have
to
made
non.
all kinds of
No,
jokes.
people have made jokes about you staying in England with your fat white wife and shit like that. Like that's an
Let them
idea that or perception that
they
people
are-
have. That's the perception that people have about you. And
but
him
you know,
asking you that
hold on.
question and you not making any clarification does not help you. If
But
that's
you know that
if that actually is the case.
you as a Nigerian, you know that when somebody comes and tells you that you're an idiot, that person is calling you an idiot. So you should know better than repeating that garbage to me. So see, you
But
can
it
say
does
whatever
not
you
help
like.
you. You're not listening,
Everybody,
bro. You're
I
not
don't care
listening.
what. See, can you? Why should I care? You mean
Tunaja,
What you mean? Why should you?
I should break my own privacy
I
because
can't even
somebody
believe.
insulted me online?
But you
Good luck with
no.
that one.
I'm trying to help you here, and you're just acting like a
No, don't
bulldog
help
with
me.
his
You're not
back to the
helping me.
fucking
Okay,
wall.
Tunaja,
You're the
let me
one
just
coming
help
up
you
with
out.
coming here to insult me and tell me
I
you're
will
helping me.
Let's
stand on my
get
own.
back to
God
the
help
No,
me
topic.
if you're trying to
Tunaja.
help me.
Tunaja,
If
let's
you're
get
helping
back
me,
to the topic.
when you're going
Who is
after
the
me, what would you
moderator?
do?
Who is the moderator? Enough is enough.
Let's get back
Can
to
we
the
build power,
topic.
please?
Oh my
It's a
Yes.
good
god.
Can we
topic.
build power,
The
please?
topic is a good topic. Let's get back to it, please.
I get the
Yeah,
sense
build
that Brian and
power.
Tunaja have
Let me
women
say
waiting
this,
for
right?
them.
Let me say this. We just an indirect disclaimer from African Millennial, right? Here at the African Millennials YouTube channel, we do not condone any form of discrimination towards whatsoever group of people. You know what I mean? We are here having a candid, civil conversation. All right, we're just bouncing ideas around. We're in no way, shape, or form condoning or entertaining any or promoting any prejudice
Look,
behavior
there's no
towards
white
any
woman
group
in
of
this
people.
live
Okay.
stream. We don't need to do that.
I see.
Can
I
we
don't
get back to the
understand.
topic,
People
please?
are so petty
Can we
on
get back to
on
the
these
topic?
this in panels, but
Yeah.
it's getting tiring. Really, sooner or later, maybe I'll find my way. That's why I'm probably starting my own.
Not to Nigeria.
But
You
it's just
can't leave.
exhausting. It's just exhausting.
No,
People are
to
so
Nigeria,
petty,
no.
and this is
Nigeria,
what
you can't
kills.
leave. No,
This is
no.
what kills our leaders. This is what kills our leaders. You people, anytime you people want, they say you could discuss something reasonable. You just start insulting each other and just saying petty things that it's not going to matter at
Okay,
all.
Niger.
Yeah, I
Let
agree.
me show you how
Africa has
easy.
no
Okay,
leader.
wait,
Africa
guys.
I'm
has no
not
leader.
learning
What's
anything so
that?
far.
Wait,
What have I
wait.
learned today other than insults?
Yeah, all right. One
To
second.
Niger, can I
Before
just
anyone
give
Guys, I
you
know
my
one has
no,
insulted you. We need to
no
stop being
response.
emotional.
Wait,
You know,
one
I like
second.
defending you on this panel, but you need to stop being
I'm
emotional.
talking. No response. 1
We're
second.
from Cameroon, talk
There's
about
been-
your fine voice.
Yeah, so there's been a lot of people speaking, and we haven't heard from other people, so I'm gonna let them go ahead. Did Darth or Comrade have anything to say?
Yeah. So you guys already know I consider myself a Pan-Africanist, but that does not mean I'm anti-white. In fact, I'm a human. I don't hate any particular group of people. I personally, I don't have any. Let's just say that if I'm going to get married, it's probably most likely going to be someone who is Ghanaian or African in general. But that does not mean that I'm opposed to other Africans marrying anyone of any race. And as it pertains to Pan-Africanism, I don't see the connection between anyways, talking about the leaders, I do see the point, especially those Francophone African leaders, those leaders having white partners. It looks problematic. But it's only problematic if the leader is weak, and those guys are weak. Those guys, for all you know, are being treaded along and they don't know it. But that doesn't mean that, just because they have white wives, they can't be Pan-Africanists or they can't have the best interests of their countries or Africa at heart. It doesn't go that way. Their decision to marry that woman is a personal decision. I don't see how that has any bearing on how they delegate or they dispense their role. And there's so many notable exceptions to this, like Frederick Douglass, the American abolitionist. He was very phenomenal for his whole thing against slavery, but he had a white wife. I don't think people.
Hey, don't say that. Don't say that, please. Don't say that.
I don't think black people
Don't say that.
have
You
a
cannot
white
compare
wife.
that, please. Don't do that.
And then you have, even in Africa, you
No,
have.
no. Don't
Sure.
do that. Don't do that, please.
Let me finish my thoughts. I can say whatever I want. It's my time to speak. And then in Africa, you have guys like what you call him, the first president of Angola, Dr. Agostinho Neto, Marxist, great guy. Just because his wife was white, you call him a sellout. Yet his policies in Angola do not point to him being a sellout. In fact,
he was a sellout.
Let me finish, bro. I respect you a lot, brother Daniel. Let me finish my thoughts. Then you can say whatever you want. He was not a sellout. He was against the US, against the West. So how was he a sellout? It's also the 21st century. You have to move away from this politics of hating people just because of a certain race. Hate people based on what they do or what they're capable of doing, not because of their skin color. It's weird. We're no different from the Nazis. You can't be thinking and saying stuff like that.
I can prove it. That's what I'm saying.
Can I answer this? Out of these 14 African countries that are francophone, out of these 14 countries that are francophone, I can't recall 2 of them having white women. I don't recall. Maybe Alassane Ouattara and his wife is now even like 100% French. And who else? Doumbouya, that's it, out of the 14 countries. So it's not a big issue.
I'm gonna go next.
It's not a big issue. So let's not, because I'm talking about it because Francophone African. I'm talking about it because Francophone Africa was picked to make an example. So out of the 14 countries, again, Doumbouya just came with a white woman and Alassane Ouattara. So out of the 14, we got only 2. So it's not a big issue. The majority of the president in Francophone Africa,
Senegal's first president.
my brother, you spoke as I kept quiet. I'm speaking. The former president of Senegal, yes, he had a white woman. Actually, the current president has a black woman. Macky Sall's wife is black. So you're talking about the past.
But that
so
sets a
you're talking
pattern,
about
though.
the
That
past.
sets a pattern with the
So,
policies.
so
Come
you're
on.
talking about the past. So the past is the past, like the word says, the past.
But
So
there's a pattern. There's a pattern.
okay, what is the pattern here? So
The
the
pattern
former
is
two presidents have got black wives.
the pattern is in the
Abdul Diouf
the
from
pattern
Senegal
is-
wife was what?
Let me say the pattern is in the francophone African countries.
Yeah.
Although I can say, to me, I just see it like I'm justified to give them the side eye, so I'm justified to do that. But the pattern is that each time this happens, it seems they fall in bed and in line very well with the French as well.
Brother, I gave you two countries. I gave you two countries.
Yes.
Out of the two countries, give me another one.
We just mentioned Sankara and this guy. What's his name? Doumbouya. We're justified to give him the side eye too. He's talking Pan-Africanism, but we will watch what he's doing. The former president of Senegal, or the first president of Senegal, that one, he was part of the Monrovia group as well. You understand what I mean? And Doumbouya and Ouattara. So there seems to be a pattern. There seems to be a pattern of this type of leaders, especially in the francophone countries, that
bro.
They tell you where their allegiances lie as well. But we can never truly know that.
I'm here to give you. I'm here to give you the evidence, right? The evidence speaks for itself. The only country that are stopping the formation of the ECO are Senegal and Ivory Coast. If anybody tells you something else, that's a lie. I'm here to tell you, most of these presidents, they are for it. But a country like Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, we don't even have a voice.
But St. James, don't they have white wives? These Senegal and Ivory Coast presidents, didn't they have white wives?
But he had his white wife before he even became president. So what's the point? Like he was
James, there's a pattern.
So hold on. The Senegalese president have white wives. No, I just want to know.
Macky Sall, the current president. The current president doesn't have Senegal doesn't have a white wife.
Do you know who made Mamadou Doumbouya a president right now over in Burkina Faso? Do you know who made Mamadou Doumbouya president?
Of what? Which country?
Of sorry.
The president of which country? I didn't hear you.
Mamadou Doumbouya, I think it's Burkina Faso.
No, it's Guinea-Conakry, correct?
Oh, Guinea-Conakry from Ahmed Sekou is true.
Right. Who made him president?
But yeah, hold on. Let me land, bro. Do you know he was trained here? Do you know what he was trained here in America? Yeah, in Georgia, America that I'm in right now. Do you know that?
I thought he was mainly trained in French. That's what I thought.
No, he was trained. He was trained in America.
Okay.
All those. Listen, hold on. Let me say this, bro. You see those coups d'etat that occur in Chad, in Guinea-Conakry, the one that that occurred in Mali. Do you know all those groups were trained in America? Do you know that?
So in Chad there was a coup d'etat.
The guy Idrisu, they call him Idrisu or something like that. I just forgot his name.
In Chad there was a coup d'etat. Like I'm hearing.
It wasn't his direct coup. The president was killed.
That took over from his forefather. That's a coup d'etat.
So he killed his own daddy. So that's what you're implying?
We don't know that his president died in the battlefield.
From his father that was killed. They claim he was killed in a military front. He was trained here in America. All of them, they were trained here in America. I'm telling you.
Like when you say all of them, like who?
Those coup d'etat that just occur right now.
Idris Deby was trained in America?
Yeah, they were trained in America over in Georgia. I can give you the link. You can see it.
Okay, so what's the correlation about what happens? I don't get it.
Okay. Let me explain this to you. America, right? One of their greatest policies. America got no friend. All they have is interest. As simple as that. They have been saying so many times. Black people don't listen. America has no friend. All they have is interest. If they have an interest of certain things that they want from your land, they come and take it. Just like America, through Dwight Eisenhower, killed Patrice Emery Lumumba of Congo with CIA, UN in collaboration with the Belgian government. America got no friend, bro. All they got is interest. So those dudes who took over there, they were trained over here in Georgia. That's college.
Doumbouya of Conakry. So Doumbouya of Conakry is serving the interests of French.
Look it up right now.
By doing what?
They train them. They
No.
train.
Okay, I got the fact that I understand the fact that he was trained there. Yeah, I get that. Let's move past that. So he's serving the interests of the colonial master in Guinea-Conakry. So he's been there less than a year. Tell me what actions led you to believe that?
He's maintained the same system that was already benefiting the French. I mean, that's common sense.
Okay, now, okay. The last time I read, Doumbouya was seizing the importation of the natural resources to Europe. So I don't. So that's what I read.
But that's politics, bro. Don't see that. That's politics.
So
it's
just not doing that.
It's just like Mobutu. It's just like Mobutu had to praise Patrice Emery Lumumba of Congo, of which Mobutu was a pivotal with America, the United Nations, the Belgian government, and France and Belgium to kill him. That's politics. That's how it goes.
No, I don't understand that politicians speak on one side of their mouth and do something else.
Maintaining the system, like I told you, you guys are talking about Guinea-Conakry, right? When Sékou Touré tried to disrupt the system, what happened? You cannot even disrupt the own system from within. Your own country's system, you cannot disrupt it from within because we are
African millennial. Can I just shout out? Can you
it was
show one comment from Green Show?
From the outside looking in, you're talking about 14 countries using almost the same currency, right? You cannot even disrupt your own system within your own country unless and you will call the French to come and step in, or the other country will step in to pressure you to not do that. So when Sékou Touré was going, like Sékou Touré got it right in 1958, he was like, no, you know what? I'm not even trying to go to Paris to negotiate with the French. I'm going to stay here and do what I do, right? Which was a good thing to do.
Why did you take that decision? Tell me, please.
But what we failed to understand is that he did not even have a system to replace the parent, to replace his own system that they put in place for him. So other countries would not even step up to help. Sankara came and did the same thing. So you trying to disrupt your own system from within, other country will pressure you. Your own brothers and sisters that we call Pan-African will stay quiet and let you do that on your own. So ECOWAS is a good tool for the European to keep us separate. That's what I was telling Tunaja. We gotta look into the formation of ECOWAS, because when it gets weaponized, like I said earlier, when that situation in Mali happened, I was saddened to see the president of France talk about the sanction against Mali after ECOWAS, before ECOWAS. What does that tell you? They still have the remote. They control the remote.
I don't know whether ECOWAS they are controlling anything. They are controlling ECOWAS. Let me just finish my point. They are controlling
ECOWAS is just another tool of the French, man. What are you talking about? That's why the French president came out and made the sanctions first. ECOWAS just adds thanks to whatever you do.
Can I just finish my point? They are controlling ECOWAS through their nation states. They are not controlling Nigeria directly. They are controlling them. The agenda of the ECOWAS.
Why did Buhari quiet, Tunaja? Why Buhari quiet and letting Alassane Ouattara control ECOWAS? Why Buhari is quiet?
How do you mean, Alex?
Okay.
Was he controlling ECOWAS?
What's happening in Mali? What did Buhari say? He kept quiet.
Because he was in support of what is happening. Because
no. If you have a voice, you speak up. You don't stay quiet.
So what do you want him to do? Say, you know what? This Malian president.
That's why we all here. That's why we all here. Because I don't know. Because if somebody else is talking, Alassane Ouattara is making big moves for the European. And Buhari, who has one of the biggest economy in Africa, and he's within ECOWAS, and he's quiet, nobody can hear from him. What does that tell you?
Let me see. Americans and this in the French, they have a military base in Niger Republic that they can be in Abuja in how many minutes? And you see,
so he's playing it safe.
No, hold on. Let me tell you something. We compromise our country, our continent already, and the question is how you're going to roll it back. And it's not everything that is happening on that continent is controlled by these people. Like this conversation we have now, are they controlling it? But it's not everything that is totally controlled. They don't need to control everything. It's not efficient. They have to do it very efficiently so that they don't spend as much resources controlling us. They use through their presidents to control these countries and remove leaders that are causing them problems, like they did with Lumumba and various other leaders. This is how ECOWAS has done a lot of positive things in West Africa that they may not even necessarily like any civil wars and preventing the removal of leaders. So you see, ECOWAS is like a car. It's who is driving it that matters. Question is, are you going to take over the wheels, or you are going to let them the morons that are being controlled by this people carry on driving ECOWAS? No, somebody driving it, all right. It's just that they are not driving it in our own interest.
Why is a nation like Nigeria, Buhari, allowing Alassane Ouattara to have so much weight?
Thank you. It doesn't. Tunisia doesn't understand. We got the two biggest countries. We got the two biggest countries. We got the two biggest countries with the strongest economy, and one is staying quiet.
But France is stronger.
Okay. Listen, Tunisia. If you want my own opinion, right? Nigeria is well equipped to go toe to toes with France. I guarantee you.
I agree with you, but you can't convince our leaders of that. They are all.
No, what do you mean? What do you mean toe to toe with France? What do you mean? What do you mean toe to toe with France? Yes, explain. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, please clarify.
In terms of diplomacy, first.
What's diplomacy? What do you mean?
Listen, like, if we are in ECOWAS together, right? What Alassane Ouattara is doing is what? Is making sure the French get what they get in Africa, in Francophone Africa, right? So like I said, when the sanctions were being imposed to Mali, the French president has to speak about it first, right? Which is not in line with what we are doing within ECOWAS. So why a foreign nation is dictating the space of ECOWAS? Why? So Nigeria could have stepped in and say, you know what, French, we understand that this is your colony, but we are in this together. So therefore, you have to stay back and let us handle it. So when Nigeria doesn't do that, what is left for us to do? The strongest will step up.
I mean,
which is Alassane Ouattara.
To be honest, when the decision for African unity was happening, Nigeria was with the Monrovia group. So I want to understand why Nigeria was with the Monrovia group instead of the Casablanca group. It seems like every instance that of unity is pushed. I don't know, why did Nigeria always choose wrong?
You know my opinion. They want to lead. Nigeria want to lead from behind. Nigeria want to lead from behind. It's like waking up in the morning and letting other people tell you you are strong.
You can we depend on Nigeria to Niger?
African millennial, can I just ask one question? African millennial, can I ask one question? African millennial, can you please?
Where was Gambia the whole
time
time?
to ask one question? Yeah, can I just ask one question, guys? Wasn't the whole point of it?
I think there was a question
Can I
that was
just ask
already
one
asked.
question, Wallahi, man?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, it will be part of the same question. What I thought the whole point of ECOWAS originally was that to push France out of West Africa by coming together and creating a strong enough bloc that can be independent on its own, because none of these smaller former French colonies are strong enough. And I thought Nigeria was going to be the anchor for all of this to happen. So why is it that France is still involved in ECOWAS? Like, what's the point of involving France in ECOWAS? Like, why is France still there?
Another point, because that was in French. I know most of you guys are Anglophone. If you look at, there's another video, maybe African millennial can find the video and play the video. The president of France, he stood in Paris and say, I'm going to call Akufo-Addo to make sure the sanctions are imposed on Mali. There is a video of that. And those are the things that I found problem.
But the question still hasn't been answered. Let me just deal with that question that was asked.
Tunaja, let me finish. Like I said, a country like Nigeria, we are in this together. And the president of France can sit there and talk about sanctions being imposed on an ECOWAS member country. And if this sits well for us, then that's why. What is the point of being in the union? What is the point?
Let him answer. Why hasn't Nigeria acted right to Nigeria all through time?
I think the reason why these things are happening is exactly why the continent has been compromised. It started from basically the northern part of Nigeria feeling like the southern part of Nigeria is going to dominate them. So they were basically brown-nosing to the Europeans. Nigeria should have had their independence in 1954 because they said they were not ready, because they were not that educated. And I don't know whether the white people did it deliberately or it was because of the religion. I don't know. but they felt that way. So the South, what if they went the other way, then this in the northern part will be given more advantage over them. So they felt that they don't have a lot of free will to do whatever they like. During those days, most of these people, were colonized. They couldn't think for themselves clearly. So I think that's part of it. And how Nkrumah was able to do it was probably because I think they said he went to America and he got some ideas and he started running with it.
But why did Nigeria have those Pan-Africanist sentiments as well? Like, are you saying it's because the Nova Muslims wanted to associate Europeans or nationalism, where they were more nationalistic?
They were diluting it. They were diluting the Nigerian kind of Pan-Africanist, because Nigeria, Igbo people are the most independent people. Even the white people wrote about it when they were in Nigeria, that they should watch Igbo people closely. They are the most independent people going. So they knew that, and the Northerners are very, very regimented. They are conformal. And so once they had control over them, and they are the majority of the population in the North, it's a problem for us.
So the Northerners that's only part of the problem, other than political alliances, right? Or political favoritism. Let's be honest with ourselves. I think someone on the panel has mentioned it way earlier on in the show, that from an economic perspective, Nigeria has a lot of potential. It had a lot of potential, and that potential has been realized decades upon decades upon decades ago. I'm talking about post-colonialism now. The truth of the matter is, when you have a country with the amount of human resource that you have the amount of natural resources that you have, you just don't necessarily, although you might have some Pan-African sentiments, like with what Nigeria have done using the ECOMOG army, the amount of somewhat of political stability that they've been able to maintain all across West Africa, you can see that the country has some Pan-African sentiment anyway, regardless of its political favoritism up to the West. But what I'm going to say is this, right? When you have a lot of the amount of failures around you as a nation, you look at the rest of West Africa. I'm not saying that all of the nations there are failures, but when you see the amount of political instability that those countries have, sometimes you might not necessarily want to be part of any sort of like political bloc with them. So don't sit back and ask, oh, why has Nigeria, this so-called big brother, whatever you want to call them, why have they shown somewhat of disdain to unity with other African countries? Why would Nigeria here? Why would Nigeria there?
I just want to
many of those countries, the truth of the matter is that they are failures, and Nigerians don't want, the Nigerian government doesn't want anything to do with it.
I respect
But you yourself are also a failure.
I respect the position. I
You
respect
yourself are also a failure.
I respect the position.
I know the country is a failure as well. That's why I said they have potential that they've realized. Do you understand?
Myself,
I'm not saying they're not a failure.
Myself, I don't even want Nigeria to do anything for any country, right? I respect the position of each country within ECOWAS to take care of themselves and address their own issue, whether it's a colonial masters issue or whether it's the situation from within. I respect that. But for me, I still struggle to understand why we're even together. So that's my first worry. It's like, okay, we're trying to have some sort of unity like the Europeans. To be honest, ECOWAS, the African Union, it's like we are like copycat. We are just together, but on the outside looking in, we are really not together when you look at it. So when a problem happens, we let the West still come and control us using our own tools, using our own unity that we put in place to disrupt us. Again, like I said, if you are in ECOWAS, if you are against, if we are in ECOWAS. Let me finish. It's 1 second. If you are in ECOWAS and a foreign president can say, I'm going to call Akufo-Addo to impose sanction on an ECOWAS member country, I am worried. I don't sleep at night. It's like I'd rather be by myself and knowing I'm going to get a direct attack, not an attack from a neighboring country. It's not, I can't do that. I can't do that. So when I saw this video, I'm worried about our unity in Africa. Tunaja try to deflect from the issues, but I'm worried.
Tunaja, with the complexities of things happening in Africa, with the complexities of the political situation in Nigeria and in West Africa, and along with external forces, and the decisions that Nigeria make, and also considering what Brian just said as well, Do you think Nigeria can be depended upon to make the right decisions?
I've got a question to ask. I've been listening for a bit.
Do you think Nigeria
So
can
again,
be depended upon
to
moving
me,
forward?
I would
a
also
lot
like
of
to
you.
respond to that, brother. I would also like to respond to that. That's a nice question.
Oh no, let me just finish this point.
Let's answer the flipping question first.
I've been quiet
Okay.
first, Brian. Yeah. I think
Let
you've got
Tunizer answer his
violent
question
attentive,
first.
but
If
you
Tunizer
gotta
is
let
gonna answer it,
you gotta let other people speak. I've been
Tunizer, if you're
quiet,
gonna
and I
answer
want
the
to ask my
question,
question.
can you just speak?
Please, let's
What
more.
is
I'll
wrong
answer
with
the
this guy?
question. Let's more ask the question. I'll
Let
answer.
Tunizer answer the question that's been
No,
posed to him.
I'll answer the question. Let
Only
more
two
ask the
Nigerians
question.
talking.
Who asked you? Did they ask
Brian,
you the
nobody
question?
agrees
Let
with you.
Mo
You
ask
need
the
to calm
question
down.
as well, man. Hey,
I will
just
answer
let Mo
the
ask the
question. Let's
question.
more answer. I'll answer the question.
Yeah,
But
let
you man are
everyone
so
who has a
serious,
question
like,
ask the question, and then you guys can
I've got a
let
question to
Tunizer
ask.
answer the question that's been
first, and
posed
then
to him.
I'll.
You're talking about let Mo answer another question.
Allow it.
Brian, you gotta let other people speak. You've been speaking a lot.
Right?
Mute your
Let
mic and
Tunizer speak. Tunizer is part of the other people in it. Let him speak.
Tunisia, can
this kid. You gotta let other people speak.
Nigeria be dependent upon?
Go ahead,
to stay
Tunisia. I think otherwise this clown's gonna cry.
To stay ECOWAS towards the
Yeah,
right
watch your
I don't even
fucking
know
mouth
why
there,
you're
you
this
big
funny, man.
forehead
You're
victim.
Arab. This is
You hear me?
Pan-Africanism.
Let
So
him
I don't
answer
know
the
why they
question,
bring.
please.
I don't know why they bring an
If
Arab
I say
boy
something
to this
about the West
panel.
African features, then I'm a racist otherwise, right?
It's
Bro, say
always
whatever
this
you want to
Arab
say in it,
boy
you big
coming to
two
put
victim.
his coming to put
please,
Says
his
the
nose
guy
in
with the
this
double
let him
barrel
speak.
shotgun of a nose.
Moderator,
Don't talk.
when African people speak. This
Oh,
Arab boy
let him speak
always
in order,
coming. I don't
please.
know.
I
I
want
don't
to
know why
respond
they
to
always
that
invite this
question.
Arab boy
what
to
did he
this
say?
panel.
That was funny. He said
I
something
said he
about
got a double barrel shotgun of a nose.
That's not a
Shut
that
up,
I'm
you
not sure
big
that's
two
an insult
victim.
actually. I'm not sure
Bro,
that's an
please,
Fucking,
insult.
please, bro,
you
don't say that.
Coley hair local rat, man.
Can we leave that kind of talk, please?
I'm
It's
not
not
the
a
one
good
that hates
thing.
myself when I look at myself in the mirror.
Come on.
These guys don't like
Let's
each other.
No, nobody
Nigel,
hates themselves here, bro.
Nigel.
Don't like each other.
You want
But
white
you're
women,
Brian
you don't
started
like
all of
yourself.
this.
Even if they
We are
hate
not, we don't
yourself,
care
Those
about
like a
listen,
we
fucking
are on the
even
siege.
if
trust
they hate
We
me.
yourself,
are on the
no
siege
West
right now.
African want to be like a Somalian. You need to know that. Even if they
Do
I've
hate
you know
seen your
yourself,
face
Somalia was
before,
created?
mate. You're
listen,
Do you
hideous.
know the
You
no
can't
capital
stand
Oh
me.
my
that is
God! Can
Somalia,
we
right?
stop
no
Created by the
this?
talking
West.
West African wants to look like a Somalian.
Can we stop this?
Do you know
Come
That
on!
is like
Somalia?
that
Hey,
degrading
hold
your
Oh
gene.
my
on.
God!
Do
These
you
That's
people.
know?
that's
Do you
gene
know that the
degradation.
day?
Mo,
Do you
all
know that
Mo
the
has
day?
to do is
Hold on.
mouth and argument
Hold on.
starts.
I've
Do you
Yeah.
treated
know
the
that
West
the day?
Africans.
Hold
No
on. Hold
West
on. Do you
So
know
you
that
African
like
the
to
wants
day
to
trigger
Joe
look
Biden?
like a
arguments?
Somalian. God sake,
Do you
God
know that the
forbid.
day Joe Biden
No.
had to send
Nobody's gonna get
weapons
anywhere
from
with
Ukraine?
that guy
Hold
just
on. Let me say this.
interrupting
Do you know
everybody.
that the day Joe Biden had to send weapons from Ukraine? Do you know that Joe Biden had to drop bomb in Somalia more than 5 times? Do you know that? The day he sent weapons from Ukraine, promising that he's going to protect Ukraine,
Daniel,
stuff
what
like
does
that.
that have to do
Joe
anything?
Biden had to bomb
Brian,
Somalia. Do you know that?
okay, what does that have to do with anything?
Never
Because
mind.
you guys are just talking randomly. It makes no sense. America or the West don't give a damn about you in Africa. They want you to be like that, fight yourself like crazy, so they can come in and
Brian.
I've
exploit
not
as
even
usual.
spoken. I've not
We got
even
to
spoken.
organize right
Okay,
here. It's
you
not an
see,
aspect of
this is what I don't
arguing.
like.
Please.
No. Okay, you guys just chased that guy out, but this is what I don't like. You guys
Yeah,
all
you should
heard
go.
Brian was the
You
one
should
who
go
started the
fucking say
insult.
what is it you on this panel?
But you all heard.
No, wait. First and
Okay, but
foremost,
you all
You're
heard.
bombing us in
He
look,
should
Africa. You
leave.
guys are
He should
talking
leave.
some kind of
Yes,
nonsense.
Lil Iyasu, right? Lil Iyasu.
He needs to
Let me
go.
say
But
this,
I
right?
think
I'm not
African
even in the
millennial
No,
is
mood to
just
like
so
go back and
lenient.
forth today. I'm not in the mood to insult anyone today, actually, if
but
I'm
you
being honest with
clearly
you.
started the
This
If you hear the
insults
insulting
a
just
calmness in
now.
whole
my
group
voice,
of
I'm just
people. And
not
that's
in.
why you
That didn't
don't
start
run your
anything,
mouth.
right?
He should leave.
Bro, you literally
But
started the
look,
insulting first. You called him a
if
big
people,
four-headed something, and then he called you
oh
a
yeah,
double shotgun, whatever.
whatever. Let's let it slide now, innit? Let's let it slide. I'm not in that mood
What was the
today.
question? I've not even
I'm not in that mood
spoken yet.
tonight. However, if it happens, it happens, innit?
Yeah,
Maybe
but then you guys
if he
cry
doesn't know,
racism when someone insults you back, but you clearly
Somalians
insulted him
have
first.
autism because they're incense baby. He does not
Bitch, I'm
know.
not Somalian. I don't care what they have.
Somalians have got autism because they're
Hey,
incensed.
hey,
They marry
hey,
their
hey.
sisters and their mothers. That's what they do. They've got autism.
But why would I
They're
care what they
incensed
have?
babies.
I'm not Somalian.
No,
Brother,
I mean,
please,
you're the one that
brother,
was talking
please.
bullshit. Somalis, they do
Please.
incest. They marry their sisters.
Kifaru,
They've got
you
a
need to
terrible
Can you
camel
stop that?
bone
Come
What is
on,
wrong
man.
with you
Kifaru,
African
stop
people?
it.
Kifaru, bro.
Yeah.
What the hell
That's
is
what
wrong with
he
you
wants.
African people?
No, he wants to
all
talk
these
shit
things. He
about. He
wants us
wants
to
to talk shit
devolve
about
like
West
this.
African. I've come for it.
Okay, I hear you,
No,
Kifaru.
no,
Like,
bro.
Yeah,
I told you that guy is not
Biden is
Pan-African.
giving
He
weapons to
basically hates
Yeah.
you guys.
Ukraine
He doesn't want us to be
to fight
productive.
Russia. Why he is bombing Somalia? Don't you know that?
okay.
He bombed Somalia more than
Yeah.
3 times.
Hey, Daniel,
All
bro,
these
3 times.
chill,
incest,
man. We
Please.
heard you.
baby
What
coming
are you
online
guys
talking
talking about? What the
bullshit
hell is wrong with you?
with their
Wait, hold on. Africans.
Africans, why you guys so selfish? I'm giving you free entertainment and you only give me 35 likes. We're not moving forward until we get to at least 45. I'm serious. So you better hit the like button, please, and thank you. Else you're going to hear me speak to myself for the next 10 minutes. DI, why are you laughing? Adra, why are you laughing? Mo Solomon is here. Mo Solomon is here. I just stepped out for a bit. All I heard was somebody was talking about Somalis. Like, how did it get to Somalis? This is a topic about mostly West Africa and Guinea. So let's not talk about Somalis today, please. Yeah, let's not do that. Saying better I talking than all the arguments. Yeah. I think it's getting pretty heated. So we're gonna close out in about 20 minutes. I just want to see what the point of this conversation is, but we're gonna close out in about 20 minutes.
I didn't say anything. No, I was just the new one in the panel. What was the question?
Are you sure?
What did you say
I
about
didn't say
Somalis
much.
again, Kifaru? Or do I have to remind you eat bushmeat? Savage.
Yeah, you cut your women's clitoris and put it on the bacon.
What?
Oh my
Get the
God.
fuck out
Says
of
the
here.
guy that
You want to try me?
says the guy that goes. Listen, says the guy that goes on lunch breaks, calm down, bushmeat, monkey savagery.
Can we leave this type of talk?
What's up? Why do you cut your women clitoris?
You eat pygmies. You eat pygmies.
Oh
I don't know why
my
you're
God.
talking. You're savages.
Shithead.
You're savages.
If you're
You're worse than Chinese.
You got it. You got it.
You eat
Look at you.
Kifaru.
Listen to Africa.
Kifaru,
Listen,
you eat
You are
anything with 4
incest,
legs.
baby. You
Anything that has a heart, you eat
baby.
Kifaru, Hunter.
You incest, baby.
Kifaru, you eat bats, cats, dogs.
Yes,
You're
you
worse than the
incest,
Chinese.
baby.
You
You
eat anything.
in my
Your
life.
brother had sex with your mother,
The hell is
then made
Kifaru?
you. That's what you are.
What?
You're
Why
both.
would
This is my first time in
again?
my
There's
life.
Islamic rules. We're not you, mate.
Wow.
We're not you.
Yeah, I do that.
We're not the savages of Cameroon. There's a difference.
You're incest.
You're a savage. You're a savage.
I am.
You're a
You
bushmeat
fucking
eating savage.
Peace,
Go ahead. Listen.
No, we're not talking
You
about
eat pygmies, you eat monkeys, you eat cats, you eat dogs, you eat anything that breeds. You're a savage. You are a savage.
Go meet your incest.
My moderator, can you take
You're
them
a savage.
out? Take them out. Mute them. You don't have to do it.
You're a
Mute
savage.
them.
Yeah, I'm a savage. You're more savage than me.
You are. I'm not a savage. I don't eat anything that breeds.
Mo, it's okay. Mo, it's okay. It's okay.
Mute them. I will not come into this.
More can't talk today. Yeah, you're lucky man's not in the mood
Just
today,
saying,
man.
I'm gonna say what I gotta say.
Mo's hot,
You
man.
guys are just
You're lucky. You're lucky I'm not in the mood for spraying today.
We all
What are you gonna do?
You're really lucky. So just keep that at the back of your mind.
Listen,
Keep that at the back
Nigerian
of your
men's
mind.
average height is
Keep that at the
5'8".
back of your mind, yeah?
You're 5'8".
Just have your time. Just have your day, yeah?
You're 5'8". Your belt buckle is taller than you.
I can't even get more. What more? What's more saying?
You're a leprechaun.
Shut the mouth up, bro.
What's more saying?
Nigerians are 5'8".
Okay, all right. That's okay.
What's more? Wait,
Nigerians
what did
are
more just say? More say that again. You fucking camel
Nigerians
milk
are
drinker.
5'8". My belt
Don't
buckle.
suck a breast of a camel, man. Shut up, idiot.
I don't know why this Nigerian's acting tough.
They're saying
Fucking
whoever said
desert
that
baby, bro.
Nigeria.
I don't know why this Nigerian's acting tough. You live in Ireland. Who lives in Ireland?
You live in Canada, bro.
You live in
Or USA,
Ireland.
wherever it is.
You live in Ireland. Who lives in Ireland?
It's not a country.
And so
You live in
what?
Ireland. It's not a country. Or wherever you live is not a country. Why can't you go back to
Ireland is a
Africa
country.
and make sure
Why
that
do you
build
live in England? You live in England, so shut up still.
I don't live in England. I live in America, but it's not my country also.
All right,
So I'm not proud of living in America, bro.
When you live
I'm
in
not proud
America.
of living in America. There is
Okay,
no
all
need
right.
to be
To go
proud
back to
of where
Africa
you
when you're
live
living in
of
America.
which is not a country. Shut the hell up. Were you raised by a single mother? You can't control your emotion, bro. Come on now.
Okay, all right. We get the point. Thank you. Chima's saying whoever said that Nigeria can hold its own against France on a military level is an idiot.
Nigeria.
So let me talk about that African millennial. Let me talk about that statement, right? So whoever made that statement, they pay you $5, right? Let me say something. So when you're a man, right, and you go outside and you talk about your own weakness, that means you are the stupidest man that ever lived on this earth.
St. James.
As a man, you don't talk about your weakness to your enemy. You don't do
Let me
that.
just answer for you.
Okay.
Russia has like 10 times the more powerful military, both navy, air force, and everything than Ukraine. Are they winning the war in Ukraine? Do you see how much they're
Absolutely
struggling?
not.
Yes, they are winning.
America
They are
probably
Jesus
winning.
Christ. How can you, if that's what you call victory, God help us.
Niger, let me finish my statement. God damn, Niger,
Go
can
ahead.
I just finish my statement?
What is happening over here?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yo, Daniel, man, let me just finish my statement. I'm talking about the
Don't
statement
go
that she
off
made.
Russia. Speak about Africa, please.
Yo,
Please.
I'm using that as an example, Daniel. Shut the fuck up, man. God damn.
Speak about us in the continent. Forget about Russia, Ukraine, or Russia. We got problem we got to solve.
Yo,
Let
African
somebody be
millennial,
able
please
to
mute
talk.
this guy,
Come
man.
on. Let somebody talk,
Let
please.
me talk for a second.
Bullshit.
Okay, the difference is Nigeria can relate to these countries a lot better and can have a more influence, both culturally and soft power wise, over these Western African countries than France could ever have. And they could do things like train resurgence within these countries, so on and so forth. So you don't have to be 10 times, you don't have to match someone militarily in order to, like take power or take land over them. And just look at how far France is from the places that you're talking about. So even though Nigeria is weakened militarily and in every single way, they can still have more influence in these countries if they chose to than France could ever have. I mean, look at Turkey. Turkey is pretty much, for most parts, pushing France out of a lot of these Muslim Francophone nations. And how are they doing that? Because they're 10 times weaker than France as well. They're using the cultural influence and the Islamic influence. Nigeria could use the African influence and also find its way in there and push the French out. It's not all about military power. Military power is just like the final thing that you need to use.
That's what is
and even
missing.
then,
Military power is in the head. Is in the head first. When the citizen of your country don't even believe in your country, it's a done deal. So the Africans themselves are putting themselves in a position to be last. So that's what is sad about us. That's what is sad about us.
Well, let me ask a question to everyone in the panel. Let me ask this question to everyone in the panel. Everybody in the panel. I want to ask this question. Let me ask this question to please. You respond. Let me ask you this question. How does the West? How does the West solve their problem? How does the West or America or Europe solve their problem? Please.
By coming together.
By coming together?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
I am serious.
Anyone have any other suggestion? Because I'll give you the answer very soon.
Military. Give us the answer.
Military, they're coming together.
What do you say?
Give us the answer.
Tell us what you think.
You said somebody give the right answer. What do you say?
The militaries. I said militaries.
Military, that is it. That is it. That is how they solve their problem. Everything the white man got, they got it through gun and bullet. And they're doing everything to protect it through blood and iron. What are you talking about? The white man got America through gun and bullet. They got Australia through gun and bullet. They got Canada through gun and bullet. They colonized us in the continent through gun and bullet. What are you talking about? You're talking the language is not even your own. You talk what
for a long time. Listen, I think St. James said something. St. James said something that was really, really good. See, these people were patriotic. If we look at now Ukraine, okay, and Russia, everyone is shocked how Ukraine is resisting from Russia. Those people are patriotic, but are Africans patriotic like Ukrainians? That is the thing. If you've got people who are not patriotic, who don't love their country, you can give them the highest military weapon, they're gonna do shit. Example, Afghanistan. They gave Afghanistan, listen, all the military weapon they needed to fight the Taliban. But these people were not patriotic. They had to flee away. You understand? So first of all, I think St. James was correct. You need to love your country.
Yes,
first.
we agree. Let me ask a follow-up question from what Iyasu said to Niger. To Niger, I'm going to reiterate the question again, because when the time came for the unity to happen, you had the Monrovia group and you had the Casablanca group. And Nigeria was at the Casablanca group. So we consider that aspect, and I asked you why. So in the modern context, can Nigeria be relied upon to stir the ECOWAS towards the right place? You know, considering the complexity of politics in Nigeria and the decisions they make and the relationships that they tie to, and also what Brian said, some of these other countries are dusty countries as well that Nigeria cannot potentially rely on. So in that case, can Nigeria be trusted to lead ECOWAS at all? Should they have the mantle of leadership?
I don't know whether anybody ever really bestows leadership on anybody, or because Nigeria is the majority population in West Africa, and by far dominates most of the other metrics too. So it's hard not to be in that position because of the way it is. As a matter of fact, I looked at the map of Nigeria recently. I said, if these Western people want to be mischievous, they couldn't have been more mischievous, because they saw the region that has those rivers coming there. They know the population is big there, and they basically wrapped the country up, like, compressed it in that location. Everywhere else around Nigeria has a less dense population, and at the same time, they make the people distrust themselves so much. This is what it ties to the point the other person made about loving their countries. Most people spend most of their energy hating their government, hating the other tribe, and worrying about organizing themselves against the French, or they don't even look at Western powers as their enemies. Not to mention rivals, they don't even see them as a problem. They take permission from them for everything. They're like, America said we should do this. How nice is that? America pat us on the back that we are doing something about women's rights.
Is that Nigeria you're saying doing that?
Nigeria does it. Many African leaders. Just today I was hearing a Sierra Leonean president when Sierra Leonean president, while he was swearing in Americans as citizens, also talked about how America has now validated Sierra Leonean freedom from COVID-19. It's like, does America need to tell you that you are free from COVID-19? It's like not even the UN. It's like, what is wrong with our people?
Right. So okay. Anyway, in any case, hold on. In any case, to Niger, if Nigeria cannot really hold its own together to even lead or anything, are you wrong for criticizing the Malian people and the Burkina Faso for taking such a unilateral action to set themselves free? Because Nigeria is not going to do anything to steer them towards the right way. So don't you say they have the right to?
I think we are conflating two things there. It's not fair, because I think the Malians are right. That the Malian president, he is right to want to stabilize his country and those militants and all the rest, take care of all those things. If that's what he's doing, he's right to do that. But he also has a responsibility to negotiate with the West African organizations about a coup that represents a destabilization of the region. Because if you have 20 million population and you destabilize the region, you negotiate with those people and they tell you that, you know what, come up with a date, and he came up with a date, then just went and changed it overnight.
Naja, that's not factual. That's not factual. Let me address that part. The last time we had that conversation, I believe I didn't make myself clear, and you keep repeating that, and that's not factual, because this was not formal. Because when they told them to give a date, do you know when the war starts and when it ends? Who can predict the situation in Mali? Do you know when it's going to end? They asked the Malian. No. Let me finish. They asked the Malian. Let me finish. Change his mind? No. Let me finish. They were having a conversation, and based on the information they had at the time, provided that date. And when they went back and checked into certain things, they were like, okay, you know what? We're going to have to push back on that date because of the new information that we obtained. What ECOWAS did, ECOWAS was like, no. You guys should start with this transition. The situation is not over. These terrorists are still killing, and the French government is there since when? The French military. Let me finish. The French military is there since when? Over 10 years. They haven't stabilized anything. So you're talking about a group of military that just took power, who are now killing people, who are now stealing from the country, who are trying to fix their country, and who got the backing of their people. Those are the people that we want to hate because of ECOWAS.
Nobody is hating them. What are you?
And I thought you're not listening. You're not listening what I just said.
I'm listening. Stop using term hate.
The French president is sitting in Europe telling us that he will talk to another president from West Africa to put pressure on Mali so they can begin the transition. Like I said, if the Nigerian president want to say something, he could have said, this is an African issue. For far too long, we have let you guys come here and dictate the space for us. Even if Mali was wrong,
even let's say even if Mali was wrong, this is an African issue. We should have talked to Mali without the French. That's why we are in ECOWAS.
What are you?
So
But
if
ECOWAS did it though. I don't know why you are bringing the French into this. It was ECOWAS that applied the sanctions. I don't know why you are bringing the French.
they applied the sanction, do you know what happened when they took ECOWAS to court or something? You know who won who won it? Mali won. Mali won.
Good for them.
They won, but you know what? They still did not lift the sanction. Do you understand that?
You don't understand what symbolism means.
Oh, please.
See, the symbolism is that let me just make
borders
this
are closed.
The symbolism.
The only country that are still dealing with Mali right now is Guinea.
Can you hear me, please? Can you hear me, please?
But you're not listening to what I'm saying.
I'm hearing you. You just said that what they took ECOWAS to court and they won. I said good for them. But ECOWAS too.
Why did they even have to, Naja? Why did they even have to?
Because there is 400 and something million people besides this in Mali that
Put
could
that
do
into writing.
things
Put that
like
into
that.
writing.
Oh, so
Put that
Niger,
into writing.
those 400 and something million people, they wanted to sanction Mali, or was it your bootleg leaders, your coon leaders that decided to sanction Mali in the place of France?
You are missing the point. Because there could be
They didn't cause any
in all the other
instability, man.
countries.
They're dealing with insurgents in their country. Jesus Christ.
See,
I think this is a very, very this is a thing.
Tunaja think by staying quiet.
But when we get it, we don't want it.
Tunaja, your position is not sustainable. Your position is not sustainable. You are implying. You are implying because of the military coup in West Africa. We have to force these people out so Nigeria can remain stable. So if that situation ever happened to Nigeria, it will be the worst. So Buhari has to be quiet, so to make sure that we apply pressure on Mali, so that situation don't spread all over West Africa. That don't make sense.
I would like to think that you have
no. That's what you are. That's what you are implying.
Do you know that? Last year, Buhari went to the UN.
How can you not learn?
You know that Buhari went to the UN and American government.
Niger, bro, you're the
learning
anything.
Tunaja, without ECOWAS, do you know what Mali said? Without ECOWAS, they still gave the 2 years. They still gave the 2 years.
The UN for a seat for Africa in the Security Council last year. That the Security Council of the UN and Africa need to have a seat on the Security Council. It doesn't make any sense. In order for Africa to have a stabilized system, that there are a lot of terrorism.
I understand.
In the UN, that's what he said over there. And do you know Buhari also make sure that most of even Goodluck Jonathan went to Barack Hussein Obama. They got when this terrorist aspect, this terrorism was going on in West Africa. Goodluck Jonathan went to Barack Obama and said, "Please, we have discovered these guys who are disturbing this part of our area. Can you please give us a helicopter, the bomb helicopter, so we can just bomb all of them and everything will be over?" Do you know Barack Obama rejected? Do you know that? It is in his book, Goodluck Jonathan.
Yeah.
Go and buy it, you read it and see it right there.
Even Mali bought some weapon from the America.
Guys,
it is
can I just ask you a question?
It is blocked.
Guys.
God knows why.
The question I asked like an hour ago about the ECOWAS has still not been answered. My question was, I thought the whole point of the ECOWAS was to push France out of the West African region and bring it and kind of use Nigeria as an anchor to stabilize the West African region.
Difficult. You know,
wait, let me finish my question, bro. Let me finish my question. Let me finish my question. God damn, can I finish my question? It looks like even from the way the ECOWAS is structured, it looks like even from the way ECOWAS has been structured, it is going to be a failure regardless, because France still has a say within ECOWAS. How do you still have your colonial master still having a say within ECOWAS, and you're telling us that this is some Pan-Africanist or like this is some post-colonial project or whatever?
Because
like,
the majority,
it looks like
my
France
brother
is using ECOWAS as like a
I want to answer
control.
that question. I'll give you an example, right?
Let me answer that question.
ECOWAS is still being used as a, it's still being weaponized by the West. I'll give you an example. The example I just gave you earlier. Can you imagine if we had someone like Patrice Lumumba or Thomas Sankara still alive? Do you think a French president can say, "I will call an African president to put pressure on another country in ECOWAS"? Do you think they would have sit there and let that happen? Do you think they would have?
No.
It start by just speaking up. Don't do anything. Speak. Tell them, listen, that time has come for us to take care of our own issue. So stay there and let us handle our own issue. Which president can do that? If a president cannot do that, like that's what I said. Nigeria, I don't even pick on Nigeria because I don't want the Nigerian to feel like I disrespect them. No. You guys have the greatest economy.
No, bro, you need to disrespect. You need to disrespect. We need to be honest.
Let's be honest. If you guys are the strongest link in this unity, and you guys are letting that happen, I don't understand why we are in a unity. I don't understand if one president, a single president in Europe is saying that.
Can I also say one thing?
It's not that. It's not
Niger,
that
you keep talking about stability in Africa. You do realize for a lot of these neo-colonial leaders that are being used as puppets to go, they're going to have to be coups made either by the military or by the people for us to actually have governments that want to represent us. So you're talking about, we need to promote stability. Stability by who? You're being stabilized under a neo-colonial rule. It's still as bad as instability. So once again,
that's a bit funny, isn't it?
Promoting stability sounds like some Western jargon.
Let me say something.
These leaders are not going to go willingly. We're going to have to take them out. So revolution or coup or whatever is going to have to happen in a lot of these countries.
What are you going to do about that to Niger?
Yes, where you from?
I think
can I say something?
We can't be repeating the same things and expecting a different answer.
Can you speak in order?
We have done.
Let us speak. Madam
already.
Can you speak in order?
Hold on. Can I finish my point? Can you wait now? You didn't say that when I was talking. When they were talking. See,
can you speak in order, please?
Okay.
Please.
Okay. You get your chance to talk. Sorry about that. We have to learn from history. We have just had 60 years after independence of this pattern repeat itself. And in the last 20 years, or 25, 20 years in Africa, by and large, military coups have reduced in numbers. And you can see that the trend in Africa is that we are heading in the right direction. We've had a common. Can I finish my point? Can I just make my point? Okay, maybe.
Wait.
But let me finish my point.
Let him finish, bro. Let him finish
my point.
Respond, please.
So there are signs that people are doing the right things now and again. If you cannot learn from history that all these things we've done it before, what works even in Western countries, for them to grow, they need to stop fighting. They need to stop the instability. This is why even when there's a knife stab somewhere, you see 30 cars show up, and just to make sure they quell that thing completely. Because without stability, how are you going to grow? You have to make sure the region is solid. Okay, I agree. Maybe West African leaders should have done better, and maybe Nigeria should have done more. But that is what I've been crying about all this while, that we need to strengthen our militaries everywhere, because it's because of our weakness. That's why all these things are happening. Even Mali that we are talking about, his military is still around 20,000 for a country of 20 million people. Do you know how much military that Sri Lanka has? Sri Lanka has got 21 million people, 400,000. What is wrong with us? This is where the problem is, and we are worrying that that's the only way you can get stability.
I'm asking
you about. Wait. First, let me. I was gonna speak.
Hold on. Let me finish. Then we'll go one after another.
Bro, Daniel, brother, let me say what I was gonna say. Really has to. You are Ethiopian, right? If I'm not mistaken, I think I heard you mention that on the show earlier on.
Yeah, I am.
So the what do you call it? The headquarters of the African Union is located in Addis Ababa, isn't it?
Yeah.
In Ethiopia. Now you tell me, what steps have Ethiopia taken to mitigate any threats that have been posed by France? Because you like to ask questions about Nigerians and other people.
No,
that's just a headquarter. That's just a headquarter.
Wait.
Bro.
Yeah, no, it's the headquarter. Yeah, so they have some influence on the continent, then, innit? They have some influence on the continent. It's clear.
Your audio broke up. I couldn't hear you. So please, can you repeat your question?
I said, since the headquarter of the AU is in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia, which is a clear sign of political influence on the continent that Ethiopia holds, what steps have Ethiopia taken to mitigate any threats posed by France towards Mali? Because you're asking a lot of questions about Nigeria, so that's one question for you.
Brother, do you understand the fact that... Wait, can I just answer that question? Do you understand the fact that Mali is your neighbor and not our neighbor? Do you realize how far we are from Mali? You could fit 2 United States between where we are and Mali. That's why I'm saying.
No, it doesn't count. You're part of. You're the same continent, so you're part of the same union.
Simple as that. It's a
bro, let me
paper
answer the
tiger.
question. Can I answer the question? If there was something happening in East Africa, it is the responsibility, I feel like, of Ethiopia and Kenya to protect, let's say, smaller countries. But right now, we're not in a position to do that because we have a war.
Bro.
Of course it is, bro. That's why they're talking to you about Nigeria. Nigeria is within your local region.
If you man are so far away, then why be part of an economic bloc and a political bloc with them?
It depends on how
If you man are so far away, why be part of a political and economic bloc with them?
The Union is structured as well. It depends on how
we are not in ECOWAS. What are you talking about?
Oh, ECOWAS, what is that? Okay, if you guys are not ECOWAS, then what's the point of the AU as well?
Bro,
it's not about all ECOWAS. It doesn't necessarily count.
Why are you giving Ethiopia a lot of responsibility? Ethiopia can't. What do you want them to do? They can't do nothing. What do you want them to do?
No, he's asking a set of questions, so I'm just asking
on the opposite side of the Sahel, and this guy's asking us why we're not
Ethiopia
protecting Mali the same way Nigeria should.
East Africa is even under more control of Western powers than West Africa. I don't know why this guy is making.
I don't know what this one is talking about.
West Africa is having East African
Hold up.
Because you were asking a shit of questions about what Nigeria can do. You were talking about we're so destabilized and now we're weak. We're not doing this, not doing that. What are you doing?
Basically a military-based supermarket.
That's one tiny country.
Somalia has been subject to continuous civil war for how many years? And Ethiopia, the most powerful country in East Africa. Let me finish my point. This is a very, very important point. Ethiopia, the most powerful country in East Africa, that has over almost 100 million population, is landlocked because the West controlled them to the point whereby they gave Eritrea the power to lock this in Ethiopia out of this east. If you are looking at a map of a region that is completely under control, that region is well under the control of the West.
I got a solution for you. Brian, do you know what we should do? We should move the headquarters of the African Union from Ethiopia and move it somewhere else.
Tanzania.
We have to do that.
Tanzania.
African Union is a joke. It's not an aspect of moving.
No, bro.
It's a complete joke. All of them are jokes.
See, listen. If you see African Union on paper, it's good. We don't respect the terms we don't respect the terms of the African Union. That is the problem. It's not a joke. People don't.
African Union is a TV lion. It's a TV lion. It's a lion on TV.
We don't.
No, it's not. People just like
this is what I'm gonna say. I've not said anything for a long time. See, I think we have been complaining why the ECOWAS sanctioned Mali or had orders from France. Look, we can have all this name ECOWAS, CIMAC, East African, blah blah blah. If you look, our main trading partners is still the West. All of us is still the West. Those are the people that we get our money from. If we still trading with those people, they still control us. That's just the problem. As long as we stop, we cannot trade among ourselves and do trade among ourselves and turn this money among ourselves. These people will always have control. You can, if like what's this con.
So Kifaru.
So Tunaja. My point is that, right? The sanction imposed on Mali is not the biggest issue. I don't even think the Malians are against that, right? ECOWAS has to do what ECOWAS does because it's in the book. Listen. No, let me finish. But the thing is that when a group of people decide to take ownership of their situation, you gotta make sure if you can help her, you stay the hell out. That's what the Malians are doing. So don't weaponize ECOWAS against the country. So if you, I'm not
weaponizing.
No, that's not you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about what Tunaja is implying. What you are implying is that you're talking about the sanction that we need to make sure that everywhere in Africa people don't how you call it, don't get rid of the president by military coups. The coups are going to happen because what ECOWAS is doing, ECOWAS is allowing third terms on other presidents in other countries. They're not saying anything. Even the African Union, they're letting that happen soon. Maybe next year. Let me finish. Next year, Next year, Omar, or the son of Omar Bongo, he will be what? He will be another. He will be he will become president again. He will run again.
You even know his wife. His wife is a white woman. You don't even know that one.
So let's talk about military. Let's talk about coups perpetrated by civilians. Let's do that too. Let's make sure that situation we get rid of the Alassane Ouattara. It could have gotten rid of all these puppets that we got in Africa who don't want to leave. That would have solved the problem. Don't let a conflict happen before ECOWAS begin talking. Don't let a conflict happen before African Union begin talking. Let's make it across the board. Let's make it across the board.
Yeah,
So we all move in the same direction. Like I said again, when you let a white man come between us to Niger, I'm not your friend anymore.
That's it, brother.
I'm not your friend anymore. That's not how you do it.
Hold on. You guys should hold on. He is correct perfectly. He's correct, brother. It is not the aspect of ECOWAS or those organizations or African Union stuff like that. It is for us to think of a common ground in which we can come together, look for a solution in order to fight vigorously to get those coons, those sell out of that country.
Yeah, I think that's the word.
That's not we are doing, because based on what you guys are saying, there is no direction. We don't even know what we are talking right now. There is no direction. Nigeria is still controlled by the Britain. So-called Cameroon is still, all of them, they are selling their coons.
It's because they control our economy. We sell to them. If they say, no, we're not buying, that's all for your country. I'm taking my example, like country, for example, okay, like you, Cameroon, come on, Cameroon.
They say by next year they will implement. They say by next year.
Wait, let him speak.
Cameroon imports all of its product to the West. Cameroon has
let me finish. That's a cool.
Let me finish with any African country, whatever, like zero. I was shocked. Ghana has even got something I think Burkina Faso or Togo, and most African countries is from their country to Europe. Then the other countries buy from Europe to their country.
Brother, this is what I'm trying to say. I understand, bro. I understand what you're trying to say. What I'm trying to say is,
let me have a go.
Hold on. Let me say something. Let me speak a bit. Let me just conclude. Yeah, please. What I'm trying to say is, despite the fact we all understand those so-called states in Africa, it was not even created by us in some way. Those who stood up, those who came before us, they stood up and fight like Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana. He was overthrown by the CIA here in America, the devilish America. What are we guys talking about? Thomas Sankara was killed by France. Modibo Keita was killed by France. Silvano Olympio of Togo was killed by France. Samora Michel was killed. Gobert Mangaliso Sebuko of South Africa was killed. Steve Biko was killed. Like, what are we talking about? We got people like Patrice Emery Lumumba was killed by America. It was killed by Belgium, United Nations, in collaboration with the CIA. Brother, we got one way to go forward. We don't have government in that continent. So what we need to do is we need to come together political. In fact, we don't even need politics because politics divide us. There is nothing.
We need good politics. We
need to organize, my brother. You cannot. There's not like good politics. Remember, politics was introduced on earth. Listen. Let me give the history of politics. Politics was introduced on earth by the Roman government. The Roman government introduced politics more than 2,000 years ago. Hold on, let me finish, bro. Let me finish.
Come to the front.
You know, let me finish, bro.
Come on. I think you are using terms that don't belong to an individual. It's like saying breeding was invented by Roman government. Politics is a form of a way. Politics is a way of people relating. They have office politics.
Remember this, Naja, when they came over, when the Europeans came over in Africa, they saw kingdoms, they saw empire. Did we build those kingdoms and empire?
Can you let that say something, please? He's been trying to have you.
I gave you a chance to speak, my friend. But anyway,
you guys don't want me to give you the truth. That's
no. It's just that you went.
You get a lot of chances, Simon. Don't worry.
Right. So here's the thing. We've all come to a conclusion where to Niger doesn't, because we all can understand stability.
Forget about Nigeria, please. Forget about Nigeria, please.
Hold on.
We should talk something constructive about ourselves.
We all understand stability encourages growth within a continent, and we need to grow. We've been having coups and all that. But the fact is, we are entrapped, and in this entrapment with the French countries. They not only impede ECOWAS's region from growing, but they impede the actual African Union from functioning as well. Because you know the Francophone countries are not just in West Africa, they're numerous. So they impede Africa from functioning correctly, the African Union from functioning, and they impede ECOWAS especially. So we want to wriggle them away. So there's either two ways this is going to go about, either through coups or the uprising of the people. What must we do here to wriggle the continent of France entirely? What is the better solution, the best way, or whatever happens, whichever results we can get? What way?
All right. Thank you. Let me respond to a beautiful question. The first thing is to do is to can I?
Yes.
Go ahead. You're free. Let's mute for 15 minutes.
No, not 15 minutes. I'm not talking that long. But let me just, it's a short way. The first thing is to educate the people in that part of the world based on the political aspect that is going on over there. Both of us understand the historical concept in that continent doesn't link or tie with everyone, bro. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. You ask a question, let me finish. You can counteract if you like. What I'm trying to say is, if you educate the people, and you cannot do it based on what you say you're correct, you can't do it because the policy put in place, or the regime, was not aimed to free the people in that continent. So it is left for us right now that we have that opportunity to fight against that, for us to educate ourselves, understand one another, build a common ground so that we can even select a state in that continent, move in majestically, and fight completely. We can do that. But if we keep on arguing left, right, east, north, and south, we are wasting our time. Without the proper mindset of education in the mind, we are wasting our time.
Correct. You're 75% correct, but you will finish the rest. But you're 75% there. Anybody else?
About this influence of outsiders. Let's not make the mistake of thinking that it's only the French. It's the English too. The English have a massive base in Kenya, and Americans are everywhere on the continent. So we are really being put upon here, and there is an opportunity out there for a change, and this is why they sensed it, and that's why they are going after China and Russia. And these people are ruthless. They are really ruthless. And I put it down to the Anglo-Saxons. The French will fold. If you put pressure on the French, they will fold. But the Anglo-Saxons, you have a big problem. If you think the French are your biggest problem, is the other side. The Americans and the English. They will be your biggest problem. As a matter of fact, the British minister was talking about how they wanted to invade this in Africa. So you have to realize that all of them are at it. The only way out for us is to wake up to that reality, and it's easier said than done. Because look at us, we are here arguing when in reality we should be organizing. Somebody talked about how African leaders were being killed. Those numbers, if you look at it, they are relatively small. Even I'm sure there are a lot of people that were killed that we don't even know their names, silently before they even made it close there. But I say, if that is the only price we pay, that is not a heavy price to pay. If we lose 2,000 leaders and save 1 billion people, I think it's worth the price to pay, because I tell you, they paid a heavier price to get to where they got to. Russia alone paid in millions. The Europeans paid a lot. The Chinese paid a lot. So we shouldn't fear. If that is all we pay, I think we have to be ready to pay the blood price if it comes to that. And if they know you are ready to pay that, then their calculation will change. But if they know you're not ready to pay that, you have not even started on the path.
Tunaja, this is a great comment that you just made, right? Let me add to that. When I was saying, when Mali decided to expel the French ambassador from Mali, what happened? When they decided to tell the French to leave, what happened? When they decided to take their destiny in their own hand, what happened? They are now seeing a good direction for their country. You see what I'm saying? All you need is a president that will show the way. That's what Mali is doing. They're showing a great leadership. When it comes to Francophone Africa, again, Mali has the blueprint. And if we don't make sure that blueprint succeed, we will fall back 60 years again. What the French are going to do, for round 2 is going to even be worse. If the Malian get to a point where they can't deal with the French again, something else is going to happen on the continent. I'm telling you, the French are gearing up to come back stronger. Stronger.
Yep.
You know where they're going now? You know where they're going now? They're going to Nigeria because they have the uranium over there. That uranium should be used for other African country, but they're going to Nigeria. They try my country. They did some press conferences. The president said, "No, we don't need you over there on the ground." So they're going to Nigeria because of the uranium. The government of Nigeria already signed those contracts with the French. So they're going where their interests are. So for the Africans, that's what I'm saying again and again. When Mali decided to do that, who got killed? Nobody. Because they got together.
The people,
they got together.
The people got behind
Can I describe a pathology that I experienced this weekend with a Nigerian in general?
Sure.
A Nigerian general addressed the Chad Lake area where this uranium they talked about comes from, and where the oil, there's oil in that Chad area. That if Nigeria tapped it, Nigeria would have been making a lot of money from it because the oil, we are at the lower end of the oil listing. And that area is being messed up all the time. There's uranium there and all the rest. This was a retired major general. He said, or brigadier general, he said, "Oh, this place is being destabilized because there are people that are gaining from doing this. That it's an international conspiracy and all the rest." Then, in the end, where did he end up at? He started saying, "You know what? To deal with some of all this insecurity and all this problem we have in the country, you have to meet those people and ask them what they want and all the rest." It's like pathology. That I just feel like, you mean that is your solution? If a former military general, you can't see the real problem, the glaring problem that your whole region is being destabilized, and your solution is let's go and talk to the youths and find out what their problem is, that it will solve the problem. After you just accuse this situation of being an international problem, you know, and it tells you that our people, even if they talk as if they understand the problem, but when it comes to solution, watch what they say. They will always say some stupid solution that will not go anywhere. And I'm beginning to really feel frustrated by those people. Either it's because they are willfully misleading people, or I don't understand how anybody can think that way. I really can't, in my head, because I just see that the problem is glaring. You don't have enough soldiers. You're not doing the right thing. And he actually thinks talking to people will actually end the war. He gave an example about the Civil War where he talked to people and they surrendered. Yeah, but you forgot that they were talking to the people in the first place before they declared the Civil War. There are a lot of people that fought and died. Thousands of men died. Just because your group went and talked to a few people and those people surrendered. The reason why they surrendered in the first place was because they know people were being killed. It's how that kind of mindset, a former general is saying that, and it's on TV. That's the kind of person they put on TV. Just this weekend, I was so furious. I was like, how can you not know what the problem is? These people don't. Sri Lanka has more soldiers than Nigeria, and Nigeria has 10 times the population of Sri Lanka. And Sri Lanka is not rich.
Is Sri Lanka doing way more than Nigeria?
What is stopping Nigeria from doing
immediate enemies?
Is Sri Lanka doing better than Nigeria economically?
It doesn't matter.
I think they are more stable than us, that's for sure.
No,
they're not getting kidnapped. They're not paying ransom to people all over the place, and people are not afraid of going on the road.
Military is not always the solution. This is the 21st century. I think you are living in the past.
I think I disagree with you on that one.
Yeah,
military is survival. Military is survival.
Kifaru, I disagree with you on that one. You were saying a lot of stupid stuff yesterday on Kezo's panel, Kifaru.
Without military, you can't survive. Don't you get that?
I was not on Kezo's channel yesterday.
You were not on Kezo's channel yesterday. I thought you were. So you were saying a bit of...
Tunaja, sometimes you gotta fake it until you make it. Nigerians need to learn that too. You know, that's what the Malian did. You know, the Malian didn't even know where they were going with this. But when the movement, you know, picked up, you see what the Malians are doing. Every single day they come up with a new decision.
I'm sure you can be proud of the movements lately, the Malian. I know you don't like the situation with what they did with ECOWAS, but you can be proud with the situation because they have been on a recruitment campaign as well. They have been emboldened in strengthening the military and actually just pushing out all forms of dependency in terms of security. They need to do more, of course, but if you have kept up with the story, actually they're doing the right movements to Niger, the Malian regime.
Mali hasn't gotten foreign help for the last 2 years, but they're still
I've
standing.
not seen any movement in the recruitment still. I'm still waiting. I'm not
There
going to
is,
pass
there is.
on them
Even
yet.
in my country,
I'm going to wait
my
in the
man.
next 5 years
Tunaja,
and see what
even in my country, they're calling all the retirees, all of them. So it's happening. Maybe you don't see all of it.
Look, see,
You know,
this
it's
is
happening.
the thing, Esther, look, French leaves Mali is just because I think they're respecting some kind of international accord. That's why French is leaving Mali. If you're coming to say France can push out, Mali can push out French army, that is not true. Come on. I think
my
France
brother,
is
I'm
just
not saying
leaving
military. I'm not saying
because
military.
you're respecting.
No. Don't twist my word. Don't twist my word, please. I'm not saying Mali can fight against French. I am just saying. I am just saying they can stand up to French. So don't misquote me.
Kifaru,
Right. Wait.
Sri Lanka has a higher GDP per capita than
Man,
Nigeria. Almost double.
man, leave that Sri Lanka. Man, we talking about Africa. Why are you talking about Sri
You know
Lanka?
why I'm giving you Sri Lanka? Because it's a relatively small country.
Sri Lanka has
Small country,
5,000, 20,000 million problems, bro. We got two issues we got two issues in West Africa. Leadership. One of them is leadership. No one wants to be a leader in Africa. No one.
What?
We want to be united, but no one wants to be a leader.
Okay,
No one
all
wants to be a leader.
Dr.
Okay,
Kato will save us.
one second. We're gonna let Dr. K go ahead. Thanks for calling in. Is he there?
Yeah, the troll is here.
Let him
Probably asleep.
See, I don't understand why this guy. You know what I say? Tell me, Kifaru, whether this is wrong.
Yeah.
Any people that outsource their survival to any other group have forfeited their right to survive.
Good.
Can
I
we
heard you say that so many times. But my problem with your ideology is that we should buy weapons from them. I said no.
No, I'm not saying that. I never said that. I said recruit more people.
Okay, listen. Okay. Recruit more people. We still buy these weapons from these people that you're trying to defend.
No, we can make our weapon. We can make our weapon ourselves. We need to make weapons that badly. Even if you give them machete, it's better than what we have now.
Recruit them to fight with what?
Even if it's with machete, it's better than what we have now.
What they're gonna fight with? They're gonna fight with what? Sword?
Oh my God!
Listen, let's take it one time.
They're gonna fight with catapults in there.
I'm telling you, even if it's with machete, it's better than what we have now. It's like having a security guard.
That's just been
it's
a nice thing. It's a nice
Let me
idea,
tell you
but
something. Let me tell you, people, soldiers are nerve endings of a nation. Right now, if you are overstretched, no matter how powerful you are not going to be able to be everywhere. The US has the most advanced military weapons in the world, and yet they have 10 times more soldiers than Nigeria, because they understand that there is a level that technology can take you up to. Then you need people.
The technology to Niger.
They can't win a war in Afghanistan. What are you talking about to Niger?
Yeah, they can't win that. Even with all their technology, it tells you that you need people.
See, that is conventional warfare. Please, let's not say America cannot.
You have to start with the numbers. Everything else will fail. If you don't start with the numbers, everything else will fail.
Warfare.
So what kind of weapons do you want to use, Kifaru? What kind of weapons do you want to use? What kind of weapons do you want to use?
Sword.
Listen. If Afghanistan was a direct threat to America, that will flat them down with one day. Afghanistan is not a threat to America.
So
they're just trying to make the country
what
peaceful.
What weapons do you want to do to improve our military? What weapons do you want to use?
Good question.
Are you asking me what weapons do I want to use?
What weapons? Because obviously we are not manufacturing. So what kind of weapons are you?
Let's begin that conversation. Let's begin that conversation. Manufacture those weapons on the continent.
I think you want to use juju to fight these.
No,
people,
come on. We need no. We can't say we want to fight and protect ourselves and we're buying weapons from our enemies. Come on, that makes no sense.
What is wrong with you? This guy, come on, stop it.
But you can't.
You buy what you need. Why do people always reduce everything to absolutes? If there is somewhere you can buy the weapon, you buy it. If you need to make some, you make it. Whatever advantage you have, there is no rules.
Start making
as long as it gives you an advantage, that's what you take.
I see Nigeria now is building armored vehicles. That is a nice step.
Yeah, they are also building warships.
Good. Let them start from there and build the things themselves. Don't buy nothing. It's a gradual process.
I'm saying that it's not gradual. We don't have time to be passing it to our generation. By the time it gets to the next generation, it might be too late.
No, it needs the time too, Nigeria.
The people keep waiting for time. Keep waiting for time.
And again,
the New Berlin Conference arrangement will be settled in the next 10 years at most. They are having a conflict right now.
Hold on. Can I ask this question, please? A revolution and a war, which one is more powerful? A revolution and a war, which one is more powerful?
Well, what do you mean? Revolution
depends on what kind.
No, give me one. A revolution and a war, which one is more powerful? Because one is more powerful than the other.
I think for Africa to get rid of the French, I think a revolution is what's needed. We need to have a revolution. And
you are correct. You're perfectly correct.
That's why I told you were 75% correct. But the revolution has to come from the people. But just like what
which means you have to educate their mind, just like the way you think.
Exactly.
Yeah. So all of what we are trying to say over here, it makes no sense to an extent. We got to make sure we share our idea, come up with a specific plan, so we can hit the nail by the head, bro.
Yes.
All these weapons and stuff like that. America has been fighting war right from let me just go a bit behind, from 1959. When you talk of the war from Vietnam, I hope some of you remember that war of Dien Bien Phu, that those Chinese people that were eating rice, they had to beat the French based on Mao Zedong. Then they came to America to fight. They beat the American because they were afraid of the spread of communism. It was J.F. Kennedy that was in power at that time. Yes. Then they went to Vietnam and stuff like that. Vietnamese still beat them for real. Now in Afghanistan, after 20 years, my brother, this their nuclear weapon they got, they cannot use it. Because if they use nuclear weapon, you know what is going to happen? It's going to affect them the same. You just need about 10 head of nukes for the whole world to go black for about 50 years. You just need 10 for the whole world to go black for about 50 years, which means the sunlight will not have sunlight for about 50 years. Just imagine what is going to happen. These people here in America, bro, they cannot resist a bit of stress. They can't resist a bit of stress. A bit of stress, they will fight and kill one another like crazy.
There's a point. They can't.
At least to survive.
Tunaja, on the ECOWAS level. Why on the ECOWAS level?
From Cameroon, I'll eat my normal Cameroon food.
Tunaja, on the ECOWAS level, why we don't discuss? Why we don't discuss manufacturing our own weapon? Why we don't discuss that? You're going to step 2, talking about we have to increase our military numbers. No, let's discuss manufacturing our own weapon on the continent. Let's discuss that.
He's already doing some of them already.
Okay, I'm talking about on the ECOWAS level.
Okay, maybe they should be doing that, but I'm not there. If I was there, that's what I said.
Do you see the tribalism that you are displaying again? I'm telling you, every time it's good to talk about a single country. Oh, we're doing this. We are in this unity together. This is happening across the board. Let's discuss it. Let's discuss it across the board.
That they do it. I'm not saying they shouldn't do it, but I'm saying while they are not doing it yet, within the countries, you have to start changing minds. Is it not this guy that you're talking about revolution?
Yeah. But you always talk about increasing the numbers. The numbers are,
of course.
You see, if there is strength, if people see strength in the unity, they will come in. But when they see weakness, guess what? They're not going to show up because they know they can be slaughtered in a minute, in a split of a second. That's why they don't come in.
Without soldiers, so if we are going to slaughter people.
You know, when we have the ECOMOG, right? Wherever ECOMOG was moving, did we have success or we did not?
We had success because we had soldiers.
What about NSAS? NSAS that just occurred. NSAS that they killed hundreds of people in Lekki Gate. You think people will come out again and do that same some kind of revolution?
Never.
They will not.
But that is not the point. I don't want that. All I'm saying is that within the country itself, we need to be able to govern ourselves without other forces determining our destiny. We can't even generate electricity for crying out loud because our systems are so compromised.
Good.
We
That's
have
the thing. That's the thing you need to have
run our
first.
countries, and we have to change our security posture. Our NSA official just came on TV about a week ago. Was like, we can't secure the whole border. What kind of man goes to bed knowing that he cannot secure his house? This thing baffles me, how people can do that. And many African countries are doing exactly the same thing. You know, Ghana right now has got 15,000 soldiers, which means it takes one Ghanaian soldier has to defend almost 2,000 citizens.
To Niger,
it's crazy.
You contradict yourself a lot. You are the same one. You are the same one that always says Africa don't use the military. There's a section of the African Union that has got military that stand by. But you said they don't use them because the continent is peaceful. But you are the same one.
I said that.
Yeah, that
Man,
will never use them.
I never said anything else like that.
No, you said that. You said that they don't use
in your
them because
dreams you had that. I never said anything like that.
I use them because they have never had the use to do them. My problem.
No. Like, oh my God, you had me wrong then. I probably was talking about.
My thing is this. Before, look, to Nigeria.
Why would I say anything like that? Go for me.
If you're telling me, to Nigeria, if you're talking about internal security, I'm 100% with you. You understand? If you're talking about internal security, I will vote for you. We can spend money on that budget. Apart from that, man, we should invest in maybe agriculture, manufacturing, industries, all these things first. These are the things that they're going to make the change.
What do you mean external security?
What he doesn't understand is internal security is external security. That's what he doesn't understand.
Hold on, Tunaja. I see
internal security is external.
Hold on. Yeah, Kifaru, I see you understand the importance of internal security to facilitate stability for the nation's growth. But what do you do with the external security when another nation can impede, block your trade, block all kinds of things so that you can't move around? What do you do with that then? Do you just leave it?
Well, okay, I'm talking with the dynamics of this continent. You understand? I know. You know, external security, I'm not saying it is not, we need it. I'm not saying we don't need it. Of course, we do need it. But if I need to vote for now, the state of this continent, we are fighting just among ourselves. And that has been for as long as we can remember. We have been fighting among ourselves, only within. And I don't see how that's going to trade. It's going to change. I don't think
because a Pan-Africanist president got a white woman.
Let me finish. I don't see any African country, no matter how they think powerful they are. They can't.
What if your internal security?
They can't invade another country and fight it. I don't think none of them has that courage to go invade another country now.
What if your internal security is being compromised by external forces? How do you respond to that?
Well, if you have a very strong structure of your internal security, it's going to be difficult for an external security to compromise it.
But I suppose in the meantime, like let's look at the example of Mali, where the internal security is being somewhat, people will say, compromised by some external forces. And then the Malians now are strengthening the internal security. What would you say to that? What would you say that Malians need to focus on a lot more?
Okay, the Malians, who are they finding, internal or external?
It was internal, but obviously some people say it comes from elsewhere. So the Malians had to deal with the external
threat for Mali?
Deal with the external facts to defend.
What was the external threat for Mali? What was the external threat?
Right. The external threat, they were saying, was the French that were actually facilitating these terrorist groups and emboldening them, sponsoring them to keep on destabilizing the country as it was going on. So the Malians had to get rid of the French first, and then start on a program to secure themselves to hold these elections that Tunaja is talking about. You understand what I mean? So the main external threat had to be dealt with. So you can't say we're going to secure ourselves internally when the external threat is just right around the corner.
I just want to expand to what you just said. On the ECOWAS level, when Mali called the French to come in, right, to come in and help stabilize the country, after so many years, they show no result or little result about what they were doing in Mali. Yeah. On the ECOWAS level, that wasn't supposed to be the case. We should have told them, you gotta leave. You gotta leave. Let Mali tell the French that they have to leave. even when they were showing poor results. Poor results.
Yeah, exactly.
So we didn't. So when the Malian decided to get rid of the French, guess who is coming against them? ECOWAS. So that's not sustainable in a unity. That's what I told
exactly. But
you. When the smallest country, if Mali liberate themselves from the French, as a Burkinabe, I will tell my leaders, you know what? We are already doing that. We need to side with Mali, get out of ECOWAS, and take care of our own destiny. That's the only thing we have left to do within our continent of Africa.
I see the ills that you have with ECOWAS. I understand them, but I don't necessarily agree to disband of ECOWAS. I think that there has to be a kind of takeover of ECOWAS aims. A takeover is kind of easy to say the word, but
by who?
Brother, one of the things you need to understand is
Hold on, tough one, African millennial. But right now, you have a situation where there's 3 francophone countries that are potentially against the rest of the other one, and you have the anglophone countries that are not part of France. They could form some form of uniform and override Senegal, Ivory Coast, and all that kind of stuff. But we don't know if it's realistic because
so a black man from Africa.
Who knows where Nigeria's will lies?
African millennial, Anglophone and francophone, right? A black man from Africa is still calling himself Anglophone and francophone. It's a disgrace and a shame for you to let the whole world to understand who enslaved and colonized.
Most times when we have this conversation,
no Anglophone or francophone.
One of the main problems. One of the main problems
that's the problem.
Symptomized even in this conversation is this, right? Most times we tend to skip the basics a whole lot. I've been listening to you for the past few minutes going on about internal or external security and things that are pretty much not. I understand these are basics to be looked after as well. They are basic infrastructure of a nation. But let me tell you something here. Most of the problems that we're dealing with on the continent is a psychological problem. Nobody, you see this mass amount of recruitment that we feel like our military needs to undergo, that we need to have in order to build up the military human resource and all. Most people in our nations are not looking to join our militaries. They will not be looking to join the military. So don't deceive yourself. In nations where there are no good standard of living, the flipping financial infrastructures are bad. If you look at the payment that these soldiers they get, there is no motivation. There is nothing to fight for in the nation. Most of our people are their first escape route from poverty is to leave their nations. They're not trying to fight for no dang on military. So Kifari was telling you earlier on, focus on investing in agriculture, focus on circulating some money around your economies before you think of creating a nation that will establish enough trust within its people to fight for that nation. Do you understand what I'm saying? Those are the basics. Those are the basic things. It's not about the basics. No. Don't cut me off. Don't cut me off.
I'm not going to cut you
off.
Go ahead.
You've been speaking the whole time. Don't cut me off. I'm telling you, it's not necessarily a matter. Look, I understand, most especially from a theoretical perspective. I understand that we need these things. Without them, we cannot protect the establishments that we will build. However, it's like I said, it's a mind thing. You have to be thinking back and forth, ahead and behind of yourself. You have to build trust within the nation's infrastructure to a certain extent before you have anything to protect. Our people will not join no military. You can stay there and talk about how much we need it. The people are not going to do it. They are not. It's as simple as that.
I just want to give Nigeria this example. Let me just say, example. Cameroon and Nigeria had a conflict. Bakassi Peninsula, that was supposed to wage a war, and that was going to be a war within 2 countries. But what happened? Just talking, and these soldiers were going to eat it. They just went there for fun, and nothing happened. There's no spirit of African country really wanting to attack another one. It's not there. Our biggest problem is internal.
Yeah, but see, what you don't understand is that, can I just say something? You can try all these tactics that you are saying, like we have not tried it before. I'm telling you, the only thing we've not tried is this one. We've tried all this one. We've done war against the discipline. We've done this in subsidies. We've done all of them. All of them have proven to be able to fail woefully because there is only one fundamentals that works, and it's worked over and over again all over the world.
Which one is it?
Security first. All the nations that are free today from Western influence is security first. They were all poor. China was poor when they established their security. Russia was
because at that time they needed that
let me
security.
finish my
At
point.
that time they
I
needed
let you finish
let
your
me
point.
okay,
I
now
let you finish your point. Let me finish my
let me
point.
make this as simple as possible for you.
No, I let you finish, didn't I? Let me just finish my point.
Go on.
Russia just came out of a war where they lost about 28 million people, and they established their security. Even this in Japan that was nuked is in a better security shape than us. Sri Lanka that we are talking about, Sri Lanka is poorer than us, smaller economy and everything. Yeah, they were able to figure it out. You think because they were poor, they didn't recruit to their military? They think Sri Lanka was recruited to their military?
I just quote
No,
Thomas
but
Sankara right there.
even in these cases, let me tell you, the people still had, like I said, once again, most of our problem is psychological. Even in Sri Lanka, you can say Sri Lanka all you want, but the people in Sri Lanka, they have an identity that they believe is worth fighting for. We don't think we have that. The dynamics of our problems is different from other people. You get what I'm saying? Our people do not
All have
believe.
issues.
They
You know
do not
that yourself.
believe.
The UK has
No, it's not.
issues. All nations have issues. All of them.
Let me tell you something.
I guess
Like I
you
said
can,
earlier on, I was going to make it as simple for you.
Brian, you can answer Brian by explaining how you can motivate entire Africans to join African militaries and power, because Brian is talking about the implementation of it. It's kind of almost impossible. So you can either focus on economy, but which is a problem myself. I agree with you, Tunija, because there's no point building wealth and then not being able to secure it.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. Just focus on economy. I'm saying that economy is the basis of establishing the truth or trust between your people. No, like I said, I was going to make it as simple as possible. Like I said, you build your infrastructure.
America will hit you with sanctions.
There are two things. Madam, let me finish speaking in it. There are two things. It's building infrastructure and then building a means to afford the infrastructure that the people can afford the infrastructure with. Do you get what I'm saying? You have to build it up to an extent. Then you sell the idea to the people. You are reestablishing trust. Let me tell you, whether it be Russia, whether it be Japan, or Sri Lanka, whatever country Tunisia mentioned earlier on, one thing I can tell you that in those countries, whilst they were in the process of building their military human resource, one thing I can tell you that those countries were dead on focused on was flipping circulating money around their economies. And when I say circulating money, I'm talking about money that goes from household income to registered taxpaid income. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's the circulation of money in an economy, that is circular flow of money in an economy. That's not something that we do not have in our countries. That's why our people don't have any trust. Like someone said earlier on, you have to go out there and educate people. You don't educate people. You just program their minds. You program their minds to believe that there is something to fight for, that the nation has economic and political services to offer to the people. That's what you do. You just program the people. You have to establish a trust.
Let me add something based on what I want to add something. Let me add something. Hold on, please. Let me add something.
Let me do. See, it has to go to and fro. Otherwise, we are not going to get anywhere. See,
hold on, Tunaja.
Let me address that. He said we need to program people. To program people, do you know that it's so Nigerians are so primed for it right now because they have been through a lot of insecurity, kidnappings, all kinds of stuff. All you have to tell them now that, do you want to solve this problem? If you want to solve this problem, this is what we need to do. This is what we need to do. And they will sign up to it as long as they
let me add something. Let me add something, please. No, hold on, let me say something. I want to give you an example. Simple example that just occurred of recent. North Korea and America. Why do you think America didn't attack North Korea? That Trump had to went on the UN and say if North Korea doesn't dismantle their nuclear site, they have no choice than to destroy Pyongyang. Why do you think they didn't destroy Pyongyang? Tell me. And they have to fight Libya and destroy it. They have to fight Iraq, destroy it. They have to fight
because they have
Syria,
nuclear weapons.
Destroy it. Exactly. So if you start with security, you protect your country. Do you know how North Korea is struggling now to make their nuclear weapons? Do you know how they're doing?
Do you know how North Korea?
Hold on, let me finish, bro. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. You are correct. Not that I'm trying to reject your point. You have a good point. You're correct. But when you secure a land in such a way that North Korea right now, thousands of them are outside working because America had to sanction them. They cannot use their dollar to carry out trade and stuff like that. So they got to go and work out in order to give physical catch to Kim Jong-un in North Korea. That's for them to carry out their program, and they're still doing it right now as I'm talking to you. Yeah, that is why I said, that's why I talk of a revolution, and I let you guys understand. You have to make sure you educate the mind of the people first, then the people have to join the bandwagon to carry out the security aspect in which you're supposed to. This is not F. This is not F. This is jungle, bro. This is what I've been saying. It's survival for the fittest. The strong eat the weak. If you are weak, they will eat you and destroy you. If you cannot protect yourself, that's it. You are done.
Okay, all right. So this conversation is interesting. I think I have to do a part 2 probably next week. So we're gonna do the final statements, and we're gonna start from the bottom. Sorry, from the top to the bottom. So I can't believe this is first, then Tunisia, then if Dr. K is there, Kifaro, Duff, Raven, Daniel, and St. James. All right, so I can't believe this. I can't believe this. You have to go.
Wait, what?
I can't believe this. It's your final statement.
Yeah. Look, I was just going to call in and say anyway. There's a shitload of things I could have addressed. Talking points I could have addressed, but I mean, his convo is dead now, isn't it? But AM, you need to come up still. We haven't seen your face in a long time. You're out here moving like Queen Elizabeth and that, black. You need to come up still. We haven't seen your face in a long time. You have. If I remind your business, man. This is my statement. This statement I'm making in it. You have to bless the YouTube street again. Just for one more time with this soothing beauty of your face. You know them ones there. Your voice is not enough anymore. You know what I'm saying? Why you sitting out there like
I'll come back on camera, don't worry. I'll come back when I'm ready.
Look, these YouTube streets are losing patience. You get what I'm saying? We need to be seeing beautiful faces out here still. Shout out to Re-Empire in the chat. That's our good Gambian brother. Shout out to 2Niger. Everybody, 2Niger's channel is up. I just found out about that now. First video in the next 19 hours, right? It's gonna be a live stream. And the first thing we're talking about is
everybody better subscribe to this channel because everybody knows who 2Niger is.
Yeah.
2Niger has a channel.
Whoa, that
look it up now. Look it up now on YouTube. Everybody go over there, show the brother some love, subscribe and that.
Exactly.
Share the flipping channel link. And fucking, we're already talking about military. 2Niger is taking it straight to the head.
Yeah,
this brother's already plotting, and now we're gonna bomb the whole fucking world and that. So
I just
your
want
man
to
already know what time 2Niger is on.
Wait, I don't see 2Niger's name. Hold on.
Post the link in the chat. Okay. You posted the link in the private chat, post in the public chat.
Yeah, 2Niger, I'll be moderator on your channel all the time.
No, don't make it Farry a moderator. The first thing he's gonna do is block all the Somalians. He's just gonna block all the Somalians.
That's exactly what
Please, I want to be moderator on that channel, please.
Yeah, so that they'll say I'm taking sides. No, nobody.
Is it channel for all Africans or is it only for certain Africans? Just wondering.
It has to be for all Africans, actually.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I don't have any issues with.
2Niger, don't be docile. Don't be docile.
2Niger, we're gonna see any fat them up there. Are we gonna have any fat snow bunnies up there, blood?
No, of course not.
Is that the channel for them as well?
That's not their this thing. I will be going everywhere trying to talk to anybody that wants to come can easily come and talk now. Because for me, I just want to find how we can get out of this. This is bad. In my mind,
so let me close this. Let me close this. Let me say my final point and go and look on a more serious note, right? Look, I understand that sociopolitically and socioeconomically, the continent is in turmoil. However, they're already trading in political blocks that exist already. You're talking about the AU or the OU, however you want to address it, or even with the free trade, continental free trade agreements that have been established in the past year or two. Like, there are efforts that have been taken by leaders on the continent to progress ourselves from an economic perspective as a continent within the continent in itself. Now, I know there's been lots of sellouts via history. There are a lot of them still in existence today. Things are going to be rough, but I understand. I believe that there are heads that are aligned in the positive path for us. Like,
all we need is a few good leaders to string ideas and efforts together. You know what I mean? And we're gonna overcome this shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Earlier, Iban was speaking about Burkina Faso, you know, being the landlocked nation, and how they don't have no seaports and stuff. This is where agreements of such are very pivotal in the progression of our economics. You understand what I'm saying? Why the fuck can Burkina Faso not access one of the other West African seaports for free? Why don't I get like
My brother,
there's
thank
like
you very
tax
much.
programs,
Thank you very
like
much, my
tax
brother.
programs and stuff like that? That's what happens in the EU. Like if you're buying from a nation in the EU, you don't tax. Like if a nation is buying from another EU nation, they literally not tax at all. I think there used to be a tax, but now they've relieved it absolutely. You know what I'm saying? Like things like that. That's what economic progression looks like, and it's going to happen. It's going to happen gradually. I don't necessarily know if it's going to happen slowly or quickly, but it's gradually going to happen. You know what I'm saying? And our nations need our support. They need our support more than ever. You know what I'm saying? So whatsoever way, shape, or form, like even if it's just psychological, just stay in tune with the nation, and these things are going to happen. You know what I mean? So it's like just hold tight and say less. You know what I mean?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Niger, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, African Millennial, as usual, and I appreciate all the support I'm getting with all this, with the channel stuff. I hope I'm able to do it justice with somebody already saying that I'm going to talk more than all the people that are there put together. I will try to shut my mouth because I think I like how African Millennial handles some part of it. Other than when they are insulting me a lot, that's the only part I have a bit of an issue with.
Why don't you insult back to Niger? Why don't you insult back?
The show is gonna, it's not gonna go
Niger,
anywhere.
that's not his nature.
Because you don't fight back, some people hold on. Because you don't fight back,
that's the
some
thing.
people think you're a bit docile and you don't take that initiative.
That's going to be for real.
Exactly. Exactly.
Like I was listening to the panel yesterday. Somebody that used to love you so much.
Like me.
Hold up, somebody that used to love you so much, to Niger, to the panel yesterday, all of a sudden changed. And he's just on you all the time. And I'm saying, why doesn't this guy fight back? You talk about security. What about your personal security?
Because I don't feel threatened by him. See, if I'm not threatened by him, what do I have to respond?
You need to be like me too, Nigeria. You need to be a devil sometimes.
If we start, sometimes I agree with you. So sometimes you may want to fight back, but before I get to that point, is because it's gone way out of control. If I don't feel like, and it's only once I got there. And you see, yesterday I was more depressed. Yesterday I was more depressed than even upset because I just felt like I didn't learn anything. If you look at the first half of this show, we barely learned anything until the later half because nobody was getting anything anywhere. You are not able to get to the heart of the issue because when Kifaru said what he said, if it was before, we would just be arguing and trying to score points against each other. But nobody really delved to the bottom of why he's saying that, security should not be the issue until, what's his name? Brian said something about, some of the things we should put as priority and whether people are not signed up to this. So those sort of things, I like to understand it because that is how this thing has to be useful somehow.
Yeah.
We can't just be talking here.
Yeah, we have to hear each other.
Exactly. So that's what I have learned a lot coming here. I know that. And I don't feel like we should
get disrespected tonight. For some people,
it's okay.
For some people who respect you,
it's not okay. Is it time to close out or just to talk?
What's wrong tonight? Why you not?
I don't know. I see. If I don't feel threatened, the person is just talking. Sometimes they are young people too. What are you going to do? You want to start exchanging words with a young person? If my younger one was around, maybe my younger one would lash back at them.
Some people are bandwagoners. What I noticed, some people are bandwagoners, right? Even if they agree, as long as they see where something is going or where the discussion is going or where blame is going, they just quickly jump on that as well. You tend to be somebody that people easily jump on as a bandwagon on to bully you. And I'm like, what's going on there?
No, don't worry. It's always like that with these things. Sometimes maybe
my brother, let me. Tunaja is provoking a conversation, which is a good thing. It's a good thing. Tunaja is provoking a conversation. That's all.
Can I conclude? Let me just conclude and get out, please. You're talking rubbish. I don't understand. I don't get it. This platform that this sister had created is a platform in which we have to use it to educate ourselves. But you guys are just talking randomly without any political focus. I don't understand. Is this how it's going to be? Is this how it's going to be? Are you guys taking it as a joke? You're laughing? Put your face on the screen, you fool. Put your face on the screen. You can't do it because, like, you think this is a joke for real. Well, I'll let you to understand this. Marcus Garvey said this for real. Marcus Garvey said this for real. Show me a race of people without authority and power. I will show you one without respect. Show me a race of people without authority and power. I will show you one without respect. You guys have no respect because you have no power. If you cannot build power, you are done. You are finished. I'm done.
I agree with you there. And power always comes with, you know, you have to be prepared for people to see the glint in your eyes. And I'm one of those people that have decided that if you are not a threat to me, I don't have any reason to worry about you too much. Except you irritate me too much for 4 hours, maybe I will respond. But for see about the topic that is quite serious, you know, this one is something I always feel strongly about. You know, we have to secure our country so we have some level of stability. We will not have any room to build. We have to build. We can't remain like this and pass the buck to the next generation again. We can't be making excuses that, oh, we need to change their mind. No, people know enough. And if you get a good leader and that people listen to and say, this is the policies are not even that hard. That is the scariest bit. The people are already there on the ground. Human beings are the most advanced technology you can ever buy in this world. When people keep saying you need to buy sophisticated weapons, you have them. Use the ones you've got first before you start worrying about the ones you can buy. This is what other people are doing. They learned this lesson a long time ago. We can do it even better if we can just manage to do it smart. We can do it better, but I fear we may have to do it the hard way. I fear if we carry on like this, if this window closes in the next 5 to 10 years, that continent, my God, you guys, you will envy this day. You will envy this day in the next 10 years if we don't get out of this mess we are in. And I just hope that we that are having all this conversation, and I hope a lot of elders too are having this conversation somewhere else, doing the right things that they need to be doing, so that we can get ourselves out. This is not good. This is not a good look at all. I really feel embarrassed if I am standing in front of any other group of people, especially if that person looks into your eyes and they know your situation, they know how bad you are, how badly your people are. I saw a white guy going farming in South Africa, you know, with a gun, boasting, killing this thing, and all of them were white, going for the hunt. And when they got back home,
Arab men are shitting in the mouths of women. I don't want to
let them close, man. Let
sorry, yeah.
close.
When he got back home, this black guy came out like a slave, you know, to come and get the meat out to help him. This is in South Africa, you know. I was like, this is a picture from 300 years ago. What has changed? We have not changed anything, and we just sit here. They just gave us privileges, and we think the dial has moved. The dial hasn't moved a single dime, and especially in sub-Saharan Africa, it hasn't moved at all. We really, really need to wake up to this danger that we are in right now, and because there's a window too. Just as much as there is the danger, there's an opportunity. This is why I'm making this in my really serious project in life, because if I do this one, I contribute. I consider it a success no matter how it ends, because I have done what I need to do as a man, for crying out loud. Thank you.
You have to.
Okay, thank you. So, Dr. K, are you there?
Hey, can I say one thing before Dr. K?
Dr. K will go last.
Yeah. Oh, so I was just calling to call out Darth, man. What are you trying to start something between me and Tunaja? That's my brother, bro.
Nah,
what you trying to do?
Nah, bro. H Block, you were disrespecting Tunaja too much yesterday.
Yeah, but I apologize. You were listening to the show? I said Tunaja, I apologize.
You apologize.
Didn't I say that or not?
All right, but the disrespect was unwarranted. H Block.
Okay. Look, I crossed the line. Look.
This morning. And I was like, H Block, you like Tunaja? What's all of these bandwagon all of a sudden? Like you're having
no, bro. Look. Hey, that's nothing but love and respect between me and Tunaja, bro. No disrespect. You know what I'm saying? Like, I never intend to disrespect Tunaja, man. That's my brother. You're trying to start some bullshit, bro.
I think if Tunaja was to say something wrong and you disagree, call him out on it, whatever, whatsoever. I know, like Kifaru did and all that stuff, even though I don't agree with Kifaru, but they called him out. But if somebody was to go, because I just know it's like people bandwagon a lot, even if they don't agree, they can't stand on the square. They have to just follow the crowd. And that's why I don't respect that. I don't respect people that follow the crowd.
Look, though, I was not trying to disrespect to Niger, bro. Like the only thing I said was like to Niger, you just want to talk all day, you boring. That's all I said, and I apologize. That was wrong. I shouldn't have said that.
Fair enough.
But what I don't understand why you're trying to start something between me and to Niger, bro.
There's no starting of something. I'm just addressing why Tunisia will allow such a thing as well. So if you have apologized to him, then
No, man. No, to Niger, bro. He's a well-respected guy. Like we have argument with him, but like everybody respects to Niger, bro.
Why did you feel the need to do that yesterday? Like, why do you feel the need?
What did I do?
Why did you feel the need to be on Tunisia's case yesterday entirely on the panel?
I was on everybody's case, not just to Niger. I was just saying to Niger because he was trying to cut me off while I was trying to talk. I said, you was talking all day, bro. Like, you're boring. You talking all day. That's all I said, bro. But to Niger wasn't even mad about that. But you
not that
trying
I'm
to start
defending
something.
Tunisia or something. There's no defense here. But it's just like H-Block, you're somebody that could be respected as well. But you'll be ashamed.
No, I respect to Niger, bro. Like, look.
H-Block
Bro,
is cool, bro. H-Block is cool. It's a cool.
I know it's cool. I know it's cool, but I'm just saying you'll be ashamed to see H-Block be abandoned.
Look.
You know?
Darth. At least I don't get my ego get in the way. I'm a man enough to admit when I'm wrong. I was wrong yesterday, and I apologize to Niger on the show. You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
My man. Were you the one making the statement? Were you the one making the statement in the private chat?
No. I didn't.
Okay. Got you.
I think what happened.
No, I just came in right now. I just came in.
Can I say something that happens on that show? Something that Dr. K is here. I think sometimes when you're on that show and you have maybe one this thing, West African or stuff. I don't know whether it's conscious that it happens. The East Africans start behaving almost like a pack.
But which show are we talking about?
Do you know who you the one who made that happen, right? You made 10,000 shows and you let this East African talk all kind of ways, and you
and he's always trying to be like a daddy. Oh, come on, we can have.
Okay, no. It's not about when West Africans are talking about West African issue. I rather not touch East African issues. That's who I am. I don't talk about things that I don't know. That's why I never got in a conversation about Somali, Ethiopia, whatever the situation may be, right? But when you get in a conversation as in West Africans and you let them speak all kind of way and you don't have no evidence to back up what you're saying, I'm here to tell you the West East Africans are the white loving tribes I never met.
Oh my
God! I can back it up.
Sideways again now.
I can back it up. For me, I can back it up.
Can you leave that? That's not who we are
I don't
talking
care.
about. That's
the thing about me. That's the thing about me. I sit there with my evidence and I let somebody provoke me so I can bring it. That's all I do. So if they want to talk about West African loving white people, I don't debate that. I don't disagree with that. If they love white people, they do. That's fine. But don't sit here and pretend that you don't love white people. All this enticing program for you to come to the West, you jump on it in the split of a second. So don't tell me that you love your people. Don't sit here and tell me you love your country. Don't do that.
Okay.
Don't do that. You are everywhere to be found. In Europe, in America, everywhere. Somalia, Ethiopia. They're everywhere. Some country like mine, go look for us. Go look for us. Please go look for us if you find us everywhere. You don't.
Yeah, I'm confused. Can you give me context?
Oh my God. Where do we start?
I am confused. Can you please tell me why it's
they say why do Kenyan girls like monkey double back flip more than
oh my God.
Kenyan girls love it. You know what? Yeah, it's true. Kenyan girls do like monkey double back flips. I agree with you.
I'm just telling you, come on, kids.
No, it's true. It's true. Kenyan girls, like, listen, Kenyan girls will actually go to a guy's house so that they can get good monkey double back flips, right? That's a fact. I agree with you.
Somebody said, I'm sorry, I have to say this, I have to be trivial a bit. Somebody once said, I think was it you that said that almost everybody in Kenya always gets laid, no matter how badly they are.
Exactly.
What is that all about? How does that happen? How do they select?
Wait,
Yeah,
that
Kenya
was
like
not
to
the
Man need
have.
to
topic. Come on.
relocate then.
Look, Kenyans like to have a
African
good life.
millennial, please put
Kenyans
Kens
like
on
to
the
have a
real
good
track.
life.
Ask him the real question.
That's interesting. I've never heard that before.
Let me say my piece, African millennial. I'm gonna say my piece and go.
Okay.
As well. Regarding this whole topic as well, one thing we have to give credit to is the Pan-Africanist ilk type of leaders. They inspired for the freedom and independence of African countries. They are the ones that inspired. African countries are halfway complete in terms of independence today because of this ilk and this folk as well. So some of them, they had a mission that was never completed because they were killed in between the way. So it's up to us now to, if you don't want to call it Pan-Africanist, but to take up the mantle and complete the mission and achieve the economic liberation aspect of it. Well, there's strategies all over the place. People are coming up with what we need to do, but it's the Pan-Africanist ilk that have that credit. That credit needs to go to them, not the Monrovia group, because those ones are the ones that are still keeping us in this entrapment as well. It's the Monrovia group type of leaders that keep us in this way. So we have to.
Yeah, I learned that today. That was something I'm gonna do research more. That was very,
Yeah,
very
do
informative for me.
research.
You know, we have to give credit where it's due, because we hear a lot of people say, what has Pan-Africanism achieved? What have they achieved? And all that kind of stuff. The idea inspired independent movements as well. And that's why we're halfway. That's why today we are not under that deep entrenchment, even though we are somehow. That's why we can say that we are from these countries and all that stuff. So we have to give credit where it's due. Anyway, that's all. We need to continue the mission, finish the mission. That's all.
All right, thank you. And who's next?
I have not spoken yet.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I have to say that these African dusties out here, especially these West Africans, you gotta stop arguing East Africans, man. Also, if you really want to go down on East Africans, apart from Kenya, you can just talk about their GDP, man. That's all you have to do. But you guys are not smart enough to do that. That's all I gotta say.
So that's gonna hurt them, man. Their GDP.
Yeah. Talk about the dusty countries.
They're gonna start crying because see, you can talk about Nigeria GDP all you want. I'm not gonna cry
To
about
Nigeria,
that.
you're closing.
No, Nigeria's GDP is the
bring
highest
out to
in
Nigeria
Africa.
from the panel. He said his bit. If he's gonna keep talking all the time.
Are we making closing statement? Are we talking about closing statement, or
I don't know.
We continue.
African millennial, she's just like really good Ghanaian lady. She's just like slow.
Yeah,
Come on,
no,
just
this
let
is
them
closing
talk.
statement. This is closing
Yeah,
statement.
okay. They can say.
Can you stop?
Yeah.
Tunaja, get ready. You know you're gonna get it right on your channel, right?
Of course,
okay. I know you
Okay,
expect that. I know you expect that,
let
right?
me just say my own bit. Let me just say my own bit. I called to say something, but before I came, there was some Arab trolls, and I had to just kick them out of the panel. And so this is the thing.
No.
When I came, to Niger, come on, don't be good. This is propaganda. YouTube is propaganda, and you should know that. Stop trying to be correct. YouTube is just a propaganda. You know, you should know how to do it. So when I came, there was this thing about how can you be like a Pan-Africanist and you're married to a white woman? Well, I would not accept that. Okay, so like I would not trust you. Let me say that. If you are a Pan-Africanist leader, okay, you can get married to whoever you want as a normal human being, but if you want to be a leader of a Pan-Africanist movement, but Pan-Africanism is like a movement for Black people, Black empowerment. You understand? So if you're trying to be a Pan-Africanist leader and your wife is not an African, that does not give a good image to the rest of the world. And for the sake for just because it's easier for you to be infiltrated, through that non-African women, because at the end of the day, everyone is going to stand up for their own race. If the white man, if we get into a war, your wife is going to support your race. There's no way your wife is going to support your own people. She's going to take the secrets from you and sell it to your own people. So it doesn't make sense. If you want to be an Pan-Africanist, then you keep like a foreign woman as your wife. But if you're not a leader, I don't care. You can do anything that you want to say. And I'm gonna say this to anything you want to do. I'm gonna say this to African millennial. You should not accept people come on this panel and insult like West African, and you think that does not matter because you're West African, and that insult goes to you as well. So that's just what I want to say.
Who's next?
I can go
Nadia.
next, so I can go, man. If somebody,
Well,
nobody wants. I'm sorry.
And go ahead, brother.
Okay. You know, I came to this panel very heated because you know somebody was sitting here making statements.
I have a question, St. James.
When I'm done, give me a second, please. You see what I'm saying? Like, you don't did great for yourself, and you expect Africans to come on your panel who are very knowledgeable. And those of us who don't even want to call every time, we just enjoy the conversation and learn a lot. But you know, some people are just not factual. They come here, they talk about, they pick a country, and they want to provide false information. That shouldn't be flying, because I'm from Burkina, and this guy will call and talking about he's from the University of Kentucky or wherever, Connecticut. Your degree don't mean anything to me. Those degrees, I got them. You know what I do with them? I don't give a damn. You see what I'm saying? Don't come here and try to impress Africans about your own endeavors if you can't uplift your own people. It don't make sense. You see what I'm saying? You should learn more about my country. You can't come here to the West and say, I'll read a white book and I know a lot about it. Burkina Faso, they have no minerals. They are landlocked, and part of the country belong to Ivory Coast. Who are you working for? Who you with? Who you with? Why are you making this statement today? Who's paying you to do that? That's why I was not lenient to that man, you know, because I know what this country is going through. I know what we're doing. You see what I'm saying? I'm not going to let any, whether it's a white or not white, even if it's my own people, I'm going to fight them with the same tenacity until we get better, until we get right. You see what I'm saying? Bring facts. Don't bring no personal information that somebody else gave you about another country, because those questions remains. Who's paying you? Who is asking you to do that? And who you for? If you answer those questions, maybe I can go to bed and rest very well. I don't know. That's why I came like that. All this word that I said, tomorrow I hear them talk on your panel about my country again without providing the facts. I will come and behave the same way, because I'm not ashamed. I don't give a damn. I do this for me. You understand? Talking about landlocked, you know what a landlocked country mean? Do you understand what a landlocked country mean? Did you live in a landlocked country? So don't disrespect my people, man. Please. We haven't been bothering anybody, our neighbors. We haven't bothered anybody near us. So leave us alone. If you don't want to understand our issues, leave us alone. Let us do it. Let us do it. I don't come on panel and talk about other people's country, man. I don't come and provide wrong facts and wrong statement about other people's country. Africans should do better than that. If you need security, we need information. The first thing we need is to get the right information to our people. If we can't get that information to our people, we're not going to succeed. That security thing can come last. The information, many people on the continent don't have the right information. Do you know the amount of wealth in the country of mine that is intact? Are you crazy? This is why these people are fighting on the Sahel region. What do you think they're fighting? Because they already discovered a lot of natural resources from afar.
I'm going to say this as well, just to stay on the point that St. James is making there. Like, Africans need to be able, like, we just need to, when it comes to the basics of just even conversing within ourselves, like, even with respect, enough respect to go do your research outside of whatever book that you were given to read in college, or that you found somewhere on the internet. Like, old boy was on the flipping show area, and he was saying something about go Google it. Like, go Google it. Like, what sources are you Googling? It's common sense.
you don't ever open your mouth to someone to tell them that your country belongs to another country. You know what I'm saying? Like, as long as they're not part of that country, you don't ever do that. You know what I mean? It's like looking at a soldier in the face and telling them to fuck off. They're gonna bad you up. They're just gonna hella bad you up if they get any opportunity to do so. Like, I was listening to the show when that other bro was speaking. I think it was the Ghanaian bro that called it. Is he just look? I guess what he said. He probably thought it was something factual, and I don't think he meant it at all in any flipping sinister manner or whatsoever. I don't think he meant to like insult Burkina Faso. I think he was just speaking from what he thought was a factual perspective, and he probably researched. And I think it was pretty much trying to make the point as well to say, if let's say if Burkina Faso reannexes their borders with Ivory Coast, then they can have a bigger economy. But you have to be careful when you say stuff like that. Instead of saying they're landlocked, that Burkina Faso belongs to Ivory Coast, and Ivory Coast doesn't. At the point in time, they didn't want Burkina Faso part of the country. That's why Burkina Faso is a separate nation on its own. Like, it just bleeds of disrespect. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you were put in at the Isle of the flipping AU, like the podium to make a speech or a statement that pitch into the political interests of African people all across the continent. Are those the sort of words that you would use as an educated person with your degrees from wherever you got them? No, just like basic thing, like just little things, just respect. Things such as that. Like, I'll use Nigeria for an example. There are certain secession groups, various secession groups that want to secede their borders away from the country. People like Biafra, for an example, they say they want to go create their own nation. Like, just imagine the breakout of that nation, and at a point in time in the future, someone brings up the argument to say, "Oh, Biafra actually belongs to Nigeria," or even within Nigeria now, the way certain secession movements like Biafra themselves, they'll like try mapping out other people's borders as part of theirs. You get what I'm saying? Like, those things are just pure disrespect, and Africans need to come to terms with that. I don't know. Maybe it's just there's just something about us. Maybe it's just on YouTube. I don't necessarily know. I hope so, but it's like niggas don't know how to fix their flipping mouth to speak. I just don't understand. I don't get it at all. But I mean, that's just another moral of the blah blah blah. I feel like people should get out of these shows.
Right.
Hey, I just stay to answer Kezo before I leave. You have a question for me?
Okay. I don't know where he went, but if that's everything, then thanks everybody for calling, and we'll see you next week. I think we should talk about more about ECOWAS next time. Yeah. Thank you. Bye. Oh, did you have something to say?
Yeah, Willie, sorry, I did not mean that you're closing really quick. Sorry about that. I did not mean to. Come on, if I know you're closing.
Oh yeah, I'm closing.
Oh yeah, I was just trying to answer to Trouble Africans saying that like West Africans have been attacked because Abe was being attacked all day in the comments. I didn't do anything to nobody, but I don't know if they were Central African. What's up? They sound Central African, right? I didn't do anything to none of these people, but they've been attacking me for no reason. And I'm just saying, most of the attack I saw came first from West Africans. Then soon, East Africans start attacking back. That's what I've noticed all the time. I'm just saying what I've seen. I'm not blaming anybody. Most of the time I see the attack comes from West Africans first. Then East Africans attack. So that's what I always say, like, people need to start playing this game that's saying East Africa are doing this and doing that, because they also get attacked first. Then so they react. So that's all I wanted to clear out to say. That's all. Because let's stop this game, victim game people be playing like, oh, I'm being attacked, when the attack came from y'all first. That's all. I'm sorry about that, I did not mean to.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for explaining that. Yeah, so anyways, that is the end of the show, guys. Thanks for being here. It was nice. I mean, if you cannot watch the whole show, please watch the first 1 hour and 30 minutes to actually get the topic of what we were talking about. And then fast forward to the 3-hour mark, because that's when we actually had a meaningful conversation. So what were we talking about? Yeah, we were talking about Guinea independence, and then later on in the topic, I think we were talking about, can you be Pan-African but have like a non-African wife? Some people argued that you can be Pan-African and still have a non-black wife, so long as she's African white or African other, that's fine. But then you had some other people say that you can't be Pan-African and marry non-black. But I don't believe that. I actually don't believe that Pan-Africanism and pro-black are quote unquote together. There is a sector of Pan-Africanism that is pro-black, but Pan-African isn't just pro-black. So can you be Pan-African and marry white? Yeah, I think so. Why? Because Dr. Kwame Nkrumah did that. Soritsi Kama, I believe he was either the first or the second president of Botswana. He did that. So there are a couple of African presidents that did that. And yeah, Kwame Nkrumah was definitely Pan-Africanism. Sorry, Pan-African. Was he pro-black? I have no idea. But anyways, yeah, that was the topic. There was a really good discourse between St. James and Tunisia and Darth. They were basically, and Abby actually too, Abby made some good points too. They were talking about like who is running ECOWAS, who is really ruling ECOWAS, because we were all here when we were talking about the coup that happened in Mali recently, and how ECOWAS, along with the international community, put sanctions on Mali. So if you are a community that's supposed to be there for each other, why are you putting sanctions on another African country? Like, that's not a good look. I understand people say, okay, well, the reason why they put sanctions is so that other countries won't do coup d'etat, so that other countries won't keep copying the same mistakes. But I feel like when it comes to matters of economic importance or economic sensitivity, African countries really need to step it up with each other. A lot of these African countries, like, it's too long that you have deals with the colonizers, but then you're calling the colonizers evil, but then you're not having deals with your brothers and sisters. Like, that really needs to stop. Like, that really needs to change. And then let's also talk about some of these presidents that have been presidents for over 30 years. There was a live stream that one person was having from a certain African country. I won't say who it is, okay? I won't say who it is, but there was a live stream of somebody today. They were complaining about how their president has been president in their country for 27 years. And I'm sitting here literally thinking, like, why are you telling me this? Okay. Your president has been president for 27 years. Why are you coming online and telling me this? Like, do you want me to go to your country and remove your president? Like, I can't do that. You need to fix that. Okay. You need to fix that's something that, I'm sorry, like, you have to fix that. Like, you need to, I don't know what you have to do, but you need to, if it's doing what the Malians did and do coup d'etats and get rid of that president, you need to do that. Like, you cannot come here and talk about your president has been president for 27 years, and then you're asking me why I'm not doing a deal with you when I know that your president has been president for 27 years. Like, what kind of deal am I supposed to do with you? Like, it's just, so yeah, no. If you ask me, do I believe in Pan-Africanism? Of course I do. I actually intrinsically, I know it doesn't look like I do sometimes, because I've been called out for not defending Pan-Africanism enough.
The reason why I don't defend Pan-Africanism a lot, or I'm not as radical, is because, as you guys saw in the beginning of the stream, I showed examples of these countries giving money to these countries when these countries needed it, and they still haven't paid them back. So it's like, you're calling me brother, brother, brother. Where's the $20 million that you're supposed to give to me? Like, why are you not giving the $20 million back? Okay, you're not addressing it. You're not saying thank you. Like, it's just rude. You know what I mean? So that's one element of Pan-Africanism that I believe in it, but it's like, I just, something is wrong. You know, something is wrong. And when we're talking about ECOWAS, there actually isn't that much of a divide between Anglophone and Francophone, if you believe it or not. The big divide is actually among the Francophone countries. That is where the divide is, because a lot of the Anglophone countries were willing to make their own currency. We were willing to do the ECO, but we had some other people, for whatever reason, who are just not with that. So it's like, how can we come together? We're trying to start our own currency, but you guys are having like infighting, and then we can't even start our own currency. Like, where is the ball print? Like, where do we start? So yeah, that's what I'm gonna end at there. Again, thanks guys for being here. I think Dr. K had a closing statement. You're muted.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to African Millennium, shout out to the Dusty chat out there. I didn't see a lot of money coming through apart from Mr. Nice and a few other people. So you niggas gotta start donating more money, guys. Listen, us providers of shows give you guys a show, so be less dusty, especially African millennials. So let me actually see if I can put in a little bit of a donation to you guys, or rather, African millennial. But yeah, guys, stop being dusties, man. Be real men or women or children if you're a child, right? And donate. Send a little bit of a donation to the channel, support it so that it can grow. Because you know these people put their time in here, right? Imagine you're working in McDonald's, right? You're making what, $10 an hour? So if a show is 4 hours long, we should be seeing a minimum of $60, not 40, minimum of 60. So yeah, shout out to you guys, but yeah, please stop being dusties and help content creators by actually allowing them to provide the time for you to actually, you know, have entertainment, learn something. Yeah, that's the whole point of this whole series. But yeah, I want to kind of respond to a few things that some of the people were saying about East Africans, and also on my channel. I don't let East Africans go on to Niger. It's just that to Niger is an easy target. I think that's just it. Because, you know, obviously South Africans also do the same thing. So there's nothing about East Africans that happens. But, you know, to Niger is an old grown man, and we are in African culture, we have to protect the old men. So, you know, I'm vowing here that I'm going to be protecting to Niger a little bit, you know, so that he can go around and be a little bit more comfortable. So yeah, that's really the main thing. In terms of Guinea and France and all that stuff, I think all the Francophone countries had lost cause. There's really not much that can be done for them. You know, it is what it is. These niggas are lost. That's just there's nothing you can say about them, right? They don't add anything significant to the contribution of GDP. They are what they are. So, but yeah, guys, send a super chat to African Millennials channels. Help support the show. You know, even if it's $1, just do it, man. Don't be dusties. There's 51 people watching. If 51 people send $1, right? She's at least paid for the 4 hours that she was streaming. Okay, 6 hours that she was streaming in the show. So don't be dusties, guys. Come on. Yeah, that's what I can say. Stop being dusties. But yeah, guys, I'm doing a show right now. It's about the pre-Islamic religion in Africa. So if you want to tune in, you can. But yeah, peace out. Guys, stop being dusties and donate. And thank you very much, African Millennial, for having me and some of these other dusties on the panel. Peace out.
Okay, guys. So there you have it. Been talking for a long time, so I think I definitely just want to close out the show. Thanks to Kaizoria. Thanks to Artifact War. Thanks to Rwangalese. There was somebody else who donated in the very beginning. I forgot who it was, but I'll go back and I'll watch. And I thank you again. Yeah, so it was a great stream. It wasn't as bad as it normally is, to be honest. Like, I know maybe some people are new in this space. We had Daniel call in for the first time, and he probably wasn't used to all the yelling and insults. But this channel, trust me, this used to be much worse. Like, the fighting on here, the calling people the B word and the S word, it was actually pretty bad. So I don't know if that's progress. But see, this is one thing I'll say. I don't think that people in these spaces intrinsically hate each other, because I don't know too many people who would spend a 7-hour or 8-hour live stream with somebody who they actually hate. Unless if you really don't have that much of a life that you're that crazy that you're going to do that. I think people want a discourse, and yeah, emotions do get the best of us, and it's really unfortunate and sad. But at least if a panel can have, like, let's say 30% information, and then that's something, at least, you know what I mean? Like, so long as the panel is not just nonstop insults, then I think that is a start. I have no idea. And one thing I will say, this is a Pan-African space. And I know a lot of people don't believe in that, but I'm telling you guys, intrinsically at heart, I am a Pan-African. That's why I allow different regions of Africa to come on these panels. Like, I allow East Africans. Believe it or not, North Africans have called on these panels before. Okay. I don't know too many channels where North Africans have called in. So I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? So we have North Africans, we have South Africans, we have West Africans, East Africans. And what I will say about the South African panel, I understand what some people are saying. Yeah, you know what? Let me just be honest here. It's not that I favor South Africans. It's just that I've noticed South Africans don't normally call in unless you're talking about South Africa. And that's something that I actually appreciate. Like, they kind of stick to their own. You know, they don't really go on other people's panel and argue with them about their countries. Like, they literally call in when you're speaking about South Africa. So yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I do have a bit of a soft spot for South Africans. Not excusing the xenophobia that they do in their country at all, because obviously I'm West African, so I know the xenophobia is targeted towards me. So not excusing it whatsoever, but I don't know, just a different relationship with South Africans that I feel like it's just something unique about South Africans. You don't really get that with other Africans. But yes, yeah, so I have a soft spot for South Africans, but my biggest soft spot is for Nigerians, actually. I know I love making fun of Nigerians so much, but at the end of the day, like, Nigerians are literally my brothers, okay? Listen, let me tell you something. It's so funny because you would think that Nigeria and Ghana are right beside each other. No, Ghana is surrounded by French-speaking countries. So why do we have so much in common with Nigerians? It's just a brother and sister thing. So I don't mind making fun of Nigerians, but yeah, it does make me uncomfortable when other people make fun of Nigerians, because it's like, you're not allowed to do that. Like, you don't it's not the same. You know what I mean? It's not the same. It is not the same. Like, I could tell a Nigerian their jollof is horrible, their jollof stinks. We all laugh and they say it back to me. But like, when you do it as a non-West African, and I'll be even more specific, as a non-Ghanaian, Ivory Coast, Togolese, or Cameroonian, it's kind of weird. So I would hope that people kind of chill out on the Nigerian thing, because it's not, like, I get it, it's funny, we laugh, but it's like,
Nigeria is not the only issue, or Nigerians are not the only issue. Really, they're not. They're just, for the most part, more on the arrogant side. But when it comes to defending Africa, and I hate to admit this, okay, I've seen Nigerians defend Africa many times, whether they meant to do it or not. I can actually depend on a Nigerian to defend Africa. Like, I actually can. I hate to say it, I hate to admit it, because like, my relationship with Nigerians is like, I always like making fun of them, and I don't. So I hate to admit that, but I'll be honest, I've seen Nigerians defend Africans more on these panels than anyone else. So that's something that is pretty commendable. But yeah, like, I don't know if anyone else is going live after this. So Puntime Princess has a channel. You guys can go ahead and subscribe to her. She's going to be going live later on this week. And Puntime Princess is the Somali. Yeah, so she's going to be going live this week. Tunija said that he created a channel. So Tunija is going to be going live in 19 hours. So I believe that's actually tomorrow. So yeah, be there. And yeah, that's all I have to say. If anyone else is interested in starting a channel, you guys can do it, because we need more content. So if anyone else is interested in starting a channel, Art of Artifact of War has a channel as well. So you guys can also go and subscribe to his channel. Yeah, so you guys can go ahead and subscribe to his channel, and yeah, I'll see you guys next time. It was really nice. It's been real. Appreciate it. I didn't think a lot of people would show up, because the topic was a bit more focused on something that I don't think a lot of people care about. But it's great to see everybody. And Happy Companion, thank you for being here. Happy Companion is watching all the way live from the Gambia. So if you haven't subscribed to Happy Companion's channel, I'm pretty sure a lot of people know who that is. But yeah, you can go ahead and subscribe to his channel. Yeah, guys, I'll see you guys next time. Thanks for being here once again. Bye.